Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Big Brother 27 coverage. We have another deep dive on our hands, and this one, of course, is a big one because Morgan is here with me. Morgan, how you?
I am so excited for this because I'm a gamer. I'm like a chatty girl. So I love that we're gonna like really get into it. I know that you're gonna supply all the goods. I just hope that you're ready. I mean, I also did bring my M&Ms. I
Oh
had
boy. Hopefully
to.
for demonstration purposes.
Exactly, just in case people forgot. But yes, I'm
Yeah.
so excited for this. I know it's like 5 weeks out, but I mean, hey, it's never too late to talk some Big Brother, right?
Truly. I mean, it's basically my life. So.
Yeah, right.
I'm of course your host Taran Armstrong, and let's dive into this, Morgan, because
I'm ready.
um, it was such a wild season. I just got back from San Francisco. Did a live event. There were a lot of people who were like, that was like one of the best seasons of coverage we've seen. It was just so intense all the way through. They were like, how are you doing, Taran?
Are you alive? You need
And
help.
it was a tough one. It was a lot. There was so much to get through in a good way. That there was like so much in the season. But for as difficult as it is for me to be covering the season all the way through, it's infinitely more difficult for the players. So Morgan, how are you doing 5 weeks out from the finale?
I'm doing great. It was such a fun time to go on a show that my mom and I used to watch. I was like a early Big Brother girl, so like season 10 and prior. So
Mhm.
when I was getting casted and like recruited for this, I was like, "Oh my God, Big Brother, this is crazy." So after going through everything and just playing my heart out, I was honestly relieved to leave the house and just be done with the game. It was like 3 months out of my life and just kind of wanted to get back into my normal life, get back to streaming and get back to what I love to do. And but I'm excited. I'm excited to be here and talk.
Yes, yeah. And Morgan, we talked a while ago, and we've basically just been like trying to find the right time because
Right.
you very much are like ready to dive in. You you have snacks ready. You're
Oh,
like you know.
I came prepared. I feel like I have my little HOH basket here on the side. And this is like, I feel like I'm in a DR session right now after my HOH win. So I'm like really excited to have like all my snacks, everything, because I'm not leaving. I'm ready.
Yes, and in honor of Morgan as a Twitch streamer, we are live for this deep dive, which is not a common thing for the deep dive. So I will say up top, we might take a break or two,
Yeah,
depending on which
we're gonna
typically
need it.
happens when I do deep dives. There's usually some
Yeah.
breaks, we cut some stuff out. It's all gonna listen, just like Big Brother itself. That you have the live feeds of the deep dive here this time
Yes.
around. So yeah, be
I'm so
prepared.
excited. This is me great. I know live
Okay.
live is kind of fun.
Live is very fun. The first thing I want to start with, you mentioned that you had been watching since around season 10. What got you into Big Brother in the first place?
So my mom was a big fan of Big Brother. My very first season I watched was God, I think it was like season 4, maybe. I like barely remember. I mean, that was a while ago, but like the season that like really clung to me as like, oh, I love Big Brother was season 6. Shout to
Mm,
Janelle, that's my girl.
mhm.
But so that's kind of how it all started was just like nights with my mom, just watching Big Brother and getting so into it. I never realized I would get so into a show, so attached to people. Like, I was like rioting when Kaser got eliminated, like, or like, evicted. But I was
Mhm.
just like, oh, so it was crazy. So then I just got really just hooked on Big Brother. Season 10 was the last season I watched. Dan Giesling, of course, like one of the greatest to ever do it. And then I went to college, kind of got off of Big Brother. But I will say, before going on the show, I binged, and I've never been so happy in my life to binge like 6 seasons of Big Brother. I was like foaming at the mouth. It was great.
Yeah, it's actually fun. I'm realizing because we're like the same age, I think. So we were both like the same age watching
Yeah.
Kaser.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my
no,
god. Oh,
no.
I was so angry. I like when it was in the pressure cooker, I was screaming at the TV like, "Don't do it. Don't trust her. She's lying." And I was so oh my god, I
I
would have
know.
rioted at the I don't know how people did it then. I would have rioted.
Yeah. Well, that's very fun. So like what brought you back to Big Brother, I guess, did they reach out to you? Did you like what happened?
Yeah, so I got a DM on Instagram and they're like, "Hey, we're casting for an upcoming TV show. Want to know if you'd be interested?" And I was like, "Sure. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what show?" And they're like, "Big Brother." And I was like, "Oh, like Big Brother? This is crazy." So that's kind of what got me back into it. And I was also being like looked at by Survivor as well. I guess they're the same casting directors. And so they're like, "Oh, let's
Mm.
try Big Brother first." And then they loved me there, went to the final audition in LA, and then got the call that I was going to get picked up. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is like actually happening." I remember like packing my bag, following the rules, making sure I like packed everything the way it was supposed to. And then getting to the house and being like, I have literally nothing to wear. It was insane. But yeah, that's kind of how it like transpired, was just getting recruited. And then next thing you know, I'm getting the call that they're picking me up in 30 minutes. And I was like, "Oh my God, it's happening. I'm going to sequester."
Yeah. Did you make it? Did you get anywhere with Survivor? Or did it kind of quickly go toward Big Brother?
It was one of those things where I first was like, they actually first called me like, "Hey, we're looking at you for Big Brother." And I was like, "Okay,
Mhm.
great." I was in the middle of watching a competition from season 26, and I got a call being like, "Hey, they're actually going to go a different direction, but Survivor loves you." I remember just finishing
Mm.
that episode, bawling my eyes out because I was like, I wanted to go on Big Brother so bad. And then I talked to like people over at Survivor, and then I got a call back a couple days later. I was literally in the middle of an Apex game, full on in, and I see my casting director on my phone, and I'm like, "What?" And so I would never quit a game that I'm playing, but I was like, "Oh, this is way more important." I was like, "Sorry guys." I'm like telling like my teammates, I'm like, "Guys, I'm AFK. Like I'm not going to be available. Like if you guys get, killed, like not my fault. Like I got an important call." And
Yeah.
they called back and they're like, "Actually, it was a misunderstanding. They both love you. Like Big Brother loves you and Survivor. So like let's start with Big Brother." And then that's just kind of how it happened.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think you'd be great on Survivor. I think
Yeah, I think so. I
hope they
just
keep
think
your number.
yeah, right? Maybe I'll get the call for that.
Yeah. Okay, so you're on Big Brother.
Mhm.
Obviously, you watched a bunch of seasons. You mentioned. What else did you do to prepare? But also, like for the seasons that you were watching, like what were you taking away? I think, like what were you going into the season sort of like armed with?
Yeah, that's a great question. When I was watching like some of the greats like Janelle and Dan and some of the people that I like really admired, Dr. Will, like I kind of just watched how they would play the game, how they would maneuver through really difficult like situations or conversations. And even in like modern day, like I watched Taylor Hale, I watched Chelsea, like I just watched a lot of players that I was like really interested in. And some of them like some of them weren't even like winners. For example, I was watching pretty much people that just kind of reminded me of me. Like I watched Casey or Tyler. And I just kind of like watched how they played the game. Obviously I haven't played that game before, but I'm as a gamer, I like to study like the game and try to figure out different angles or different things and how I would want to play the game. Like, do I want to be honest and loyal? Do I want to be more deceptive? And so I knew I wanted to just go in playing as myself, but I did as best as I could to study the competitions. Even like in Sequester, I actually made note cards out of so like when we're in there, we get like little packets for like what we can order for lunch. And there was a blank page at the very end. So I ripped it and I created little flashcards for like how many like seconds are in an hour or whatever, which is
Mhm.
kind of ironic considering my double double eviction veto was in minutes. But anyway, I was like studying that way. I was just trying to prepare myself for anything and everything. And I mean, it's expected unexpected. I don't think no matter how much preparation I could have done, it couldn't have prepared me for Big Brother anyway, but I did the best that I could at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's huge. Obviously, especially I think with the kinds of casts that Big Brother is focusing on, especially in comparison to Survivor. On
Mhm.
Survivor, they love people who love Survivor, and on
Yeah.
Big Brother, I think they love people who will make silly choices.
Right.
So,
They want the chaos, they want the drama,
yeah.
they want it all. They
So,
really
like, I
do.
feel like if you do actually do your homework and you have a good baseline level of knowledge, it does give you a big leg up over people who kind of go in thinking like, "Hey, like I'm gonna figure it out on the fly."
Right.
We saw that a little bit with Kelly,
Yes.
who thought it
Love
was a
her.
great idea to volunteer in the first week, unfortunately
I
for her.
remember when I first found that out, I was gagged. I'm like, "Girl, you don't volunteer to go on the block. You can't do that because you might actually go home," which lucky for her, she was the blockbuster queen. So
Mhm.
she didn't have to go home, but that's like the one way to go home is by volunteering. But
Yeah. All right. So you anything else in the preseason that you feel like you were doing or feeling that before you went in?
I was just watching as many episodes as I could. Like once I got the date
Mhm.
of pickup, I was just like literally jamming out episodes. Like when I wasn't working at the restaurant, jamming episodes. Like when I wasn't streaming, jamming episodes. I was paying attention to the competitions, how like certain strategies um let's say Tucker when he won like the like whenever like if he won a competition or other people,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would see like their strategy to see if it would be something that I would do or how I would do something different. So I just try to work literally every possible angle of what I could do or what I couldn't have, like what I would do differently on anything, like booth comps, everything, and even like social strategy. I just knew I was going to go in as myself, and I was like, hopefully people like me because I feel like I'm pretty, I get along well with other people, but that was kind of it, and I was just hoping for the best.
Yeah, I think like obviously the game format, it's really important to know so that like you don't
Mhm.
ask questions like could I get nominated if I use the veto, which happened on your season.
It
Uh
did. It
but
did.
genuinely, I would say like especially with and I'm a big talker about this. I talk about competitions a lot. But like the easily if you had like one thing you could do before you went on Big Brother, I think what you were talking about, looking up the best strategies to win competitions is probably the most valuable thing that you can do
Yeah,
because competitions are so winnable and are so important nowadays on Big Brother. So
right.
yeah, it's we've seen people do that before too. Michael from BB24 was had really like studied up on like all of the best strategies and stuff, and
Yes,
he's very
Comp
good.
Beast.
Yeah.
He was so good, and he like I think the other thing that I realized too is like knowing when it's important to win versus when not to win, because if you win too much, like we saw with Michael, like he just kept winning where it was like if he didn't win, like, and he knew, he said that. He's like, if I don't win the veto today, I'm going home. And like
Mhm.
everybody knew that. So it's like that kind of mentality of like, okay, do you want to win this because you just want to win something? Or do you want to win because it's going to advance you in the game and put you in a better position? So,
Well, that I guess brings me pretty quickly then to the first week. And I usually talk about this with the deep dives. That the first roughly 6 days,
mhm.
no feeds. So it is the most amount of like blind spots that we have as a fandom. So
Right.
it's always interesting to hear, especially because we know how important those days are.
Yeah.
We talk about Michael's season, Taylor's season. Those days were incredibly important to understanding the dynamics that Taylor eventually faced. So you enter the house. What is the gameplay? Are you planning to throw the first HOH? Are you like what is your vibe with everyone there? Like what's going on?
Yeah. So when I first walked in, I was the last group and I didn't realize I was going to be the last group. I thought we were going to be like one of the first ones. But then when I hear like the eruption of people when the group before me walked in, I was like, oh my God, are we the last people? So you go in and it's just like everyone. You're seeing like different people. Like the first person I saw was Riley. I was like, oh, we have a cowboy. And then I saw, like Amy. I was like, oh, she's like a mom. And like what because like she was talking about her kids. And like I was like, oh, we have so many different dynamics of people. It was just kind of everywhere. You're trying to figure out what's gonna happen. Like, should we start running around the house and finding clues? Like, what are we doing? And then it's just a bunch of conversation and then I'm trying to figure out like okay like who's more quiet. I was just looking and kind of observing of like who was the loud ones, who were the more quiet ones, who seemed to attract a lot of people towards them, or who felt. I was just kind of looking and just observing and but
Mhm.
also being like myself and stuff. So it was quite interesting. I feel like my first general vibe was like okay like everyone seems pretty cool, which probably means we're all going to hate each other, so that's great. Because usually like when you get along well with everyone, it's like, okay, who's going to be the one who actually starts to cause discourse? Because if we're all going to be friends, that's not going to work in this house. And then that's when we learned about the mastermind. And I was like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, here we go. Now we're playing Big Brother because now we have a twist and we see Rachel coming down the stairs. Um, so that was quite interesting. I didn't watch Rachel's season, but anyone who watches Big Brother knows who Rachel Riley is. And I remember just hearing little comments about like, oh, she won a season, like we need to get her out. And I actually wanted to work with her. I was like, she's won
Yeah.
the season. When you're with somebody or like in the same room as someone who's won something, it makes sense to like align yourself. Like if you go to a quarterback camp and Tom Brady's there, you're going to learn from Tom Brady. You're not going to go learn from somebody else. Shout out to all the Patriot fans, but yeah.
Yeah.
My take.
No, and that's interesting. There's a lot of discourse about seasons with like a sole returner or like a mixed season where there's like four former players and then all new players that they're playing with. And basically what tends to happen is the returning player has almost always made it to the final two. They don't always win, but they
Mhm.
almost always make it to the final two, unless there are some extenuating circumstances. In this case, we had a hamster
Oh,
wheel of death.
God.
In BB11, of course, the coup d'état. But apart from those outliers, like it's pretty common. They get to the end, and the other pretty common thing that happens is if you try to go against them early on, you
Mhm.
are a first or second boot.
Yeah.
um, and so it's always this idea of like, how do you play with somebody who has played before, because they have so much more experience and knowledge than you. And so
Mhm.
yes, there is this notion of like, I can learn from them, but then they're also very dangerous. Like, how far can you go? And I think for me, the answer is what you said. It's you have to work with them early on,
Yeah.
because not only is it dangerous not to, because they have way more experience than you, and you're very likely to get cut in that sense. But also
Right.
like, the producers aren't going to bring a person on the show and then have them like, there's probably like, this is what happened with Paul and Cody, where Cody was like, I'm going to take Paul out, and then Paul was like,
Got
sorry.
these
um
bracelets.
yeah, so it's like, you do kind of have to work with them, but then it's like, okay, when do you then, and how do you turn the tables on them eventually? So I'm very excited
Right.
to talk to you about that
Me
later
too.
on.
Yeah.
So you see Rachel Riley. One of the things I thought was interesting about Rachel coming on to this season in particular as well, and I talked to her about this a little bit, was that Rachel Riley's reputation in the community is for, obviously she's a winner, but like she
Mhm.
was known more for being like a personality, a force of nature.
Right.
But a lot of the people in the house didn't actually see her seasons. At best, in Keanu's case, they watched some clips of her.
That was me too. I
Um,
didn't watch her season either.
Right. And so there was this perception that she was like some kind of mastermind character, which was never really Rachel's speed.
Mhm.
Granted, she played a lot more like that this season than she did previously. But
Right.
it was so interesting to me, because it almost felt like if people had actually seen her season, they would be less scared of her than they ended up
Mm.
being.
Yeah.
And because she had this reputation of being so like shady and manipulative. And it was like, she's actually one of the more like loyal winners.
Loyal.
She never really turned on anyone. She was just stuck with her allies and won comps.
Yeah. I remember when I saw her come down, I remember Jimmy had mentioned like, "Oh, she's won this season before. She was a savage. We need to get her out."
Mhm.
And so I was like, "Oh, like she's a savage? That might be kind of fun to team up with." Like I would need somebody who would want to be down for that. And
Mm.
the one thing that I had, like my first strategy was actually not ever approaching anyone and being like, "Hey, we should work together." I wanted people to approach me because I didn't want to come off that I was like gaming even harder than people already thought that I was. And specifically with Rachel, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to talk with her, just kind of crossed. She'll approach me and want to like work with me. And she did. And I was like, oh, thank God. Because I also did not want her to think that I was only wanting to work with her because she had won the game before. I didn't
Mhm.
want it to come off like, oh, I'm just going to like use you to get to the end. Of course, you want to, like I said, learn from the best or like one of the best. So it's like naturally I wanted to work with her because of that, but that wasn't the sole reason why, you know?
Yeah, it's something I feel like my sort of interpretation of how you tended to approach people in relationships was that you seem to gravitate toward, obviously you really identify as a gamer, and it seemed to me that you gravitate toward other people who were competitive and strategic,
Yeah.
which is very fun for us because it means that all the strategic and competitive people are working together.
Yeah.
And like, there is another approach, which is like sometimes those players want to take out all of the other strategic gamers, and so that
Mhm.
they can be surrounded with like a bunch of sheep, so to speak. But
Correct.
that never seemed to be your speed. And I think that makes sense too, because like, at the end of the day, if you do that and then you're surrounded by less competitive people,
Mhm.
how do you keep a strong bond with them if you don't have as much in common, right?
Right.
And you're gravitating toward the people that this again, this is my interpretation, that you see that you had more in common with, that were like there to play the game.
No, absolutely. I really wanted to align myself with people that wanted to play the game because at the end of the day, like I knew how my brain functions. I knew how I was going to play this game. I knew I was going to literally go over every single option 100 times in my head and then make sure that I'm like, okay, this is exactly what I'm doing. And I knew I didn't want anyone else to deter my decisions. But I also wanted to surround myself with people who wanted to play the game because if they want to play too, we can strategize to get to the end. The whole point is to get to the end. It's not to get, evicted week pre-jury or anything. It's just not to get evicted at all. You want to win the game. So I wanted to make sure I was playing with people who felt the same passion and that were willing to not be afraid to make big moves or strategize all night long or whatever it was going to take to make sure that we survived week after week after week.
Yeah. So the heavy hitters obviously form, but even beyond that, the when the feeds came on the night of day 6, we'd already seen that there was a lot of like, I wouldn't say like solid structures, but like there was a rough power structure. And I think especially looking back at it, a lot of what we talked about in the first many weeks of the season was like, this is such a fluid season because there's one big majority alliance and then everything kind of stems from that in some way or another. And that was kind of the heavy hitters, but not really because it was barely an
Oh,
alliance.
it was
Um,
barely an alliance. I wanted it so bad. That alliance was going to be deadly if I mean, I won't say we, like, I know that Riley was not interested in being seen with the alliance. And I'm just like, brother, we're playing big brother. Like this
mm,
is, I get it. It's probably a little intimidating because it's week 1, but there's ways that you can navigate and meet with a group without it being obvious. I was so excited for that group. I was like, "Oh, this is going to be good." Like, because when you look around, you see people who are athletic, you see like people who are strategizing, people who probably don't look like they're going to work together. So I was so happy. And then I had that conversation with Riley in the storage room where he's like, "Yeah, I don't want to like meet. I'm still down, but like I'm just not going to meet." And I'm like, "Okay." Like, "Sure. Okay."
yeah. But I guess my point is that like over those few weeks, we kept talking about how like things just kept shifting. They kept going all over the place, and it was really hard to nail down like what is the structure? What are we actually looking at? And from my perspective, looking back at it, I think the one thing that like any kind of power structure ever had in common throughout the season was you. I think that you were like at the center of the heavy hitters. I think that you were at the center of, you know, whatever else. And there were other things that tried to form, and we'll talk about those, of course, like the
I
bond and
can't wait.
all
Yeah.
of these other alliances. And
Yeah.
there was a point where like Zach and Vince were like maybe going in a different direction, but but
Yes.
at the end of the day, you always pulled people either back in or they moved to where you went.
Yeah.
And I think that like the season kind of becomes more clear when you're able to see it from that perspective. So tell me about like how this started. Like where
Sure.
did you feel people gravitating toward you, or did you pull them together in those first few days? Like what was the formation of the heavy hitters and the relationships
Yeah.
that you developed there?
So it was a little bit of both. The first group that actually approached me was, well, actually, the first person was Jimmy. I was sitting with Mickey in the wine room, and he came to us and was like, "I love this triple threat." So that was the first alliance that I had that formed, and I was going
Mm,
to ride that to the end of time. I was going to take that to final 3 because I obviously, as everyone saw, I was a very honest and loyal player. So like, I was loyal to triple threat. Um, so I was super excited about that. And then obviously Zach and Vince approached me in the same kind of manner. Like, we want to work with you. I was like, great. Now I have like a group of 3 here, a group of 3 here. They're also not the same. So this is great. I can kind of work with this. And so then when Jimmy wanted to create the heavy hitters, I created the name, but he wanted to like he was the person who essentially started the heavy
mhm.
hitters. And I trusted Jimmy, as I said, because he approached me. I felt really good about him. So when he got the group, I was like, oh, this is great. We have Rachel in here. We have like people like Zach and Riley who look like they're going to be physical competitors. Obviously, Rachel and I are going to do that. And like Vince obviously like had won the HOH. So like we were in a really good place. Um, so I loved that. But what I would say is like the heavy hitters I think the issue, like I said, was, someone didn't want to really be in it. And so I'm like, okay, this that's kind of how it like kind of crumbled. And that was like something that kind of, concerned a lot of us. Cause I mean, we said it a lot. I mean, we even had a meeting with Jimmy in his HOH room at one point where it's like, look, I mean, maybe we can just ride with us. But when those two separate groups formed, I knew regardless of whether the heavy hitters was going to create, I had two solid groups
Mm-hmm.
that I could potentially either combine or work kind of both to see if I could create something bigger, which is then when you see after Jimmy's evicted that I bring Mickey into Zach and Vince because they
Mm-hmm.
were targeting each other. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, not on my watch. We're not going to do that because I need you guys to get along because I have a final two with Mickey and I have essentially like an end game with like Zach and Vince. So like
Mm-hmm.
that was kind of like my strategy in the beginning was like seeing who was gravitating towards me, who wanted to create an alliance, keep that solid, show them that I'm very loyal, that I'm going to strategize. So that's when I started really strategizing with people and then hope for the best.
Yeah, and yes, and this is what like my notes for the deep dives that I wrote was that the alliance forms called the heavy hitters. It consists of
Mhm,
you, Jimmy, Zach, Rachel, Vince, Riley.
mhm,
But unbeknownst to Jimmy, you're really at the center of it. Morgan is really at the center of it because you were in triple threat with him
mhm.
and Mickey, who's obviously outside of the heavy hitters. But then you also have that strong connection to Zach and Vince, and he
Right,
felt like he did too. But as we saw, yours was much stronger, and he didn't
right.
really see that. Um,
Yeah,
and then you also had this good connection to Rachel. Jimmy's probably proves to be a bit stronger by the end of their tenure,
correct.
but at this point, it was pretty equal. And
Absolutely.
um, so you're in this good position, and I want to just tell you like my experience when the feeds come on. It's the night of day 6, and Vince is thinking about, and we'll talk about the nominations a bit more, but like Vince is thinking about who the replacement nominee should be, and Keanu and Kelly are pitching him Jimmy. It's got to be Jimmy. It's got to be Jimmy. And Kelly's like, I don't want to go up anymore. And meanwhile, Jimmy is like, it's got to be Keanu. And you are like not really on the same page as Jimmy at all. And Jimmy's up in the HOH room and he's got his like sunglasses on and he's just kind of like acting like he's the king of the house. And you are not backing down. And immediately, and there were people because I did a 24-hour stream for the first day of feeds.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
there were people in my chat who were like, "Oh, is this bad for Morgan to be doing this? Like because she's picking
Mm,
a fight with Jimmy?" And my response was like, "No, I actually really love this because she seems to be in a good position, and she's not just letting that sort of like quell her. She's not letting a thing go just because she's afraid to like raise a fuss or anything like that. She's
right,
actively making sure that if you're in a good position, it should mean that you have influence, that you are
right,
able to get the things you want done. If you're not able to do that, if you feel like you're in a good position, but your opinions get sidelined by somebody else who's getting what they want to have happen, then is it really a good position? And
mhm,
immediately I was able to recognize in you that like this is an active player who is not just going to sit back and let things happen. You are going to make sure that if you can't get Zay out this week, if you can't get Zay up on the like Zay out this week because your alliance doesn't agree with it, then maybe
mhm,
that's not the alliance for you.
right,
And you need to learn that quickly
right,
before while you can still do something about it. And so this is, I think, another part of why ultimately the heavy hitters didn't work was
mhm,
because if it wasn't going to work for you, it wasn't going to work at all.
yeah.
And for Jimmy, that was a problem because Jimmy wanted to be that person.
Taran? Okay, sorry,
Yes.
it cut out. You froze for a second. Repeat that last thing you said for Jimmy, and then it froze for a second on my
Yes,
end.
for Jimmy, that for basically you and Jimmy, I think had different visions for the
Yes.
alliance,
Yeah.
and I think because of that, it was never going to fully function. And then on the other
Right.
side of things, of course, you had Rachel and Vince, who had very different visions as
Very
well.
different. Yeah.
But yeah, it's I want you to speak on this, like because
Yeah.
that is not something that I see very often. Somebody who is willing to stand their ground, especially so early, especially when you could have felt very comfortable.
Yeah, so I think where I was at was like obviously the heavy hitters was forming, but I felt Jimmy was almost coming on a little too strong about being super adamant about something happening week one, where I'm like, I don't think that Keanu was as big of a target as Jimmy was trying to make him out to be. And I'm like, if we allow this, we're going to create even more enemies than we need to. Obviously, I didn't exactly know at that time who Keanu was aligned with, but when Jimmy was very, very, very adamant, there was also a time where Rachel and I were wanting to work with Keanu as well. So I
Mhm.
was like, I don't want Keanu up on the block because Keanu could be somebody very great to work with. So if Jimmy does get his way and gets Keanu up on the block, then I'm started like I like that was just not going to work for me. Like I'm like this is not
Mhm.
going to happen. Like just frankly what it wasn't going to happen. And I also feel like in a lot of the conversations that I had with Jimmy, I wanted someone who was going to be more open-minded to whether things happened or didn't happen and he was just very nope, it has to be Keanu, it has to be Keanu. And that's when I was kind of like, okay, I don't know if this is going to be somebody that I'll be able to work with very well because it's just, this is what I want or not, which essentially was similar to me. However, I was kind of looking at it as a team aspect of like, is this really going to be beneficial for the heavy hitters? No, but you're very adamant about it, which tells me you're kind of being more of a selfish player. And I think early on in seasons, that's where people can struggle with building, creating like valuable friendships or relationships in the house is if they're too selfish about their own, because then people are going to look at them like, oh, you don't seem like a team player. So,
Yeah, I think there is a balance because
mhm,
I think if you play, I guess there are often people who will be playing for themselves and
mhm,
framing it as like this is what's best for the team, right?
right,
And so I think it can be very easy to kind of be like, all right, well, I don't want to push too hard for what I want because they're making a good argument for the team. But the reality is they're just pulling for what they want,
right,
and you slowly find yourself walking into essentially like a trap that
right,
the person has set. And what you seem to do here was you reach this almost kind of a dead end with Jimmy. He was just always going to be pushing for Keanu.
mhm,
Zach and Vince Zach was kind of like, could go one way. He
right,
changed his mind in the middle of a conversation,
mhm,
and Vince was like very torn, seemingly. And so you were able to find another source of like support in Rachel, who
yeah,
also had the same vision as you. That like, hey, maybe we can work with Keanu,
right.
and yeah, we should get Zay out of this house.
Yeah, because I think, and I know a lot of like people in the house, you're still trying to like figure people out and see things. Like I said, I was like studying people, if you will. I say studying because it's like I don't know how else to phrase it, but like
Mm.
Zay was playing chess all the time and he was
Yeah.
teaching people chess. And I know this is like, is it really that big of a deal, Morgan? Yes. When you think about the game of chess, I've been wanting to learn that since I was a kid.
Mhm.
Zay taught me in one day and I beat him in one day. Like I literally actually accidentally checkmated him. And I was like, oh God, we really need to get him out because this was a complete accident on me checkmating him. But it's like, it's a game where you have to think three steps ahead. You have to see moves ahead of time, which is essentially what Big Brother is and how I was playing Big Brother. So I was like, okay, this guy is teaching people chess. He's starting to turn up his social game because he's on the block. Because his social game was like a full 180. He went from like only talking to people he really wanted to then talking to everyone. And he was very
Mhm.
likable. I mean, I was like at the point where I was like, damn, if I didn't tell Amy that I was going to keep her, I might actually reconsider, speaking to him. But then I had the one on one with him with Rachel, which was quite interesting. But regardless, I just felt more of a bigger threat to with Say because one, we also did not connect. I connected with Keanu despite our like, issue with the snake calling and whatever. Like we squashed it. And so after that, I was like, okay, cool. Like I can get past that. We had an adult conversation. Like that's also what you want to look for in a teammate is someone who can be like, hey, you know what? I was wrong, my bad, or whatever, because this is a game where you have to last long. Where like with Zay, it was just it to me, he was only wanting to work with people who he wanted to work with, and that just wasn't me. So I mean, it wasn't valuable for me to keep him inside the house.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just in general, like a player like Zay, if he's on the block, he should be voted out. Just
Right.
he's too much of a bro. He's too physically fit.
Yeah.
He's too potentially social. If you are not one of his guys, then he's a problem for you, and he's going to be way
Right.
harder to take out down the line. And these were arguments that you guys were making, and very
Right.
effectively so.
Yeah.
It was wild to me that anybody considered anything else. 'Cause,
I thought the same thing. I was like, guys, he was a college cheerleader. Like they're extremely athletic. Like he's clearly
mhm.
sociable. I remember there was one night where everyone was up on like the blue couch and he was making a group of people just hysterically laugh and everyone started being like, "Oh, I love Zay. He's hilarious." And I'm like, "Get him out." I'm just like, "No, like this is not happening. Like we can't keep somebody, especially over someone who in my opinion could have been easily beat." And like I learned this from Rachel. Rachel was like, "Morgan, like cuz she kind of gave me little tips early on, which is why I was like a sponge when it came to Rachel.
Mm.
She had told me, she's like, if you are
The
ever
opposite of
like,
Keanu, basically.
right, right. But she was like, Morgan, if you like when you play this game, she's like, if you ever come down to a situation where if you have to put yourself 1-to-1, can you beat them in a physical competition or can you beat them in a mental? And if any of those questions are no, or multiple of them are no, or majority are no, they have to go. And so,
Mhm.
like, when it came to Zay versus Amy, I was like, oh, I would probably have a harder time beating Zay than Amy. So to me, it's a no brainer. And that's also what I told Vince and Zach when we were in the wine room once. Zach was very adamant about keeping Zay. I'm sure for probably reasons that he was probably aligned with him or something.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, he's like, I want to keep competitors in the house and this. I'm like, so you want to keep somebody that could potentially beat you? That doesn't make sense, you know? So that was kind of the angle that I was working because I was like, oof, like they were very much like pro Zay. And I was like, well, let's get you guys on the other side of things, which at the first eviction, I think they voted to keep Zay, which made sense, to be honest, for their
Yeah.
game. So
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, like it's again because when you're in an alliance, obviously there are different competing interests. Like
right.
for Zach, he was best buds with Zay. Zay was always a number for Zach, which is bad for you guys. So,
Right. That was our bromance of the
and
season.
yeah, and honestly, like the big critique that I often had for Zach and sometimes or often Vince as well throughout especially the first part of the season was like they didn't stand up for their people enough.
Mm,
Like they should have tried harder for Zay. They should have tried
absolutely.
harder for some of these people that they just kind of let go, like Adrian, which I'm sure we'll
Great
talk about.
example. Great
Um,
example. Yep.
so and again, that's where I think I mentioned this when I was talking to like Ashley and Rachel that like you guys carrying this vote was really impactful for the rest of the season because you shouldn't have had the numbers.
Right.
Zay had the numbers.
Yep.
There were more people in that sphere of influence that wanted to do that, and they were making alliances. The Bond, the Burger Boys, specifically so that they could pick up votes. And they just couldn't. And in particular, Lauren and Catherine
Yep.
somehow being on your side for this vote, even though basically never being on your side again.
Right.
And then even people like Ava, just being like, their arguments just make more sense.
Right.
This was a very, such a great example for me because I feel like a lot of people will say, don't play too hard in the beginning. Don't push too hard. Don't you want lie low. But this is an example of a team of players pushing hard and making sure that they got their way on this one vote and changing the course of the entire season. And because
Absolutely.
everyone else was like, I don't want to push too hard against it,
Right.
they let it happen, and then they lost a number.
Right. And that was something I think Rachel and I like noticed early because I know even specifically when I was talking with Zach and Vince, like you said, they didn't really push back. So I was like, okay, cool. Like
Mhm.
I'm gonna kind of keep pushing because since they're not pushing back, I'm gonna keep pushing and just like in a very logical way. But I also use like a little thing where I was like, hey, look, like if we're on the opposite side of the votes this week, it's okay. Like it's the first
Mhm.
week. I'm not gonna blame you guys. And that was totally strategic because I wanted them to
Yeah.
trust me. So it's like, oh, if she's not gonna be mad about it, cool, we'll still work with her because I didn't want it to be where it's like I'm pushing what I want and then being like, okay, she's doing too much. Like, we can't work with her. It was more of like, hey, like, this is what I think logistically. You guys are going to do what you want. I'm totally respectful of that. Let's get like, no matter what happens, week 2, let's reconvene and figure something out. And it was kind of the same thing with like Catherine and Lauren when I was out by the pool with them. I never really had spoken game with them particularly, but they had been adamant about like wanting to speak game. So when we first talked about Zay, I just kind of leaned on the fact of like, look, like we're already I won't say like at a disadvantage because I don't think that women cannot beat men at all. But I do think seeing how the boys were really kind of gravitating towards each other, I
Mhm.
was like, I think this is something that we have to just be mindful of, because at the end of the day, I kind of gave him the same analogy of like, if we are looking at Zay, can we beat him in a physical competition? Can we beat him in a mental competition? And like after this was like the veto after Ashley won, thank God. He was the person who was second closest to winning that veto. So I
Mhm.
was like, this is something we have to look at. Like that was a mental competition with like a little bit of physicality because they're running. I was like, this is something we need to look at, guys. Like Amy was nowhere near close to winning that veto, nor the first HO or nor the competition with because we had separate, competitions at the very beginning. So
Mhm.
those were kind of like the angles that I was using, and it luckily worked. Thank
Yeah, I
God.
mean, it's something that I have talked about for years, especially because it was a problem that was sort of deepening, was that, at around Big Brother 25, which was kind of the peak of it, the previous like 5 years of Big Brother, men won 75% of competitions to women winning 25%. So they were winning 3 times as many competitions
Right.
as women, which is a wild stat. And last season and this season, I think, have helped shift that around a bit.
Sure has. We love to
And I
see
think
women winning.
I think a big part of that too is that they are casting more like athletes. Like
Yeah.
you were an athlete, Chelsea,
Mhm.
Mackenzie, and that's I think helping because
Right.
I think there are many reasons why this has been an issue for competitions, but I think one of the things that we talked about is that they tend to cast men for athleticism and women not for athleticism quite as much,
Mhm.
and so that was an issue. But what that translates to in the game is that yes, if you are somebody who is not as athletic and you see somebody athletic on the block, you should want them gone because they are
Right.
a massive obstacle in your way. And people say like, oh well, not all competitions are physical. There are some luck ones. There are some mental ones. But the issue is that like in a luck competition or even a mental competition, almost anyone can win. Like you've got like maybe a
Absolutely.
50-50. Maybe you have a small edge. Maybe you're better at memory or whatever. But in a physical competition, if somebody is more athletic than you,
Yeah.
it's a brick wall.
It's
You're
pretty
just
much,
not going to
yeah.
beat them. So
Facts.
the physical competitors winning like 99% of physical competitions, and then they're also still winning 50% of the other competitions. That's
Right.
a huge difference.
For sure. And I think since we had Rachel added to our roster, like on the
Mhm.
show, we had more women than men. So I was also like, okay, let's get out as many of the guys that aren't working with me as possible, because I don't want to have one more person to compete against more than I already have. And like I
Mhm.
said, Zay was going to be a huge competitor. I said that since the very first time I saw his game kind of really transform. And here's the other thing, he had never seen Big Brother. So to see him
Mhm.
go from coming in and just being like, yeah, bro, like I love being here, to then like strategizing and pulling people for one-on-ones and campaigning, I was like, oh yeah, this guy's got to go. Which was great. It worked out. And like you said, I
Yeah.
think it really helped shape like the trajectory of the game for sure.
All right. We should obviously also talk about Showergate, the inciting incident to the first set of nominations.
Yeah.
Um, I think Zay was always going to be a nominee because he was just one of the immediate candidates for the accomplice.
Yes.
And so it was funny because we talked about this that like the two candidates were Riley and Zay. And Riley was very upset that everyone voted him, but I was like, no, that's actually best case scenario is people vote
Hmm.
for you and you're not the accomplice
Right.
because now you are definitively not the accomplice.
Right. You kind of
And
gain sympathy and things like I
exactly.
went up to Riley and I was like, "Hey, just so you know, like I voted for you." Because I wanted to be transparent with him and be
Mhm.
like, "Hey, I voted for you." So that way maybe he would kind of be like, "Oh, that was nice. She was honest. I can trust her." And someone's not lying to my face. And so I was like, I voted for you. I was like, to be honest, it was just kind of like, because I mean, we got steamrolled. People were just like, it's Say or Riley. I'm like, hey, as long as you guys aren't saying my name, like I don't really care, which it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But yeah, I agree. I think it was good for him that his name was brought up, because everyone loved Riley. Like nobody was targeting him, well, to his knowledge. But yeah, I think that helped him, but unfortunately not Zay, because I know Vince had mentioned to me that because Zay never really went out of his way to speak to Vince, that's why he was on the block, was because he just
Mhm.
didn't garner like a relationship with him.
Yeah, and so then Showergate happens.
Yes.
And I think we've kind of heard that this kind of stemmed from Catherine
Yeah.
primarily,
Yes.
and then kind of, you know, once something like that is out there and it's like there's a scapegoat,
Yeah.
it often spirals. And
Yeah.
something I talked to Ashley about too is that like, and I think you had brought this up on the feeds that like Catherine and Lauren were like the other women in Ashley's age range, like the people that
Yes.
she should have been able to relate to and
Yes.
have an in with. And so the fact that they like Catherine was like the person
Mhm.
shunning her to some degree was like
Correct.
especially damning,
Right.
because like the people that were supposed to be her in group or should have been her in group
Right.
were rejecting her, and that meant that
Right.
she should have nobody and should be easy to target.
Right, and it was interesting because we were all sitting in the attic room. Adrian was actually talking about his praying mantis stuff, and Catherine comes in and just, like, plops down and was like and just kinda spilled the tea. And all of us were just kinda like, "Wait, what?" Like, we're talking about praying mantises, now it's like this shower gate, and the reason why it also exploded was because Keanu talked about it a lot.
Mhm.
And so I know I had just said some, things obviously, when you first hear something, I was like, "Oh, wow." I was like, "That's really inconsiderate." And then in my head, I was like, "Okay, let me tell Ashley that I said that because I don't want it to come off that I'm talking about her behind her back. But based on what was said, like that sounded pretty inconsiderate if you're going to be in a shower for 17 hours, while the
Mhm.
HOH needs one. So I remember talking to her and I was like, hey, I'm just going to let you know, like, this is what I said. So you know what came directly from me. But at the same time, you know what happened. So don't let anyone make you go crazy and think that, like, what did happen really did. Like, if you know you didn't do that, then girl, who cares? Because I liked Ashley. We didn't necessarily like initially connect, but I had no reason not to like her. And I felt like this could also be a time where we could maybe like she could find trust in me or something where I'm just kind of like being like, hey, this is what was said on my end. I didn't actually tell her who said anything because I just didn't want to be messy about like who started stuff, but I was just like kind of letting her know, like, hey, this is kind of what's going down. This is what I said. So, you know, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, this brings us back a little bit to like the heavy hitters thing, where
Mhm.
I think a lot of people are looking at Jimmy as sort of the ringleader of all of this, but in reality, I felt like you were actually at the center of this. And Ashley says, I think the very first night of feats, she's like, and you maybe heard this, but she said, people think that Jimmy's running the house, but
Mhm.
it's really Morgan that's running the house. She was very skeptical of you for a little while there, and kind of was like not necessarily like actively trying to get you out, but very much
Mhm.
was like, why is Rachel so in love with Morgan? Why
Yeah,
is Zach so like all these people are gravitating toward
gravitating.
Morgan? And I think like had a healthy skepticism of like this is dangerous
Yeah.
before eventually kind of coming around. But she was, I would say, like the only person really that was like looking at you uh in an accurate and skeptical way at that point.
Yeah. I mean, Ashley had great reads in the house, and obviously, like, we've all seen that, at least if you're on the live feeds. I know for me, like, when it came to that, I know that she came to me for quite a few things. Like, I remember we were in the bathroom one time, and she was kind of asking me, like, what to do, because the thing is I was super close with Vince, and she knew that, so I knew Vince wanted Ashley up because the way Vince worked was, like, if he felt good about you, like, once that conversation is done, like, you should trust that conversation. But
Mhm.
with her, I guess, repeatedly going back and back and back, he started being like, "Okay, if I trust you, like, and you keep coming back, like, what's kind of going on here?" Um, and so that's why when I would speak to Ashley, I would try to just be like, "Hey, like, everything's cool, girl. Like, if you feel like you need to talk to somebody about it, like, maybe talk to Keanu or someone who's actually, spreading the stuff about Showergate. Everyone else is kind of like trying to like let go of it." But the one thing I do love, and I think it's, pretty cool that Ashley recognized that because obviously it's like, she recognized my game. And I can, admire that, and that's pretty dope. The best part for me about Jimmy looking like the head of the snake of the alliance is because if that alliance was to ever come out, people go for the head of the snake.
Yep.
So, and I said it throughout the season with many people, like, as long as me, like, I even told this to Zach and Vince, I was like, as long as the head of snake does not look like one of us, we're going to be fine. So who
Mhm.
cares if the alliance ends up getting exposed? As long as you're not the head of the snake, you're going to be fine. So, yeah.
Yes. Speaking of snakes, of course, so this was on the feeds, right? So this
Yeah.
was night 6 into day 7.
Yep.
Jimmy doesn't hug Keanu the next morning because he's heard now
Mhm.
that Keanu's pitching him from Vince, and
Right.
many people really, Zach
Yes.
and Ava, basically everyone in the house except for like you and Rachel, and
Literally me and Rachel.
and Keanu had seen you have this conversation. I talked to Keanu about this. That he saw your conversation with Jimmy, which was like you trying to like reconcile the argument you had over Zay and Keanu. Um,
Yes.
and he believes that you ratted him out, and calls you out on it.
Mhm.
And this was another moment where like this drama happens. He calls you a snake, and Kelly immediately like runs to Vince because she still doesn't want to go on the block,
Mhm.
at this point, having already volunteered. And she
Kelly.
goes to Vince and she's like, Vince, Keanu is causing all kinds of drama. He just made Morgan cry. So I think you can like, I think you can put him on the block now.
Mhm.
And this is, you know, I haven't talked to Vince, but like in my head, it was like, okay, this is maybe an actual reason to go with this. Like it seemed like he really was leaning Kelly, but Jimmy had been pushing really hard. And then when this came
Mhm.
up, he was like, okay, I might actually do this. I need to talk to two people. I need to talk to Riley because
Mhm.
at that point they were already in the Unexpendables. And so if you're going to
Right.
take out, if you're going to put up Keanu, he needs to make sure that Riley, who's in a final 3 with him,
Final 3,
is
yep.
okay with it.
Mhm.
And Riley was just like, yeah, screw that
Yeah.
guy.
Oh my god. Crazy. I love like I remember when I first found out about the final 3 of what that they had Keanu had told me, which was so funny. But yeah, to go back to that. I remember when that happened, Jimmy had came in. I was chatting with Mickey in the train room and Jimmy came in. He goes, Keanu just called you a snake and like storms out. And I was like freaking out because obviously the one thing that Jimmy was really good about was like kind of making people paranoid when it came to
Mm.
like, oh, all it takes is one mess up and your ass is out. And like a lot of people were really terrified of that. So it was a good game move by Jimmy to kind of do that because it did cause quite a bit of paranoia.
He was
Um,
very good at using like, oh, these people are saying like, oh, you don't want to piss these people off,
yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes, he was very good about that, which was also a concern for me because obviously when I learned that he started doing that with my name, I'm like, hey, wait a second, like we're supposed to be an alliance. I don't care if you do it to other people, but like when you do it to me, like what is happening? But when he did that, I was like, okay. So then I went to Keanu, and that's when he's like, no, you're sus, you're sus. And I was like, wait, I'm so confused. And I remember like kind of chuckling to myself because when I first had my actual one-on-one with Keanu, where he was like pitching an alliance and
Mm.
how he brought up how he wanted like he didn't call them like the outsiders, but it was like something. And he mentioned like Adrian, Ava, and like Kelly, other people that he wanted to protect. But the way he said it was like, yeah, I just wanted, he's like, I'm just, chatting with you to see if you're a good fit. And I'm like, so I'm having an interview, a job interview about whether or not I can be in this alliance or not. You already mentioned names. So now I have red
Hey,
flags going up,
putting in an
So I'm like,
application.
yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll
What
make sure to turn it
experience do
in
you
tomorrow.
have?
Right. Are you loyal? Do you and then but the thing was the main thing was like, will you turn your back on Jimmy? And I was
Mm,
like, now I see his target. And
mhm,
so I was like, okay, obviously I'm in triple threat with Jimmy. So of course I'm like, oh, I don't have a problem turning on Jimmy. Like that's not a big deal. But I didn't ever tell Jimmy that because I'm like, okay, I don't need it to even blow up even more than it already
mm,
is. But the irony was like, as I leave that meeting, Jimmy comes out, we squash our beef that we kind of like got into an argument because obviously up in the HOH room, I kind of shut him down when he was just Keanu, Keanu, Keanu. I was like, hey, like you keep badgering this, like let's get to the point, like respectfully. Like it's kind of like going around in circle, like let's get to the point because if we're trying to like get shit done, we need to get it done rather than like spending all this time saying all these things.
mhm,
But what I will say when I did talk to Vince, like I was like one of the last people to talk to him. He like obviously valued my opinion. He was always like, you're the last person I want to talk to at the end of my decisions, just to make sure that my head is on straight. And I remember the first thing I asked him, I was like, the real question is, do you want Keanu up on that block? Yes or no? And he said no.
mhm,
I said, okay, then there's your answer. Like, there's your answer. And it worked out for me because obviously I didn't want Keanu up on the block either, despite the snake comment and stuff, because we obviously squashed it outside. Um, to my knowledge at that time I thought we did. But yeah, that was just a crazy week because it was like we had Showergate, we had Zay, we had everyone just trying to be like, you know, this person should go on the block. I mean, even finding out that Kelly volunteered is crazy. Week 1 volunteering is insane.
Yeah, well, that's I mentioned this already a little bit, but like in the preseason, she had been somebody that said like, "Oh, I haven't really seen any of the show, and I'm not going to because I don't want to like I want to come in with like a fresh perspective." And having watched the show for 25 years, I was like, "Oh, that's a red flag."
Yeah. Because it's like you got to know at least some things not to do. Like, you
Mhm.
don't want to volunteer yourself up on the block, or you don't want to use a veto on somebody if you're not going to have the votes, or like there's certain things that you just don't do because you can literally get evicted for doing it. So,
Yeah, like famously, Dan Giesling went against the grain and did a lot of counterintuitive things that people have tried to replicate and failed. But the reason he was able to do it wasn't because he came in with a fresh perspective, it was because
right.
he was a master of the craft. He had seen
It
so
was
much of
incredible.
the show that he
Yes.
knew which rules he could break and when.
Right.
Yeah, it's you can't go in just being like, I'm just gonna do whatever.
Yeah.
But yes, so ultimately, Vince talks to Rachel after Riley, and Rachel's like, "Do not put Keanu on the block."
Mm.
And later, he's like, "She yelled at me. She
Yeah,
yelled at me."
that's what's funny, and I wonder if that came from, because I remember when I was in the storage room, I walked in on Vince and Jimmy was like, "You need to put up Keanu." And I remember the first thing I thought about was like, "Oh my God, I have to tell Rachel," because we wanted to work with
Mhm.
Keanu. I immediately told Rachel, and that's probably why she was like, "Do not." And I loved her tenacity throughout the season. I loved how she was very like, "Do not do this because XYZ." I think some people might have thought that she came on too hard, but I think the way I looked at it was like she wanted to get stuff done. Similar to me, we had little different like angles of doing stuff, but we were quite similar in a sense of like, if we wanted something done, we were going to be very adamant and give you all the reasons that made sense on doing that.
Mhm. Yeah, and then he came out and he talked to you after that, and this like I remember I was still streaming at this point, and I was like, "This is the conversation that matters," because already like the relationship with Rachel is like he was looking for somebody to tell him what to do, and Rachel did.
Mhm.
But then the real thing was talking to you, and I still didn't know. Like, are you going to change your mind because of the Keanu stuff?
Mhm.
And you went to Vince, and you were like, "No, don't do Keanu.
Yeah.
Zay is the person that we should be targeting." And
Yeah.
then the feeds cut for the ceremony at that point, and it was like, okay. And later on in the season, I made a tweet about like how you actually had like 6 HOHs or something because you actually had all of Vince's. And people were like, not the first one though. And then I was like, I don't know, because
Unless I think it's just like I had Vince and I had a really great like game relationship, and he really trusted my opinions. He loved the fact that I strategized with him and like worked every angle as well. It wasn't just like, okay, Vince, like this is what we're doing. Thanks. It was like, okay, let's work this angle. That's why the M&Ms came in handy. Like obviously I didn't use the M&Ms like week 1, but it was just like we really strategized about like I'm like Vince, because he was already worried that he wasn't, one of those like bro macho guys, And I'm like, so you want to keep somebody who is, whereas like you can compete against other people that you can beat. And I was like, and also if you had a good relationship with Keanu, it doesn't make sense to put him up. And if you have someone who everyone is also mentioning, which was Kelly, she was also another. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people mentioned her, but a lot of people kind of felt a little indifferent about Kelly. I loved Kelly. You had mentioned that they didn't show the feeds for the first 6 days. Kelly was actually
yeah.
the first person that I truly connected with,
Mm,
especially on the girls' side of things. But she definitely came on very, very hard. And
mhm.
she would like, she was telling some people like, "Oh, you're not gaming. You should probably do that." Because me and Morgan are gaming. And I was like, um, wow, look at that. I think that is, I don't know. You know what I mean? I was just like, I was like, oh my God, that's terrifying. Like, don't tell people that I'm gaming hard because like people are going to come for me. But Kelly was really sweet because, she was just, I think just having fun and just kind of winging it, like you said. But that was also something that I was like, that's a little scary for me to closely align with, because someone who's winging it could end up accidentally winging me onto the block. And I
Right.
don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with like kind of chaos and comments. And that's kind of what we saw week 1 was just a lot of comments about everything. And I'm like, oof, like, I don't want to be one of those comments. Cause even like the day 3 snake thing, I was like, thank God Vince is the HOH. Otherwise my ass could have been on the block if it was somebody else, if they thought I was a snake, like, or somebody
Mhm.
untrustworthy.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to hear that because I do remember later in the season, it kind of felt out of nowhere that you started talking about this, like that you felt like you really connected to Kelly, and we were like, when
Yeah.
did that happen?
Oh, it
Like,
was like literally the first couple days. First of all, we
yeah,
connected because Keanu snored so loud. We got no sleep for
mm,
the first 3 days. So her and I were just up. We were chatting. Like we connected literally day one. Um, and I was also one of the people that would always like check in on her or talk. And I was the only. She told me after the vote where if it was what was that, week two? No, the week one where if no week two when she was going to be up on the block. It was either week two or three. God, I'm losing my mind. Anyway, there was a time where if Kelly was on the block, I told her I was going to vote her out next to Amy because I felt
right.
like I would not be able to beat her in a mental competition. And she was
Mhm.
like, wow, you're the only person that was like actually honest. Like, thank you for telling me. And I told her, I was like, it's literally no shade to you. Like, that is actually a compliment. I just know that like you are very good at mental competitions. Obviously, look at your blockbusters and like the mental comps that we did have. She was always one of the front runners in it. And I was like, ooh, I got to get you out because a mental competition could end up changing the trajectory as well. But yeah,
Mhm.
Kelly and I were cool. Like, I loved her. I thought she was like really fun, loved her adventure stories. But yeah, it's great. It's interesting to hear that like you guys didn't know that. And because like I forgot that like they told us, day whatever, like, oh, the live feeds are finally on. And I didn't actually consider the fact that you guys really miss a lot of like the foundation buildings of so many
So
alliances or
important. Yeah.
connections.
Yeah. It's such a shame they don't have those because they like I mean, I obviously already mentioned this, but like it's so there's so much when we have gotten that historically, it's like how could we possibly have missed this? And then any other future season, it's like, well, we start on day 6, and it's like
Right.
we just try our best, like I'm like a detective trying to figure out the trail of like where
Yeah.
things are and where they started.
Yeah.
Um, so of course Kelly goes on the block.
Mhm.
We already talked about the campaign against Zay.
Yep.
Of course, there were a few alliances I'm sure you've heard about. I've mentioned them already.
Mhm.
The bond is created by so basically, Vince and Zach. Vince in particular, once Kelly goes on the block, is very much like, oh my god, I'm so worried that like now that I've put Kelly on the block, if she leaves, I'll look like an idiot. And I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to. Like, people love the impression, but it's
Mm.
been so long. I don't know if I have it in me anymore.
Mhm.
Um, but um, he was like, I don't want. I'm very very worried that Kelly's gonna go, and so I he started campaigning like really heavy for Kelly to stay.
Oh, wow,
And
that's
this was
nice.
this was obviously a problem for him and Rachel because he was using Rachel as sort of like the demon that needed to be slayed. Like, oh,
Oh.
we can't keep Amy in the game because Rachel, she's close to Rachel, and that's a big
Right.
problem. And so from this is where I was like, putting Kelly up and then campaigning so hard against her, or sorry, for her, really like put him in at odds with Rachel, and the way that he campaigned put him at odds with Rachel. And
Right.
so him and Zach started like really doubling down on this idea that like we can't let Kelly be voted out. We can't let Zay be voted out. It has to be
Mhm.
Amy. And so they started like branching out, and they formed the Bond Alliance, which was themselves with Lauren and Will and Amy. Or sorry, not Amy, Ava. Um, and then this, unfortunately for them, backfired because Ava, despite just being included in the alliance, Ava was like, they were like, yeah, so now we should vote out Amy, right? And Ava was like, frankly, I don't think that's a good idea.
Frankly, yeah. Yeah, Ava was such a character, and I think the one thing I loved about Ava is, like, for the most part, when she knew what she wanted to do, you could not tell her otherwise, unless you had legitimate, like, ways to be like, "Hey, this is what I think." Um,
Mhm.
but that's so interesting. I did not realize that they were campaigning so hard, but it makes sense because I do know that they did not want Zay to go. I knew that they wanted to vote out Amy, so that kind of, like, puts the puzzle pieces together on, for one, campaigning for Kelly to stay, but more importantly, the reason why Rachel started to not like Vince, because that was one
Yep.
thing I never understood. I was like,
Yep.
okay, one of y'all did something to piss each other off to the point where she's coming after you hard. It was probably Vince. Clearly, it was Vince. And it makes sense. I mean, if I was Rachel, I'd be pissed off too. It's like, wait a second. For one, Amy was her number one. Amy was not a big threat. and I get why Rachel's like, why are we trying to get Amy out when she's not a threat? She literally would tell everyone, even like
Mhm.
when Amy wasn't around, like, guys, we really think Amy's a threat here. Like, come on, let's be real. Um, so that's so interesting because I mean, I felt so confident that week as far as like getting Zay out because I feel like I had really good conversations with people and people were understanding it. I was more so working harder to make sure that Vince and Zach saw the light. They were the hardest ones that week to get them to understand. And it's like I said, I understood that they wanted Zay to stay. Um, but I was just hoping that Kelly, because I even told Kelly, I was like, I'm just glad you won because I did not want to vote you out if Zay won. Like,
Mhm.
but I already told Amy that I was going to keep her. And to be fair, Amy versus Kelly, I would have kept Amy regardless because she was the least like biggest threat on the block.
Yeah.
But now that makes sense why Vince had Rachel coming for him.
Yeah, it
Makes
was
sense.
really the
Very
start of
valid.
that, and that was the thing too, is that, like, they pushed so hard, and then, like, when they weren't getting traction, like, when Ava was saying, "Eh," and Ava at this point had also made a final 2 with Lauren. They called themselves the Bond Girls,
Oh, that's cute.
because of the Bond Alliance.
Hmm.
But Vince had already made his final 2 with Lauren, so she should
Hmm.
have been more loyal to Vince,
Hmm.
but he wasn't like pushing hard enough with those individual relationships where like Lauren was like, I'm really torn, but Ava's really strong. Ava has a really strong opinion in this direction. And Vince is like telling me I should be worried about Rachel, but then also saying, but we have to also look at the other side of it. And so when Vince is kind of being a little bit wishy-washy about it, and Ava is like, let's firmly go in this direction, Lauren kind of gets pulled. And then, of course, a huge part of it is you guys talking to Lauren and
Yeah.
talking about like working together with the women and all of that. And so it all happens there. They also try this with the Burger Boys. It was a
Is it wait,
very
were those
fun.
the Banana Bros? Because like that's what Jimmy called them. I don't know exactly who's the Burger Boys, but I know
Oh,
that we made
this
a joke
so.
about the Banana Bros. I don't
Oh,
know if
I
that's
guess
the
I
same.
should have asked you this question. Have you watched the episodes at all?
No, haven't seen anything. Like, so I'm gonna be
Okay.
learning a lot today. I was like, Burger Bros. I know we had this joke about the Banana Bros because every morning it was like Zay, Riley, Keanu, like they ate all the bananas and they were all like the
Mm.
guys that hung out. So we were like, they probably have an alliance together and it's probably called the Banana Bros. That's what like Jimmy made like a joke about. And like that's what we called them. But I wonder if that
So
was the Burger Bros.
this was for me, a very funny alliance starting conversation because it was so transparent that
Mhm.
basically Vince and Zach pull in Riley and
Okay.
Zay and Will. So it's those
Wow.
5 guys.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
and they're like, let's form like a bro alliance. And basically the entire point of this, because they already thought they had Riley's vote, the entire point of this alliance was to get Will's vote to keep Zay.
Right.
And so they're pulling Will in and they're like,
Mhm.
hey, we're going to make this, it's the Burger Boys, or yeah, the Burger Boys. And they each had like a portion of the burger that was dedicated
Like
to
the lettuce
them.
or something.
Yeah, I don't remember the details.
No way. That's actually
Um,
iconic. That's hilarious. Like you're
and
the top
so
bun, you're the tomato, you're the meat. Oh my
exactly,
God.
exactly.
That is
100%.
hilarious. I'll give them
And
like
so
10 out of 10 for like cleverness for sure.
they're like making this alliance and they're like, yeah, so Will, now that we have this alliance, we should probably vote to keep Zay, right? And Will's like, yeah, I guess so, yeah. And so this
Oh
is,
my
I
God.
believe, why Will ended up being a vote to keep Zay, despite it not really making any sense for him to do so otherwise.
Yeah, that makes so much sense now because I know like Mickey, myself, Ashley, and Will kind of had a connection early on. We never really made an alliance, but we were just kind of like, we're going to have each other's backs. Like, let's work together. And I know that after that vote, Mickey and I were kind of like, wait, why would Will? Because like Will told us that he was keeping Amy. And so when we found out that, because I appreciated Will for this and it made me want to work with him or at least consider like down the line if I needed to trust in someone, I could trust in Will because he was honest about voting to keep Zay. And I was like, okay, like, cool. Like, I get it. Totally fine. Like I said, week one, I really wasn't going to put as much stress on people being like, oh, you
Mhm.
voted this person because I'm like, it's week one. I don't want to target. But that makes sense. That alliance, everything, that all pieces together, it totally makes sense.
They're reminding me in the chat that Vince was the cheese of the burger.
I guess like he's a Green Bay Packer fan, so that kind of fits. That's hilarious. The cheese. That's hilarious.
Yes. So, so ultimately, of course, as we've talked about, you guys carry this vote to the end. Kelly pulls out a win, and Zay is
Thank
evicted
God.
over
Yes.
Amy. Massive result, hugely
Yeah.
influential over the course of the season. And
Yeah.
and this is immediately obvious when Zach is bawling his eyes out at Zay's
Bawling. I was
eviction.
like, I'm like, Zach, it's been 10 days, respectfully. But it's okay because the thing is that the thing that I will say is like in that house, you really bond with
Oh yeah.
people. So I honestly was like, look, I mean, I cried a lot in the season. I cried like a lot of evictions. Like it is sad when people go and they did have a strong connection. They were working out together, they were eating together. Like it makes sense. But I also feel like Zay kind of put the nail in his own coffin with his evictions, or like his speech on what not to evict him for, because he
Mhm.
came directly for Rachel. And
Yep.
I was like, usually you campaign against who's next to you on the block, not who's off the block and is voting,
Well,
you
this
know?
remember the like Zach and Vince had basically oriented the entire campaign as anti-Rachel instead of anti-Amy. Like take a shot
Right.
at Amy as a shot at Rachel. And
Right.
so I believe Zay kind of felt like that was the best angle to take because that was their main pitch.
Right. I think if he would have, I mean, I don't think the votes would have changed, but I think if his campaign throughout the week was taking out somebody that was connected to Rachel, instead of making it solely about Rachel, like kind of making it about like almost
Mhm.
like the branches that were connected to her, it could have worked.
Well, that
Especially
I
with
mean, yeah.
like, other people who would have been more of like, oh, I'll vote that way. Because we had a lot of people who were just like, they didn't want to upset people. So they're like, oh, I'll vote
Mhm.
whatever way. I think that would have been like, that's what I would have done. If I was there, I would have been much more adamant about like, look, Amy may not be a threat, but she's a threat if you combine her with Rachel. You also see Ashley close by. That's three of them. Like I would have totally leaned into the fact that they were outside of Zach, Vince, and I, the other obvious trio in the house.
Yeah, and
But
I think the problem is that like it was a potentially effective campaign, but not when it's so obvious. Because
right.
if everyone knows, if Zay has made it clear and gotten into a big fight with Rachel in front
I
of
missed
everyone.
that.
Oh, you
I was
didn't
so
see
pissed.
that?
No, I was doing laundry outside and
Okay, you got
I
to watch the clips of that if you haven't.
yes, I need to because I was outside what's it called? Do like laundry. I think Vince and I were doing laundry or something and Riley opens it. He like does his little like evil laugh and he's like Rachel and Zay are in a fight and I'm like, "What? How am I missing the first fight of the season?" Like I missed all the fights of the season actually. But
Mhm.
yeah, I missed that. And I was like the fact that I had to miss Rachel telling him that he needs a mommy, I'm so upset. Like I wanted to be there to hear that.
Oh man, it was a very good one. I'm trying to pull up some of my notes from the because I don't have the clip of it ready to go, but
Yeah.
there was a really funny part of it when like he was like telling her that she wasn't gonna. He's like I know that if we you it if you stay on the game and you were on the block, you weren't gonna put up your people. So all right, uh, game on. Like may the best player win. If you want to throw smoke, I'm here for it. Like he was really it was very because the thing we love about Rachel is that she gets into fights, but she's like not the best at them.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and Zay also was not very good, and so it was a
Yeah.
very entertaining back and forth.
I can't believe I'm actually like so crushed that I missed that because I remember everyone was talking about it. Everyone was like, they just got into a fight, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, a fight already? Like, dang it. Of course I miss it. And it's with Rachel. I wanted to see her like in action because, obviously, like you said, like she was very like, a big personality on her season. I'm like, this is the one way to see the big personality is like in a fight.
Oh, okay. This is my favorite quote from Zay because this was like at the end of his. All right, because guess what? As long as I'm in this house, there's no chance you win twice in a row, or not in a row because there's no way you win two seasons of Big Brother.
Oh, Zay.
And then she says, "You want to act like a child and try to come for me? I hope you can back up what you're doing. Also, if you're gonna come for me, wait till I'm in a gown."
Oh, I loved that when she was basically telling him like as long like I want to get in arguments when I'm like all basically dolled up. I loved that.
Mhm.
Rachel was iconic for always wanting to be in a gown.
So Anyway, I think when you make it this obvious that you're anti-Rachel, that makes it obvious to anybody that's voting for you to stay that a vote for Zay to stay is a shot against Rachel, and that
Absolutely.
only works if Rachel has no real support.
Right.
And so it's an argument that can work, but not when it's so obvious, not when people feel scared to actually cast a vote because it's too obvious.
Mhm.
But yeah, didn't quite work. We go into
Uh,
week 2 and Jimmy wins the HOH.
yes. Which I thought was so funny because the first comment he ever said was, "Oh, Rachel Riley's here, like, whoever is, the second HOH is gonna have a real easy nomination," and it's just hilarious because he was, in fact,
Mhm.
the second HOH. So I thought that was kind of funny.
And he should have had an easy week.
Mhm.
And to be fair to him, and I always mention this, he does do the right thing initially, which is just the very obvious nominations of Keanu, Kelly, and Adrian, who
Yeah,
had just not really participated in the voting process last time by just
right,
being like, oh, sorry, this is where I'm at.
right,
And therefore had no like into any of the actual like social strategic landscape.
right.
And so it was a very clean, easy nominations. If
Yeah.
any one of them had won a veto, it still would have been pretty easy from there. But
Plot
unfortunately for
twist.
him, yeah,
Plot
didn't quite
twist,
work that
2
way.
vetoes. Yeah. I thought his initial noms were great too, especially because he obviously got to take his shot at Keanu. If I was him and someone was targeting me, I would have loved to do that. Kelly was already on the block before, and then by association, everyone knew Adrian was kinda close to them, so it made sense. That double, power thing was crazy. I mean, when we saw Casey come out, I'm like, of course, Casey is the person who's gonna compete. She's gonna win this
Mhm.
because it's Casey. Hello, did you guys
Yeah.
not watch her season? She had 5 vetoes, I believe, as well. She also had 3
Mhm.
in a row. Like, she was just a comp beast and a great social player. She was just incredible. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, Keanu's probably gonna win this veto today. And by then, I also had discourse with Keanu because I still kept hearing my name and like, oh, Morgan can't be trusted. And I was like, wait, I thought we squashed this Keanu. Like, I didn't understand where that was coming from, which we then later learned it was actually from Jimmy. Um, at least to my knowledge, it was, unless you have other notes. But I know like part of it was from Jimmy. But I do agree with
Well,
you. The noms were great. And like
yes,
the two veto thing was
yes, and you
pretty
you
rough.
didn't play in this veto, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, because it would have been very fun to see you,
Mm.
especially like knowing what we know now. See you compete against Casey would have been great.
I thought about that. I was like, oh my God, this would have been a veto I would have loved to compete in. But I was really glad I didn't because I didn't want to show people that early my
Mhm.
athletic capabilities.
Well, that
So,
was the thing is like Adrian almost beat Casey, so it was like even more reason to try to take him out later on.
yes. And he also, in the first competition of saving Julie,
Mhm.
he also finished the puzzle. So that's a
Yeah, he
mental
did better
thing.
than Zach. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I heard. Like, I had heard that, from other people because I was like, "Oh, how did your guys' competition go?" Because, like, I was acting like, "Oh, like, we did this," but I'm really trying to get as much information, like, who did really well, whatever. And when they said that Adrian technically finished it first, Zach just got the right door. I was like, "Okay, Adrian is, 1, good at mental. He almost beat Casey. That's physical. He's gotta go." Like, at some point, he's gotta go. He's also kind of like a really quiet guy, and he was very, adamant about being an honest player, which I obviously
Mhm.
admired, but I was
He
like,
hated liars.
yeah, he did hate liars, and he also was just like he omitted a lot, which I found to be very, dangerous in a sense of, like, my game. I'm like, "I wanna work with people who are not afraid to tell me stuff. You're kind of breadcrumbing me right now," especially, like, during, like, his campaign of, like, why he should get a vote, and I just was
Mhm.
like, "Yeah, this isn't gonna work for me."
Yeah. Yeah, I think he had like there were like 2 rows of doors in that competition, and he had checked like every lower door before Zach had even finished the puzzle yet. And the
Oh,
only reason Zach
wow.
beat him is because Zach was like, "Oh, well, Adrian's already checked more than half of the doors. I'll just check the ones he hasn't checked yet." And so he was able to get the win by just, and it was a very important, well, could have been a very important win for Zach if he had
Could have been
actually
a very important
used his
one.
power.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think, especially, like, on our competition that we had, ours was just kind of like a guessing factor, which I don't know if Jimmy actually guessed. He said he guessed. I'm convinced that he didn't because that kind of
Mm,
competition with all the relics that we had, there's just no way that you guess and just get it right. There were so many details. But moreover on Adrian, he was also selected to be in that first part 1 HOH, like the very first one,
yep.
and he was very close to beating Vince. So I'm like, dude, this guy is going to be a competitor. We do not align. He is like, he was one person that if I were to have one HOH at that time, he was going to be on my block, which I know the whole my block, your block, that was a huge thing too. I didn't realize. I just,
Well, yes. Well, this is actually, I was talking to somebody in San Francisco about this, a fan that was like, I told her she's way smarter than me because she was saying words I didn't know. She's a linguistic forensic something, and
yep.
she's was like writing a paper about like language in Big Brother, and it is always so fascinating to me the lingo that kind of like develops over the course of a season, and how
Yeah.
people will sort of pick up on specific phrases or words, and in your case, like I keep, and I don't mean to like blow smoke here, but like I keep reiterating this, like you were really the power center of the house for much of the season in terms of like the social and strategic structure of it, and I think that expressed itself also in the ways that like other people started using M&Ms and talking about my
Oh,
block and your block, and like you really were like a trendsetter in that way. Like a lot of people adapted to the ways that you spoke and behaved in the house.
yeah. I remember the first time I found out that Mickey was using the M&Ms with other people, I crashed out in that DR. Oh my God, I was so pissed. Because that
I
was
know.
essentially only supposed to be for her and I. Now, I obviously did it with Zach and Vince, but it was only for to see whose votes would go where, not the actual strategy of like who would be nominated, who they would target. So when I caught her and Catherine, I was like, oh, okay, I see what we're doing here. But I played it cool and cute because I'm like, I'm not going to let her think that I'm clocking a lot of things because
Mhm.
like I said, like I studied the players. There were certain things that I was paying attention to and noticed and was just kind of like keeping in the back of my head for when I needed to use it, kind of like a little arsenal. Like I was just kind of stacking up on my ammo. I was stacking up on the things that I needed to where when I needed to start, shooting and, being more precise on things, I was ready for that. And that was actually the benefit that I had working so close with a lot of people in the house, like Mickey, Jimmy, Zach, Vince, like early on, like I was able to kind of see just how they were moving as players and like who they were connecting to and like how they were like just like the dynamics that were changing. It was really fascinating, honestly.
The other thing just about Adrian that was very funny for us is that prior to the season, Adrian's whole thing was that he had built his own version of the wall comp, like in his
Yes.
backyard or whatever, and had been
Insane.
practicing it. And so the big thing in the preseason was Adrian versus Morgan, who also will only ever talk about the wall. Who will win the wall? And then Adrian wasn't even there. And
And
it
I
didn't
was
go
a
well
have
for
not because I literally promise you I will if I ever go back on Big Brother, I'm never speaking about wall comp ever again. I those words will never leave my mouth.
you.
It's literally I was so excited about wall comp because like growing up, that was like I saw the very first ever wall comp, you know?
Hmm.
And so obviously it was much different because they use almost like a ballerina like bar. But
Yeah.
I just that was one of my all-time favorite like dream competitions. I would love to win that, all the things. But our season actually, it was the first time that you could hold above. Most every other season didn't have the option. So
Yeah.
that's kind of what threw me off because I'm like, wait, if everyone can do like I was just like I was like, well, it works like this in the past, so I'm going to keep it that way. But Adrian actually did tell me that on finale night and he was like, "Hey, just so you know, like I actually built this wall and I couldn't wait to go against you because you were always talking about the wall comp." And I just started laughing. I was like, "Dude, that's incredible." And like I was like, "Well, I'm pretty sure like America's laughing at me because I literally was the third to fall and I slipped too, but regardless, doesn't matter whether I slipped or not. It's the fact that I fell. I don't think I would have even been able to last to top
Mhm.
5 just because of like my back problems and stuff. Cause like I even had like a little bit of back problems and I even heard Keanu and other people like, oh, my back. I was like, oh, damn, I was going to be cooked regardless. So I learned very quickly on that to like just not be like, oh, you're going to have to peel me off that wall and da da da. Like, girl, you're going to peel your way onto the freaking have not. Like, how about that? Like, that's
I was
insane.
so sad that they didn't make a more of a meal of it in the episode, because I felt like it could have been like such a funny edit to like have a montage of you talking about wall comp, and even
Just
do
a,
one of their things where they like cut you off mid sentence where you're like, so I'm gonna be crushing this wall comp.
I
But they
literally was
didn't. They
joking around
didn't
the house.
do it.
I was like, guys, did I get an Angela edit? Because Angela had that edit. She's like,
Mhm.
I'm a mom. You're gonna have to da da da, and then just, So I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get the edit, and it's gonna be even more embarrassing because I was like so excited. I was an athlete before. Like, I'm gonna just be a laughing stock to the wall comp, and yeah, that's so funny. Good old
Well,
wall comp.
all right. Well, back to
Yes,
Jimmy's week, of course.
yes,
The main thing here is that Keanu and Kelly are able to save themselves, and this is where Jimmy really makes a big mistake because
yes,
there's a lot of tension now. You and Rachel and Mickey and Ashley, like all of you, are hoping that he puts up like Riley or Catherine. Um,
yes.
one of them should go up, maybe both of them should go up, like something along those lines.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Catherine and Lauren are spending a bunch of time up in the HOH room with Jimmy. He
Mhm.
feels like he can play both sides and he can ride some kind of middle. And so he doesn't want to piss them off. He doesn't want to ruin the relationship he has with them. And so in his mind, he's already taken a big shot. He doesn't want to go for another one. He wants to play it
Right,
safe, which is the
right.
death knell of like every player this season.
Yeah,
And he decides Will and Amy are his two options. Now, um, this is partly the Will nomination made some sense because he wasn't aligned with Will. He didn't have a
correct.
relationship with Will. And this is the thing with Keanu. So, Keanu, after that first week, he has the conversation with you. He believes you that you didn't rat him out. Instead, he starts blaming Rachel because, of course, if not you, it must be Rachel. Uh, After the veto ceremony, and then also so before the veto ceremony, he had talked to Vince about like because basically, sorry, I keep forgetting that you
No, it's okay.
maybe don't have all the context here, but
Yes.
um, so Jimmy starts trying to target Keanu in week 1. Rachel wants to work with Keanu, so Rachel warns Keanu, "Hey, watch out! People are saying your name." Keanu is concerned, but doesn't quite believe Rachel. Instead, he goes to Vince, who he trusts because he's in the Unexpendables, and
Right.
Vince rats out Jimmy and says, "It's not me. I'm not considering putting you up. It's Jimmy," because he doesn't want to get in trouble. He thinks
Mm,
that Keanu's blaming him. So then
right,
Keanu knows it's Jimmy, and then they start their whole thing. Then the veto ceremony happens where
right.
Jimmy calls out Keanu. Right afterward, Keanu goes back up to Vince because he's like, "Are you sure it was Jimmy? Like this feels weird. Like, are you?" And at this point, Vince is like, "Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for this," and goes, actually, I might have forgotten. I'm not sure. I might have misspoke." And so he kind of backtracks on
Yeah.
throwing Jimmy under the bus. So then Keanu goes back to Jimmy and he's like, "Hey, I think this might have been a misunderstanding." And Jimmy's
Mm.
like, "Yes, it was a misunderstanding. Sure."
Yes,
Uh,
that's exactly what it is. Of course, yes.
exactly. So now Keanu feels like he has some kind of like secret connection to Jimmy that everyone else will think they're against each other, except he then goes around saying it's a misunderstanding. Um, and so this is the foundation of like the Jimmy Keanu relationship. He thinks he has this kind of like under the radar connection to Jimmy that doesn't really exist. And Jimmy is just basically yes anding, like just nodding
Right, of
along.
course. Right.
And when Jimmy wins HOH, he obviously puts Keanu up. He's like, "Yeah, sorry, I have to." And then when Keanu wins when Casey wins the veto, Jimmy, of course, has to pretend again, like, "I'm so happy that this happened, Keanu."
Right.
And the Will nomination stems from he felt like he had already wanted to nominate Will, but he has this conversation with Keanu where Keanu really wanted Will on the block as well for a whole
Remember
host
that.
of very silly reasons. He thought Will
Mm,
was lying about his vote because really Riley was lying about his vote,
right.
and he blamed that on Will because he believed Riley.
Mhm.
And so he wanted Riley up, and so Jimmy was like pretending to be convinced by Keanu to put Will on the block, so that Keanu would feel like he had influence over Jimmy. So that was kind of like a win-win scenario for Jimmy. Will was a perfectly fine
Sure.
third replacement nominee if he didn't want to do both Riley and Catherine. But
Yeah.
then Amy was the real problem here.
Right. That doesn't make any
And
sense.
it just didn't make any sense. In his mind, I think it did because Amy had said his name the week before, and they had a little bit of drama.
Right.
And he also, I think, was swayed a little bit by that idea of like, let's weaken Rachel to some degree.
Mm.
But you and Rachel and Mickey just kept like, you can't do this. You can't
Yeah.
be doing this. And he would not listen to you. And as we established from the week before, that means there's a problem, and you
Right.
recognize that.
Yeah. That was something that week 2 was really tough for the triple threat because Mickey and I kind of clocked how Jimmy was spending a lot of time with Catherine and Lauren and kind of going around and kind of being like this, "Hey guys, I'm HOH, like who wants to talk to me? Like I'm, let's do this." And it's like, "Well, we're your to my knowledge, like we're your final 3. So if anything, it's like we should talk and be like, what can we do as a trio? Who can we nominate to make sure that we make it further? What
Mhm.
like relationships do we need to build? Like where do we need to kind of like clear things up or whatever?" And so that was hard because he didn't speak to us really until after everything was done. Because I remember going up there and all he told me was like, "Yeah, you're not gonna like what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing." And I was like, so then in my head, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna fight back because this is how Jimmy wants to play. But I'm immediately noticing that like he does not care about my opinion or like want to know about it. So like as an alliance member, that's gonna be really tough moving forward because it's gonna be very much like this is what I'm doing and like I don't really care, which to be fair, everyone should play their own personal game, but I still felt like week 2 is too early to kind of be how about no, this is what I'm doing,
Well,
especially when it's players like Amy who really weren't going to be a big threat and we had someone like Riley who all of us in the heavy hitters were like he said he doesn't want to play this game. He's saying he's on vacation. Like he doesn't want to meet
mhm.
with us. Why are we keeping somebody in the house that doesn't want to play the game? And that's something that Jimmy was even very like open arms about. So that's why I was confused why he didn't want to put up Riley because I'm like, wait, you even said that you were disappointed in the way that he's playing this game. So you have people that are going to back you on that. Why did it change? That was like my biggest question.
And I will always advocate like you shouldn't play for the team. You should play for yourself. So, obviously
Absolutely.
there's an element of that you have to like be a team player to some degree. You can't just completely go off on your own. I talk about Memphis a lot in the second All-Star season. Not that he played a great game by any means, but
Yeah.
like in the early weeks, he made a very selfish move, and the alliance was so frustrated, and then they got over it
Mm.
because they kind of had
You
to
have
because
to.
they just kept winning.
Exactly.
But the difference is that he made a selfish move that actually benefited him. And
Mm,
Jimmy was making a selfish move that didn't benefit him by putting Amy on the block. He
right.
was taking away his own numbers by
Right.
taking Amy out. And so that was frustrating. And the thing that got me is that like after it happened and you guys were mad, he was like, "Well, why didn't you say anything?"
Oh my god, I know. And I had literally pulled him just before the renom. I had told him, I was like, "Hey," and this was the only time I ever actually threw someone's name under the bus and suggested them, and I
Mhm,
suggested Riley. I was like, "Look, I spoke to a lot of people. We're down to support you in Riley. Like, so
mhm.
if you're down for it, just know you have people who are gonna support you and like you're gonna have a successful HOH." And I was like, but at the end of the day, do what you want to do. Cause I usually said that to make it to seem like I wasn't trying to tell people what to do. At the end of the day, whatever you want to do is what you're going to do. But I tried my best because that was the only thing that I was like, dang, like you spend all this time talking to other people and like kind of making a move that doesn't make sense for not only the triple threat, but like our side of the house. I don't think there was a legit split house immediately. I think there was pockets, but as far as like the numbers we had, that was definitely like not a good move for like our side of things.
Yeah, and from my perspective, this is the true like origin of the tension between you and Mickey and Lauren and Catherine. It really stemmed from this week.
Yes.
And there were seeds of it before maybe, but like it really culminated here because you were pushing for, Riley and Catherine to go up, and Jimmy was not doing a good job of damage control there. He was really
Yeah.
fanning the flames.
He
Like
was.
Mickey was like coming in and like trying to talk to you were coming and trying to talk to him, but they were there the whole time. And
Mhm.
then he would like not like have like private conversation. They'd be like, should we leave? And like the tension was obvious for them, and so they started to feel, and then they started to like, Catherine started to ask Jimmy, like, what's Mickey saying? And
Mm,
Jimmy at one point did throw Mickey under the bus. He said that she's pitching you a little bit. And this is I said this because obviously I think Mickey's HOH was quite disastrous for her game.
oh,
But
can't wait to talk about that.
the main thing, the biggest, in my view, the biggest thing that she had genuine grievance for is that he did throw her under the bus this week. Now from this point forward, he is team Mickey and Morgan. Like
For sure.
he is very much so. But
Mhm.
he really screwed this up. He really thought he had something with Catherine and Lauren, and then the following week, I think he realized he didn't, and
Right.
he went all in on triple threat again. But like he really screwed this up, and it really caused a lot of tension. And Lauren and Catherine were up in the HOH from talking like, you know what? I don't think we can work with that side. And it was because of this power struggle between for Jimmy's nomination, I think, that
Mhm.
really started that whole thing, and it never really went away.
Yeah, so what Mickey and I ended up learning was that Jimmy was like you said, there was little seeds before. He had came up to us. It was actually me, Mickey, and Ashley up in the blue couch, and he came up and he's
Mhm.
like, "Yeah, like I was talking to Catherine and Lauren, and like they don't really like."
Yep.
He was like, "They really don't like you. They definitely don't like you, and like they're unsure about you." Like pointing to me, and I was just like, "Well, that's not comforting." And especially if they don't like girls that I'm like enjoying being around, because even then, like I feel like Ashley and I actually started like really kind of bonding like week 4, the week of like Zach and Vince being on the blog. But at that time, I was still cool with Ashley. I had no problem with her. So I was like, oh, these girls are mentioning that they don't like us. That's so weird. Because like I haven't done anything, And then he was telling them the same thing. Like these girls don't like you. So he was kind of already creating like a separation, which if I had to guess, it was just to bring us closer to Jimmy and then like them closer to Jimmy. So like I understand like the potential move of that. I thought it was just way too early to do something like that because obviously we
Yep.
saw it backfired. So I don't think the initial thought was incorrect. I just think, like you said, like he didn't damage control well enough. Actually, just enjoyed like fanning the flames. And someone like me, I was going to go around trying to figure out like who was talking about me and like what is actually being said. Because like, what are we doing? I know because I know I was not a messy player. I actually didn't even suggest Catherine. Riley was the main person because he was
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
adamant about Amy. So I was like, okay, like let's at least just get Riley, like because
That
he,
was the slam dunk option. Nobody
yeah,
would have been upset other than Keanu
no,
and
right,
Catherine.
right,
And that is just not a problem. That was such
right,
a good, easy solution.
yeah. Oh,
But you go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the only other thing that I will add as well is like when I was up in the HOH room at one point with Catherine, him, and Lauren, they were really talking negatively about Amy, but more so even Ashley. And that was when I was like, okay, just like you
Mhm.
said, I don't know where Jimmy's alliance is at this point, like where his allegiance is, because first you're like, I'm in a room where you guys are openly talking about, Amy crying too much and how she just needs to go. And then Ashley being annoying and like, why is she in this house? And that's where like, obviously there's a clip where I go to Catherine and I'm being like, what's wrong with Ashley being here? Cause like, I did not
Mhm.
understand how even Ashley's name got brought up. I was like, okay, cool. Showergate, that's already over. For my knowledge, it's squashed. So then I was like, okay, they're like, he's either getting way too much information from them or being too influenced. And that's when I kind of bring it to Mickey being like, I don't know where Jimmy lies and he's not meeting with us. Like, this is concerning. He's supposed to be with us. I truly don't know what's going on
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I mean, and the Jimmy thing, I think we see this with Vince later on as well. That like players this season often tried to like separate, or not even tried to in some cases, but like Jimmy should have been bringing you together. I
Right.
think more than putting you apart. And I'm sure we'll talk plenty about that with Vince and you and Lauren.
Mhm.
Um, but like people think like, oh, if I'm everyone's number one, I don't want them to get along. But the problem is that if your allies are targeting each other, you're going to lose allies. Like
Exactly.
that's not good.
Exactly.
And so that causes problems. The Ashley thing starts this week. You mentioned that. It's primarily because she started talking about how she saw, again, she was seeing you as being in this really powerful position. She saw
Mhm.
Vince was all of a sudden like in a seemingly in a very powerful position, and that Zach was in with tight with you guys, and that
Right.
you were staying up very late talking.
Mhm.
And she was like, okay, this is dangerous. Like they are
Right.
clearly the front runners to win. And she
Mhm.
was trying to like feel people out, to see where their heads were at. She actually does make some progress with Mickey, getting Mickey a little paranoid of you and Zach and Vince.
Mhm.
But she also and she talks to Adrian about it. She talks to Ava about it. Obviously, she talks to Rachel about it. She makes a mistake when she talks to Kelly a little bit about it,
Mhm.
because Kelly runs it right to Vince, who, because she still at this point thinks that she's like Vince's number one,
Right.
and Vince like crashes out about it. He goes to Zach and they rant and rave about how dare she. Zach says,
Mhm.
I'm about to make her life a living hell.
They did not like
All of
Ashley.
that. Um, and they think that they can use this information to turn you against Ashley, because Ashley's talking about you. Like, we can
Mhm.
now finally get Morgan to kind of like get away from that side and come more to us by telling her about this Ashley stuff.
Mhm.
And you were like a little frustrated by it to some degree,
Right.
but like you were like, again, you didn't really waver from like,
Yeah.
well, it's annoying, but like we have a mission here.
Right.
We can't let ourselves be swayed from the objective.
Right. Because I think at the end of the day, like, you're playing a game where people are going to lie, they're going to manipulate, they're going to try to get you to do what they want you to do. And I already knew how I felt about like Mickey, Rachel, and I knew that even Will and even Ashley was on that side of things. I'm like, if I choose to like pick this fight or make this a big deal, I'm going to start losing allies
Hmm.
for, and I'm like, it's not worth it because the people that, at least so far, because we were on the opposite side of the vote for a couple times with Zach and Vince, I'm like, what? So I'm just supposed to go over to you guys and be like, yeah, screw Ashley. And then now I have no allies and I'm in a worse position. Like that's not happening. So I started figuring out how I can gain more information and figure out like what is this discourse between Ashley and I, and like how can I meet up with her and talk to her. And it ended up coming from Zach. Like he was telling me one thing about Ashley, telling her about me. And it was just kind of like this back and forth. Even Mickey was part of that.
Hmm.
Um, and that's when we see, I don't know what if it showed it on the feed or um on the show, but that's when I like when Ashley and I were talking in the backyard and I was like, I basically was mentioning like, hey, I'm hearing some things.
Hmm.
Obviously the answer was gonna be Zach, but I was not gonna mention his name. And so that's when she's like, okay, I think we really need to talk because I'm hearing this. And I was like, I haven't said that. So then we obviously learned that we had people close to us trying to pin us against each other. And that's when I took Ashley and Zach in the room. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, like now it's time to be adults. Let's talk about
Hmm.
this actual beef because this is ridiculous. Like, why are we, it's too early in the game to like be, at least, and that was just not a good move for me. Like, I wanted to be cool with Ashley because she was close with Rachel. It was just, it made sense.
Hmm. And this you're talking about the this was like week
This was week
four,
4. But if we're
4,
talking week 2, when they
or
started
5.
feeling some type of way about
Yeah, yeah.
Ashley,
It
yeah, go ahead.
it all kind of like this was, I think, this because like the showergate thing was one thing, and then I think
Mhm.
it was like people and by people I mean mostly like Zach and Vince were like waiting for another kind of concrete reason, because Ashley kind of climbed out from under showergate, but and I think that was frustrating, and it was like, well, can we find another thing? And so it was like, here's a
Right,
concrete reason why people should not be, like, Ashley shouldn't have power in this game. And then that, and so, and it was kind of working for a little while, and it took a while for, the three of you to kind of clear things up. But
right,
of course, you eventually do. But this was kind of the start of it, or at least the reignition of it
right.
here.
I can't remember exactly when it was, but I remember there was a period of time. I don't know if it was week 4. It could have been week 3, but I
I
remember
think.
Ashley.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. Oh no. I was gonna say Ashley was in the shower and the boys were in the wine room and I was going back and forth, kind of like telling Ashley, I'm like, hey, like, because I was talking to the guys. I was like, so how do we feel about Ashley? I really feel like, a lot of this is misunderstanding. I'm just kind of like trying to get them to look at Ashley in a non-threatening way because to me, she was not a big threat at that time. Like, yes, she was connected to Rachel, but like we still had, Adrian in the house, Keanu, Kelly, like bigger people that were going to probably be a little bit more like annoying to work with, as not like annoying as like them as people, but like, someone like Kelly who is great at, mental competitions. Keanu clearly, was physical threat. Like Adrian was attached, so just kind of things like that. But I remember telling the guys like, look, I don't think we should look at Ashley this way. Like I'm almost positive she wants you guys to be like at the jury phase. And they're like, really? So then I go to Ashley in the shower. I was like, yeah, like the guys, like they feel good. Like I just was literally going back and forth, basically telling both of them what I wanted them to believe till they
Doing the
believed
complete
it.
opposite of what Jimmy was doing, which is trying to
Exactly.
get your allies to not target each other. Yeah.
Yes. And then that's why when I went and talked with Zach and Ashley, we were able to like mend things to the point where Ashley was like, oh, well, let's bring more people. Let's make an alliance. And that's when I was like, oh, let's not get like too crazy just yet, because if we start like bringing people in, it could end up imploding. Like, let's just kind of keep this a thing for now. But like, that was something that I noticed immediately. I was like, just like I did with Mickey, brought Mickey into the melting pot. I'm like, if I can get my allies to get along and not go against each other, that's going to help me move forward in the game.
Yeah. So what was happening in week 2 was that
Mm-hmm.
because of Jimmy not listening to you guys, you were thinking about sort of like redoing the alliance without Jimmy, and you were floating the
Yes.
idea of Ashley as somebody to include in the alliance. And Zach and Vince were like very against this.
Well, it
And
was
so
more of
that's
like as an extension. You know what I
right.
mean? Like that was like
They
a
were like,
really good
we
word
don't
to
want her
use.
involved at all, and so that they were trying to use
Right.
this as a way to sort of like keep her out of it.
Exactly. Because they wanted Lauren as an extension. So I was like, okay, if you guys both want Lauren as an extension, then I want Ashley as an extension. And they were just like, oh, and I'm like, well, I mean, like are we not working together? Like this is about numbers right now. Like I think whatever you guys are, dealing with Ashley, it's like a bigger issue for y'all when it's like because I think a lot of people really did underestimate Ashley. I feel like I was one of the only people outside of like Rachel who really saw Ashley for like the game player that she was.
Yeah.
Um, and so that was always like frustrating for me when I would see people like talking about her or like trying to be like, oh, Ashley, this. And I'm like, well, I was like, just because she's not doing what you guys would typically think a Big Brother player would do as far as like, maybe being more forefront about like game stuff, like she's she's here. Like she should be here. You know what I mean? And I had a good feeling about her. So
Mhm.
that's why I tried my best to get them to not look at her in a negative perspective to get her out because I needed her in the game.
Yeah. And so the rest of this week is relatively straightforward because it's just such a losing battle
Yeah.
to keep Amy. You were able to carry the vote last time because you did have people like Catherine and Lauren on your side, and Ava, but against Will, you don't have Ava. You've already lost Lauren and Catherine.
Right.
And so now the votes are just not even close to there.
Right.
And so there's not much you can do to keep Amy around, which is a loss. But like,
Mhm.
in terms of people who are going to win competitions, like if they were
Right.
going to take a shot, Amy was probably the worst person to have taken out for them.
Right.
But it was the one they could get with Jimmy. So
For
it was
sure.
still a win for them. One of the very few that they ended up having.
Yeah, and I will say, like, I was more than happy to keep Will that week. Like, that was one thing where I was like,
Yeah.
if it's Will and Amy, like, I'm not going against Will. I found more value in Will. We had more like conversations, and I just enjoyed him as a person for one. And I felt like he was very knowledgeable. And it's always really good. And in my opinion, like when I was going to the house, I wanted to also align myself with people who are older because they have like they're more wise and they can see things, especially, from his perspective. He always used to say that he feels like he was at like the cookout or like something where he's watching all the kids play. So he's seeing a lot more things than I'm seeing. And so I'm like, if I can have someone who feels like confident in me and trusts me, or at least is aligned, I'm willing to keep that versus someone like Amy, who I never really had those like as deep of game conversations with her. Like the last conversation I had was just like, hey, like vote me to stay because like I'm not going to go against the girls. And while that is a very compelling argument because I am in fact a girl, it's like, well, at what point is that going to change, or like what values can you bring to me as a player other than like, oh, well, I won't put you up. It's like, well, what if you don't win? Then like
Mhm.
what are you bringing? Because it's like that's where you need people who are going to campaign for you or like stuff like that.
Yeah. And I think last thing on this week is that at this point, we were definitely looking at you and Mickey as like, uh, it was, I think, giving a little bit of like Chelsea and Brooklyn, like a sort of like powerhouse duo that was connected in many ways. And this was the first sign here, just a tiny bit. We were like, what is Mickey doing? Because she was getting really close to Adrian. And as I mentioned, Ashley had been trying to get in Mickey's ear to try to
Mhm.
pull her closer to like her side of things so that she'd have a little
Right.
more of an in. And so I think Mickey was feeling a little bit nervous about Zach and Vince and you. And so in
Definitely.
her mind, that meant, what if I could maybe like snipe Zach or something? And so she
Right.
started talking to Adrian about like, hey, I'm worried about Zach. I think that like maybe we should, like, he's got $10,000 already.
Mhm.
And I, to this day, don't know why she thought Adrian was like gonna keep that information to himself, because of course he ran it right back to Zach,
Yeah.
which eventually causes you some problems, but it doesn't end up being a big thing. But for us, it was
Right.
the first sign that like Mickey's judgment there was a little off, but we were like,
Right,
she's
the
still
reads are
doing
off,
really
right.
well though, so
For sure.
it'll be fine.
Yeah, Mickey was really great. I was really, really happy because, like, obviously, I went to her and I was like, "Hey, I don't know if Jimmy's proposed a final 2, but, like, she's the only person that I actually proposed a final 2
Yep.
to." And so I was literally gonna make sure that her and I sat in those final 2 chairs no matter what it took, but when I was getting wind of, like, you know, just how she was moving, I was just really confused because I'm like, wait, like we're supposed to be working together. She was the one person that I told literally everything to. Like Vince didn't know everything at the time because obviously Mickey was my number one. I was giving
Mhm.
Vince as much information as I could that wouldn't harm like our, bond in the house, but Mickey knew everything. I mean, like she
Yeah.
knew about my relationship like with Zach and Vince, like on that trio, like she knew. She was the only person that knew because I'm like, I want her to know that I'm taking this to the final. So if I give her valuable information, she's going to take that close, which I think is in turn why she shared the power with me. Like, so we were really working together. But yeah, I think that week was interesting. Her kind of feeling doubt because I mean, we knew come week 2 that everyone had us as the open trio. Like we all knew that. Like
Yeah.
me, Vince, and Zach were like laughing about it one night, being like, "Well, they already know, so we might as well just keep doing it because who
Yeah.
cares?" We really didn't care. I didn't care. I was
Mhm.
one of those people where I'm like, "Look, if people want to play, then let's play. Like if they see us as a trio, they see us as a trio. Like no harm, no foul." Like I was like, to be fair, guys, we're in the wine room, which is right next to the bathroom. We're not keeping this a secret. Like we're not
Mhm.
trying to hide this. So we can't really get upset if people find out because we're basically sitting there with a sign that says, "Hey, we're in an alliance." Like, come on.
Yeah. All right. How you feeling? You feeling good so far? You like the
Oh, I'm
pace?
feeling good. It's great.
Okay.
Can be here all day. You know me.
All
I
right.
can go till 4 AM. I don't know if you know what you signed up for, Taran.
People always talk about like, oh man, we're like an hour in, we've only done week 1, but like it usually speeds up as we go through, because like there's so much that happens in those first few weeks, and then
Right.
things get a
It's
lot
like the
more
foundation of
simple.
it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Well, let's talk about week 3, because this is definitely another very key week to like the
Yes.
direction of the game, because Lauren wins this HOH.
Mhm.
And this is one where most people I've talked to were very surprised about how this week went down, hearing about it. So we'll see.
I can't wait.
But Lauren wins HOH.
Yep.
Her initial instinct when she won is, I want to nominate Will, Keanu, and Ashley. Those are
Mhm.
the 3 people she wants on the block.
Wow, okay.
Um, but the person she trusts the most, of course, is Vince. And so she
Mhm.
pulls him in immediately, and she calls him in front of everyone too.
Oh, no,
Like,
in front. She made a
yeah.
she made a statement in week 1. This is where Rachel was like, this because this is why I thought, Rachel did not like Vince is because Lauren, week 1, said that she was gonna have to or no, sorry, not week 1. After she got this, this is when she said, "I have to consult Vince,"
Yep.
which, like, insinuated, like, "Hey, he's basically controlling all of my moves," and that's when Rachel was like, "Okay, Vince is a problem." So, yeah, kinda wild that she kinda did that in front of everyone, for sure.
Yes, it was very wild. And also, I believe at this point, I think it was prior to this, the HOH win. Yeah, Rachel had a very funny moment. I think they included in the episode. It was at the end of week 2. Vince and Lauren were talking strategy, like in the bedroom, and she was cleaning the house, and so she just walked in cleaning that. Oh, sorry guys, I hope I'm not interrupting. Like, oh no, no, not at all. And they left, and they went to go into like the wine room to
Mhm.
continue their strategy talk. And so then Rachel continues cleaning the house, goes into the wine room, and she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry again." And they're like, "No, no, don't worry, we're not talking strategy or anything." And then they go up to the boxing gym, and
Right.
then
Oh,
like
no,
30
not the
minutes later, Rachel walks into the boxing gym with, "I swear I'm not doing this on purpose, guys. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you."
Oh, she's hilarious.
Um, And so that was like a pretty strong tell for Rachel that like something serious was going on with
For
Vince
sure.
and Lauren.
I mean, going to the gym to talk, that was like the place to talk game. That's like the one place where I'm like, okay, if I really want some privacy or need to get shit done, I'm going to go to the gym, which is why I tried to avoid it as much as possible
Mhm,
because it was the easiest way to be like, unless you're in workout clothes and physically working out, why are you in the gym? What are you doing? You know?
mhm.
That's funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Not three
So
times.
Lauren calls Vince to talk to him. Of course, Jimmy like tries to be involved. Like, hey, look, we're the HOHs of the season. Here's some
I
advice I
remember
have for
that.
you. But so Lauren says, I'm thinking, will Keanu Ashley? I don't want to nominate Kelly. I like Kelly a lot,
Mhm.
and I think she deserves a break. And so, of course, from my perspective, it's like Vince has been trying to target Ashley for forever. It makes like that's his best nomination.
Mhm.
And so like this is an easy one for Vince. Just let her do what she wants. This is perfect. Um, Vince suggests, okay, yeah, you could totally. She's like, I'm a little nervous. He's like, no, you could you could totally do that. You know, Kelly might volunteer though if you ask her. She's like, oh well, I don't know. And he's like, yeah, I mean, just as an option, just as an option, because you don't want to make enemies. And it was like, Vince, what are you doing? And so she goes and she asks Kelly, who of course does volunteer.
Oh,
And just like
wow.
that, Ashley's off the block. And it was like, oh my God, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Um,
Wow,
yeah.
that's insane.
Yeah. And then, of course, she ends up sort of waffling on this decision. And she, like, right before the nominations, she wakes up the next morning and she's like, maybe I shouldn't do Adrian. Because I didn't even bring up how Adrian gets involved. But
Well,
um,
Adrian was up. That was we noticed that Adrian was really trying to not be on the block. So he was the one person that 10 o'clock hit and he was in bed getting ready to go to sleep, passed out. He was
mhm.
in that HOH room till like 4:30 in the morning. And we found that to be extremely sus. That was the first thing I clocked. I'm like, first of all, I'm a night owl. Like I'm up late and you're up there. Adrian, you're always one of the first people to go to sleep. So it's like, why are you being up there? Are you a little
So
worried that you're gonna go up on the block?
this is actually interesting because basically what happened was Adrian was trying to talk to Lauren because they had a good relationship. And every time he went up there, she was still up there with Vince.
Mm,
And he kept trying to talk to them, but like couldn't get in. And
right.
so he was like, felt like he was being talk blocked, went down and talked to Zach and was like, Zach, what's up with Vince and Lauren? Are they like I'm getting a little worried. And then Zach went right upstairs and told them about it, and was like, "Hey, Adrian's down there, like skeptical of you guys." And so then, like, he finally got up there with Lauren to talk and was like, "Hey, what's going on with Vince? Like, is anything wrong? Like, what's
Mhm,
happening?" And so that was basically that night. But then, of course, Vince really tried. Because he was trying to basically deflect off of like this narrative that he was controlling Lauren's HOH. So
mhm.
he very actively was trying to use the story of, hey, Adrian was up there all night. I didn't have anything to do with it. What was Adrian saying? What kind of deal did he make with her? And he didn't make any deal. He was literally just trying to
Mm,
have a conversation with her. It was very of course didn't really ultimately work out
right.
for Vince in that way. But that was, yeah, that was definitely a Vince special, that one.
Oh, good for him. Honestly, it's a good move because it's like people literally looked at
Yeah.
Adrian being like, "You're always asleep at 10. You're still up, and you're up late." Like, not just like a 1 AM, no, you're up late, like,
Mhm.
where no one's getting any sleep. And that was something where I was like, okay, because I had already had my eyes on Adrian as a target, or like as someone to not essentially pitch, because I never after I pitched Riley with Jimmy, I was like, okay, I'm not going to pitch anybody else. I'm going to kind of see what people are suggesting, and I just kind of went off of that. And luckily, he was a suggestion, so I was able just to go into my one-on-one with Lauren, being like, okay, so like I've heard because I would kind of like shape conversations already as if like, oh, like I heard that your options are Ashley and Adrian. Like, let's go over
Mhm.
pros and cons. And I kind of approached that way because I knew that Lauren was very indecisive. And so I felt like if I was able to kind of weigh pros and cons with her, but kind of do a little bit more pros of Adrian going on the block than Ashley, it could potentially work for us to get Adrian up, because my whole mission was getting Adrian up on the block. Like,
Yep.
obviously, it would have been great if Ashley didn't, but like my main focus was making sure Adrian was on that block because he was much more of a threat to me than Ashley was. And like I said, this was before, Ashley and I had like a pretty good game relationship. So for me, I was like, I don't really know much about Adrian. And I know at least how he almost won that veto. He almost won that HOH. He's on the other side of things. He's connected to Kelly and Keanu, who are big targets. He was my main focus. I was like, as long as Adrian goes up on the block or, whatever, then I have had a successful like campaign for the week.
Yeah. And so from my perspective, at least, part of the reason why Adrian was even involved in the conversation, well, one is because he was on the block the week before and you guys were pushing him, but like the reason why he was being considered was because of that night when he talked to Zach about being weirded out by Vince and Lauren's relationship. That I think that like just put a little seed into Vince of like, maybe I shouldn't try too hard to protect Adrian because I don't know if I can fully trust him because he expressed some doubt about me.
Right.
And then ultimately, I would say this strategy of trying to use that night to make Adrian seem like he had more influence over Lauren's HOH than him, it did end up backfiring because it just gave you and everyone else more ammo against Adrian, which is also ultimately
Right.
not in his interest.
Right.
But yeah, it was very interesting, that whole thing. But yeah, so Kelly volunteers for the initial nominee. Will is an option because despite being in the Bond alliance with Lauren, they haven't had a meeting since week 1 because it was basically
Right.
made just to keep Zay. And they've never like spoken to each other in like 3
Right.
weeks.
They haven't spoken at all. I
Yeah.
knew that from Will, because he basically was like saying that he was probably going to go up because he literally hadn't spoken but a lick of information with her.
Mhm.
And so I was expecting Will to go up. And I was just obviously hoping for an Adrian, I was hoping for Kelly, Keanu, Adrian.
Mhm.
That was like my ideal like
And
wish that
so,
week.
yeah, and so she started like reconsidering the Will nomination in the morning, and started going back to Ashley, and then was like, or maybe I should just do Adrian now. And like was freaking. She was having like one-on-one meetings in the wine room.
Mhm.
I tell this story because I love it, but at one point she like just walks out of the wine room like she's on The Walking Dead, just like,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, can somebody talk to me about what should I do?
Right. Yeah, I think her getting the week 3 HOH, I think she was really excited because obviously she was like a big fan of Big Brother and like, winning an HOH is awesome, especially if like that time. But I think because we had one extra person and it was a high pressure situation. And obviously, she was more of like our like introverted kind of quiet players, depending on who she spoke to. So I think, yeah, I think she was definitely really nervous to like upset people. I think that was her biggest thing. She didn't want to make enemies because she wanted to make it further in the game.
Mhm.
Which that's what I was saying. Luckily for me, I mean, when Rachel told me that Lauren was like, "Oh, I have to consult Vince," I actually like inside was like smiling and super happy about this because I'm
Mhm.
like, "Oh, like Vince and I are close. So if he's controlling Lauren's HOHs, I mean, I can, chat with Vince and make sure that like essentially what he's maybe singing to her is coming from me, and then we're all singing along, and it's just going to be a happy song." So
Yeah.
I wasn't too upset about them working together, especially that week. But yeah, very, very happy like when she put up Adrian. I think that was great for my game.
Yes. Yeah. So yes, because of course, the veto is won by Keanu, which means they will need a replacement nominee.
Yeah.
It's at this point in the game that Keanu is now in this world where he's got his like brigade style alliance with Vince and Riley,
Riley. Mhm.
the Unexpendables, and he's got his whole side of the house, which includes Adrian and Lauren and Catherine and everything else. And he believes that at this point that it's you. He believes in like you, Zach, and Mickey, or no, sorry, not Zach because he was a man. But you and Mickey and Morgan and Rachel
Mhm.
and like all of these people and Ashley, like you guys were basically the people against him. But he saw Rachel as at the bottom of that group, and he saw Jimmy as at the bottom of that group, and so
Mhm.
he felt like he could start pulling them into his like orbit more. Um, And so he started having these conversations like, hey, you should come to our side. And Rachel and Jimmy both were basically like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like,
Right.
you should come to our side.
Mhm.
But he of course didn't really listen. And so he's doing that. And there's also more progress being made with from Ashley's end of like, Mickey is really starting to doubt her relationship with you, and the whole thing with Zach and Vince. And there's all kinds of like things just kind of like splitting apart. And they eventually, like, I don't need to go too deep on it because like it eventually just kind of solidifies back together when Mickey gets the HOH next week. But there
Right.
was a lot of fractured things happening here, where like Vince and Zach were kind of like, they were talking about like, who do we rather go with, Lauren or Morgan? And they were like, we're kind of leaning Lauren right now. And
Mhm.
meanwhile, Mickey was kind of feeling like, I don't know if I can trust Morgan because she's too close to Zach and Vince. And it was like, it was starting to look like things were unraveling, even as you guys were getting your way. And then again, like it doesn't end up doing much because by the following week, you've pulled Zach and Vince back in, you've pulled
Mhm.
Mickey back in, and it's all fine. But there was a moment here where it was like, this is really starting to come apart.
Right. Because I knew that, like, I had a couple conversations with Zach and Vince the first 3 weeks, and their common denominator was Lauren. They were very adamant, like, "Hey, if we can at least get Lauren to jury, she'll be a vote for us." Like,
Mhm.
they were very adamant about Lauren. So I was very familiar that they were very pro Lauren, wanted to work with her, and I was totally fine with that. I know that at one point, um, they were, like, kind of entertaining, like, maybe bringing her in on a 4th, and I was like, "Well, we're already an open trio, so if we are gonna work with her, I don't think being open and putting her in this 4 thing would be even better for us because we're already a known trio. If we add a 4th, then it's like, we're just gonna be targeted, we're gonna be the renoms, like, let's not make that any worse than it is." Um, but yeah, I definitely knew that they were very, very pro Lauren. Because I mean, like, I would ask them, like, hey, like, because I remember one time I'd asked Zach, this is when the heavy hitters was still around. I was like, if it came down to the alliance versus Lauren, like, who are you gonna be more loyal to? Because I know that like you guys have like a connection and stuff, but there's also an alliance. And he was like, no, I want to play the game. And the same thing with Vince. Vince was very diehard for the alliance. So I never really kind of let it get to me. I was like, okay, cool. Like, they find value in her. I'm not gonna like harp on it because like I have value in people that they're not super close with. So like, who am I to sit there and be like, no, I don't think you should work with her or whatever. So
Mhm.
that was kind of like
Yeah.
my take on everything.
And yeah, because again, like, I think at this point, I think it was around this point that I started saying, sorry, I might start losing my voice here because
Oh,
I
it's
was
okay.
yelling a lot in San Francisco.
It's
Um,
okay.
I think at this point I was saying, because this was around the time of the renom, and there was a huge push from you and Mickey and Rachel and Ashley, of course, and Jimmy, all pushing really hard to keep Ashley off the block.
Mhm.
And it was incredibly effective. It was one of the most impressive kind of like organized campaigns of the entire season. Um, because there was no world where Lauren should have nominated Adrian, just not even remotely.
Right.
There was no reason for her to do it. She was basically sacrificing one of her own pieces to gain favor with a side that had her at best like number like 8. Like, it was
Right.
just
Bottom
like,
of the
just
totem pole for sure.
not the right move at
Right.
all. Nor was it, and from my perspective, it was even worse for Vince, because for Vince, it was like, you can make this move, and for as much as they're trying to attach you to it, it's still Lauren's move, not yours.
Right. He could have.
And you and also, Vince, you didn't need to be spending 10 hours a day with her to make
Right.
yourself look so attached to her.
Right.
So
That's so true. I used to joke, I'm like, dude, I guess I had told him really early. I was like, you realize that you have 17-hour one-on-ones. Like, people are clocking that you are in these one-on-ones for 17 hours. Like, you are going to be targeted. I'm hearing that you're being like talked about because I had heard it from Mickey. So I never told him names. And I
mhm,
was trying to do that to protect him because I felt like a lot of value in his game. And so I was trying to help him. So obviously, that eventually like worked, but it's still like, temporarily speaking, it's like, you know, her putting up Adrian also was not great for her game, but it worked for a lot of us. And I think the angle that I really like focused on for that was just, again, like Adrian almost won that HOH. He almost beat Casey, the comp beast. Like, Lauren she had won an HOH already. She had done basement break-in and had the second best time. So I was really leaning on the fact that, like, you are a great competitor. You going against this guy who could potentially beat you is not going to be beneficial for the long run, versus somebody else where, at that time, Ashley had only won one veto. She competed in basement break-in, didn't make the top 3. So like I had a lot of valid arguments for Lauren. Because what I tried to do in each of my like campaigning aspects was like take myself out of my game and put myself in their shoes and try to make it make sense for their game, which essentially was like working for my game. I tried to like wing those kinds of angles. And so I think that's like what really helped that week. And it luckily saved Ashley, because her going up just wouldn't have made sense. Like, I mean, like I said, at that time, her and I weren't super connected. But she was a number for our side. And the last thing I wanted to lose was a number for our side, for sure.
Yeah. And so it was around this time that like we were watching Vince and Zach and Lauren, all 3 of them essentially just being disarmed. Just kind of like being pushed, outplayed, in the sense that like you guys were pushing and they were like, we feel like we should be pushing back, but we're gonna continue to just kind of like drop the fight. And that was I wouldn't say frustrating for me, but it was like I was very much just like this shouldn't be happening. You guys have the power. You are in control right now. You have the HOH. You have the numbers to send home whoever you want. Why are you allowing people to convince you to take out one of your own potential numbers? And it was at this point that they were talking about like, who was our true final 3? Is it with Lauren or is it with Morgan? And I was like, I think that they are not going to get anywhere in this game if they don't have Morgan. Like I saw this as the second that you align your interests with Vince and Zach, or Vince or Zach as it became,
right,
that's when things will start to fall into place.
Right.
Because you have the push, you have like the active playing the gumption to actually make things happen, where they just didn't. And as long as you were at odds with them in terms of like the incentives that you had in the game, they couldn't get anywhere. And I think that really played out. And so they ultimately lose this battle. Lauren puts Adrian on the block, and then immediately starts thinking, wait, we do have the votes to still keep Adrian. We have the votes to tie it, and then I can break the tie to keep Adrian. And Vince was very worried about this because he was like, well, you just gained a lot of favor by putting Adrian on the block. We'll ruin all that favor by sending him home. And of course, the main thing is that he didn't want to get in trouble with you and with like the house in general.
Right.
And so him and Zach start thinking like, okay, if we can get other people to vote with us, then it won't be our fault. And so they start pitching to Rachel, they start pitching to Jimmy, and they're not exposing their position. They're just kind of feeling them out. It becomes very obvious that Rachel and Jimmy are not going to go anywhere near keeping Adrian. They also talk to you about it. They try to keep it. They try to prevent you from knowing that they're trying to get you to vote this way. But you also make it obvious that you are not going to be going in that direction. And so they're starting to run out of options.
Right. Yeah. I just never understood their angle, because Zach's angle was like, just the same thing with Say. I really want someone who's going to be a good competitor and can compete and da-da-da. And my mind is like, but he's not working with us. So why are we keeping a good competitor if he's not working with us? So I started wondering, especially because, I obviously ended up later learning, I think the following week, that like Adrian had told Zach about like what Mickey said. So that was the first moment where I was like, God, you guys are pushing this so hard. It makes me think that you guys are working with him. Like, because why else would you fight so hard to keep somebody who is sitting next to someone like Amy, who was going to be easily beat in the game. I just never understood that. So I'm like, the only logical explanation is that you guys have some sort of something. I don't mean it may not be an alliance, but you guys at least like him enough to where you're campaigning ish to keep him. Um,
Yep.
and that's when I was like just pushing harder as far as like, okay, so you're telling me that you want to play against somebody who almost won the HOH, won the veto. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this just doesn't make sense. You know, it just genuinely did not make sense to me. I was like, that doesn't
And
make any
then
sense.
and then they go to Ava and they full send it with Ava. They fully say like Ava of all people to have like gone in on. And granted, to be fair to them, Ava didn't tell anybody on purpose about this.
Mhm.
But they pitched to Ava that they want to vote Will out, and that she should vote Will out. And their hope is that if
Terrible.
Ava agrees to do it, then then it won't be a tie. It will be a majority vote, whatever, right? Ava, of course, says, frankly, I don't think that's a good idea.
Right. Right. Cause it's like when you're going against someone like Will, it's like I said, it's the same thing with like Amy. Like Will was, I think he had a much better social game than Amy, but at the same time, he was not going like the chances of beating him in physical competitions were going to be very easy. So again, it was still the angle of like, if it came down to Will and Adrian, why is that even a question? Like, what are we talking about? Like,
Mhm.
why are you guys asking me like, oh, well, with Adrian versus Will? I'm like, there's no argument here. I'm so
And
confused.
Ava's big thing too that seemed to get through to Zach and Vince was like, yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, do you really want to associate yourself with Keanu and Keanu's
Exactly.
side of the house?
Yes.
They're like, oh wow, we really don't. And so they woke up the next morning, they talked to Ava about it again, and they approached Lauren, who said, guys, I thought about it. I'm down. I want to break the tie to evict Will. And Vince and Zach were like, we talked to Ava. We're actually thinking not anymore.
Yeah.
And just like it was so close, but then it fell that way. And of course, so all the while, Riley and Catherine and Keanu and Kelly were all expecting Zach and Vince to vote with them all the way up to the eviction, and
Mhm.
are blindsided when it
Right.
doesn't happen.
Well, it makes
Um,
sense when they were congregating and stuff. I remember Mickey came up to me. She was frantic. She's like, "What's going on over there?" And in my head, like I felt super comfortable after speaking with them that they were going to vote out Adrian. So I was like, "It's fine." And also, like Vince and I were really close, so I was like, "Nah, he's not going to do that. Like there's just no way. It doesn't make sense." But I was just telling her that cuz I'm like, "Ooh, if they do that, then like we're in for a treat." But that was the first time we actually saw before the eviction. We saw a bunch of people really trying to chat and potentially flip votes. Like I was sitting down because I knew where I was voting. So I was like, okay, you guys can have a chat. Um, but yeah, that was definitely the first blind side for like that side of the house. And it was that was probably the hardest or like the hardest eviction by that point was week 3 because like, you know, Adrian's speech was really touching. Will got really emotional. I think that just like attests to how like no matter how many days you can be in the house, you can feel for people. Like, you know, Zach was, you know, upset about Zay on day 10. So I was like, dang, this is like really hard. And seeing like Adrian get emotional, seeing Ava react, because Ava react very emotionally. I was like, okay, this one was hard for Ava. She was,
well,
I don't know if she was
especially
working with both of
because
them, but it was hard.
Ava knew that she was the reason the vote didn't happen.
Mm,
She knew that if she had agreed to vote Will out, that Adrian would have stayed, and so I think she felt especially like responsible for him
makes
leaving.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. So
But that
yeah,
was
it
the
was. Go ahead.
mhm. I was just saying that was I think that was also the point when it really brought Mickey to a huge discomfort about Zach and Vince because they were congregating and trying to campaign from what it looked like. I remember I had asked Vince and he said that he wasn't, but I mean, at the end of the day, Adrian still left. So I was like, if this guy's lying to me, I really don't care because Adrian still left. So I'm not gonna like, because the way I was moving in the house was like, whether someone lied to me or not, if what I wanted got done, water under the bridge. Like I really don't care because why am I gonna argue about something that is done?
Yeah.
Um, but Mickey, she was very adamant about like, well, why were they talking? Do you think they were trying to flip the vote? And in my head, I'm like, well, who if they were, who cares? It didn't happen. You know what I mean? But that was definitely like very high tension because, like I said, Ava's like reactions and everyone after that. That was the first time where I was like, huh, why is everyone like so upset? You know, like I mean, at least on our side of things, like so that was kind of a very interesting experience.
Well, and this is, I think, an interesting point about your game because we've already talked about it in regards to Ashley to some degree. That like Ashley was caught talking about you, and yet you were like that. that doesn't matter because like I have a specific goal, right?
Mhm.
Like I'm not going to let that interfere with like the direction that I'm going in. And I think this is another example of that, that like there are moments where, yeah, there are some inconsistencies, there are some problems. And obviously it's important to note those. It's important to recognize and
Absolutely.
make sure that you don't get screwed over. But for you, at the very least, like at the end of the day, you were always able to pull, say, Vince in the direction that you needed him to go. You were able to, without even realizing it, I guess, convince Zach not to use his veto power, where you probably would have gone up on the block in his
Well,
place,
you know what's
right?
funny? He didn't even tell me that till after the veto ceremony. He
I
did not
know.
disclose his power till after. And so when he told me, the only thing that I actually felt was like, one, I was like, okay, so you're willing to not use a veto to protect me, which my first thing is like, okay, cool. That means he's down for the alliance, like he's whatever. But I also felt a lot of guilt because I was like, damn, like this is Big Brother. Like, no offense, if it was me, my ass would have used that veto 100 times out of like, you know what I mean? I was going to use the veto no matter what. So that was like the first time where I was like, because I trusted Vince far more than I trusted Zach. And I had a much better relationship with Vince than I did Zach. So when he told me that, I was like, huh, okay, like this is good. Like now I'm feeling more comfortable moving forward. However, obviously, those two were on the block. The veto wasn't used. He didn't use his veto. Therefore, his veto was no longer worth it unless he got off the block and could use it further down. But yeah, finding out that power was quite interesting and actually made me think if Jimmy had a power, because I don't
Mhm.
know, to have a $10,000 essential veto
It was
was
wild. I
crazy. I
was
was
like,
like,
that
what
is
is Big Brother doing?
wildly imbalanced. We'll talk more about Zach, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I just like, I feel like there is a desire perhaps from some fans to be like to see all of the ways that you were wronged and to want you to like be like, oh man, screw that person for doing that, or like whatever, right? And I actually think it was part of the strength of your game, even just to like to make it like about the strategy here, that you were somebody that always like was able to let it roll off your back and didn't really indulge in it. And maybe some people feel like they just want you to recognize it more or whatever. But like
For sure.
I think it's an interesting part of your game that you didn't let these things, whether they were small slights or big things, impact the direction that you wanted to go in
Yeah.
the game. Because again, you had a vision of where you wanted to go, and you just kind of like grabbed people by the collar and just pulled them.
Let's go, guys.
They were like they were like, I'm trying to stab you in the back, Morgan, and you're like, that's fine, but you're coming this way.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and that's I think such an interesting way to play that not a lot of people feel like it is possible. Because it's like, well, if somebody's scheming against you, you should be taking them out. But again, as I mentioned, during this week, Zach and Vince are basically saying, we're going to choose Lauren over Morgan. But at the end of the day, who did they actually choose? Right. And
Mhm.
so there's something there, right? That like you
Right.
don't have to accept the betrayal. You can kind of be like, all right, try to stab me all you want, but if I need you in this game for a particular reason, and
Yeah.
I feel like I can use you to go in this direction,
Yeah.
there's something there. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I know after the Adrian eviction, like I had talked to them and obviously like knew where their vote was at and stuff. I'm pretty sure, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, they both kept Will.
They
Um,
did both keep Will, yeah,
yeah. So I
ultimately.
talked right. So I talked to them and I was like, we kind of talked it over and I was just like, obviously like they understood my angle. Like now, was that the reason why they did? No, I mean, like I remember finding out later Keanu had told me that, like, Zach just didn't want Lauren to break the tie and all that other stuff. I'm like, hey, whatever the reason is, I don't care. Adrian left. That's exactly what I wanted
Right.
because he was going to be a competition threat. I don't know about socially because I think his social game kind of like started a little bit slower, but regardless, his competition threat was a thing. And I mean, he was well liked. People did say how they loved how honest he was and these things. And I'm just like, okay, like this is just, I just always paid attention to what people said. I focused a lot in the very early games on my social game. I was chatting with people, like I was in the kitchen with Rachel and Mickey, like kind of doing laundry, like doing the normal stuff that I do in my life. Like I love to clean, I love to cook, and just chatting with people to kind of see what little seeds that they can give me So I can like I said, keep it kind of in my arsenal. It's kind of like ammo the way I look at it. Like if I'm playing a video game, I'm, collecting my ammo, collecting, my shields, my syringes, just kind of keeping a little bit of everything. But yeah, I know when I after that eviction, I just didn't want the guys to feel like, oh, okay, like cool, Adrian's gone, now let's keep moving. I was just like, I really leaned in on like, hey, I know he was your friend. Like I know that wasn't an easy vote. Like, and I really relied on still nourishing those friendships with them and still making them be like, hey, I understand. Like it's a game. You guys are now losing another friend. First it was Zay, now it's Adrian. Like, but this is gonna be better because it's one less person that we have to like more so you guys, because these are two guys leaving. So it's like you guys don't have to compete as hard well, not as hard, but like, we're getting rid of these targets. Like we're surviving yet another week. Like we are doing the right thing. And like
Yeah,
our
so
trio was
like
still really solid.
tell me if I'm interpreting this wrong, but it sounds to me like what you're saying is that like despite the fact that you had a little bit of like there was something going on there, you didn't care to sort of like investigate. You wanted to just kind of like be like, hey, I know that was hard, making sure they're still on your side.
Right.
Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, because I know when Zach had initially said like, "Hey, Adrian told me, that Mickey said
Mhm.
this, this, this." It's like those kinds of the reason why I never really was like, "Hey, so like, why were you campaigning for Adrian? Like, were you guys really trying to flip the vote?" Because I'm like, what does that do, Morgan? Like, Adrian's already
Exactly.
gone. If you try to make them feel like, oh, I can't believe you were going to try to do this anyway. They're going to be like, who's this girl talking to me like this? Like, so I just wanted to make sure that they still looked at me as like, okay, Morgan, regardless of where our vote was week 1, even week 2, like she's still riding with us. Like she's still making it clear, like this alliance is everything to her. Cause like that was one thing
Mhm.
I always made sure before we went to sleep. Like we were trying to think of a name, which we ended up thinking of a name, but I don't think it ever aired. But like it took us
Oh,
forever to think of a
it
name.
was a baseball related thing, right?
Football. It was the
Football.
strong
Sorry.
side. We got it from the Remember the Titans. I was telling them like there was a
Mhm.
moment in the movie, and I was like, "Yeah, we're the strong side," and they loved it. And so, yeah, to me, like that was the thing because like I tried to look at the whole game as a perspective of like, okay, I'm coming in to obviously play my own game, but I'm working with other people. So are others going to do that too? Yes. And who am I to sit there and be like, oh, you wanted to do what I would have done? Like if I was them, I would have thought personally too. So I tried to just be as like empathetic and understanding as possible, but still kind of leaning on the whole like, hey guys, like we're still doing really great. Like let's keep moving forward. Our alliance is still strong. Like I kept sharing more information with them so they felt even more comfortable after like letting go of Adrian. Even like just anything that they talked about, even if it was Lauren, I was like, yeah, she's a great competitor. I just always wanted them to feel comfortable with them sharing information with me. So they never thought for a second, like, oh, I don't know if we can trust Morgan anymore.
I love this approach, and I don't think it works for most players because I think it can only really work if you are the driving force of a season.
Mhm.
Because otherwise, you do have to be, I think, extra cautious about where people are leading you. But because you were doing the leading,
Mhm.
it did behoove you to kind of like overlook faults or
Right.
whatever, because perfect is the enemy of good, and you needed a good alliance, right? You needed a good path to
Right.
the end.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I'm not sitting here saying like, "Oh, I saw every single thing. I'm just this." Like, I
Yeah.
just some things that I'm like that's why I told Mickey, I'm like, "Look, if they did try to flip the vote, it didn't work. So like,
Mhm.
water under the bridge, girl. Like, it's me and you still. Like, lock it in. Who fucking cares? Like, if we really need to go back to it, like." Because what I did is I just took notes of things. So I was like, okay,
Mhm.
cool. They tried to potentially flip the vote. Let me put that in the back of my head. So that way in the future, if I see that again, then I might press a little harder. Or I might be like, oh, well, that reminds me of week 2 when, I just kept receipts and
Yeah.
then brought them out when I really needed to use them. And if I didn't, then I'm like, okay, I'm just discarding the receipt and move on to the next.
Yeah. All right, so we get to week 4.
Ugh, what a
Keanu and
week.
Riley and Catherine have just been blindsided, and Kelly have just been blindsided.
Yeah.
And Vince immediately goes to work doing damage control, and he throws Zach completely under the bus. He says, "It's Zach's fault. Zach wouldn't vote with me, so I knew the numbers wouldn't be there, and so I didn't vote. It was all because of Zach. I couldn't get Zach to come with me, and
Oh
that's
no.
why Keanu and Riley and them were still fine with Vince, and we're so mad at Zach. And
That's
meanwhile, Zach
Zach. That
went with
makes
the
sense.
with the line they were supposed to say, which was they were doing it for Lauren.
Oh,
Um,
that's so funny. Which it actually worked in Vince's favor because Keanu was pissed about that. I remember when he
yeah,
explained that to me later in the game. He was like, I can't believe he gave a lame excuse and da da da. I mean, to be honest, I mean, Vince saying that like kind of worked for him, to be honest,
Oh,
because
it did. Yeah.
it made Zach the enemy. Like I had learned that week that Keanu did not like Zach. And I was like, oh, okay, this is good. Like, this is good for me because now, like, people that could potentially be on that side of things, like, maybe he's going to now start coming this way. Cause, like, I knew that they were very much in the middle because we always talked about, um, like their relationship with Keanu. So like after the whole like issue that Keanu and I had, they were always giving me information about what Keanu was saying. Every single thing that Keanu would tell them about me, they always told me. So I was always like one step ahead of Keanu, at least as far as knowing like what he was saying about me, if he wanted me out. Like I remember there was one time specifically where we were all hanging out in the wine room and I left and they ended up telling me later, Keanu was like, she's gotta go. And I'm like, they told me every single time. So I was grateful for that because I was always at least aware of certain people that I knew for a fact if they were to win HOH, I was going to be on the block. So I was always like mentally preparing for a couple weeks ahead for sure.
Yeah, I feel, and you know, obviously, I have some criticisms for Vince's game, but I think this
Of
was
course.
his most successful damage control. It was sort of like the peak of his style of doing damage control, which is, you know, because he was going up to Riley like, I feel like such a weasel, and you're like a real man, and I look up to you. I wish I could be more like you, Riley, and
Mhm.
like really playing up to their egos and really
Yeah.
just like throwing Zach. And then this was him, I think, at his best in terms of like he did really get away with this. I think part of the issue is that like it only kind of works really well once, and then when you try it again, it's like, wait,
Is this a pattern? Right. Is this a pattern
yeah.
or is this like, yeah, for sure.
But Riley wins this HOH, and
Oh,
of course, this
that
is bad
HOH.
news.
Can we talk about that HOH first of all? That
Yes.
was insane. I mean, I was excited for the bounce beam. I was not expecting because they obviously sectioned us out. I don't know exactly
Mhm.
what they showed. And I remember when we first got in the huddle, it's Ava, Mickey, Rachel, and I. And it's funny because actually before they told us to separate, that was the first time that I was like, okay, like this is a strategic separation. This isn't like, hey guys, just get in a little kumbaya, little groups. This is supposed to
Mhm.
be strategic. But we didn't have enough time. I looked at Rachel because at that time I feel like Rachel was my like, I mean, Mickey was my number one, but I looked to Rachel to like, okay, like I could recognize that Rachel was a strategist. So I was like, okay, cool.
Mhm.
Like we're gonna be on the same page of strategy. So I was like looking at her and I was like, kind of like I kind of want to go over and like pick someone like Keanu or Kelly or somebody who is not on our side because I don't know what this twist is going to be, but they don't just tell you to separate for no reason. So when we separated, we just kind of clung to like the groups that were close by. I remember getting in the huddle, Ava, Mickey, Rachel and I to decide. I'm like, okay, cool. And they're like, okay, so Morgan. I was like, okay, cool, great. Was not expecting that. I was hoping we could have more conversations like, oh, who was a dancer? Who was good? The only thing I did know is Rachel always talked about how the balance beam was like the death of her. So I knew we weren't going to pick Rachel to do that. But I was confident in myself because I obviously had a background in sports, pretty decent in balancing. And so I was like, okay, cool, like let's do this. And I still cannot believe, I mean, when I came out and I saw like Zach's time of 32, I was like, okay, say less. Like I'm out to smash this time. Did that. And then when
Zach was
Keanu came out,
surprisingly so bad at that. Yeah.
so I heard like after I remember, God, was it Ava or someone? Someone was like, God, Zach was horrible at that. And I was like, well, he's kind of more of like a stocky guy, baseball. Like I wouldn't put baseball and like grace in like the
Okay, I guess
same
there's not a
sentence
lot
when
of
it comes
balance
to
you're
that.
doing. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually didn't pick someone like Jimmy or Ashley. But maybe I don't know what their conversation was in that huddle. But after I finished, I felt so good because that was the first time where I was like, okay, like I'm gonna put like my own personal self first, like in the back burner. Because right now I have to work for these girls. Like I need to protect us because the rule was whoever got the fastest time could eliminate 4 people. So I was, or 2 people from each team, or I think, no, I think it was 4 people, whatever. I forget what it was, but I was like, okay, that was the first time I was like, okay, I have the team on my back right now. That was like the first time I felt like actual pressure of doing well in a competition. Because like in other competitions, I wasn't super stressed. Like on Twin Witness News week 3, I had the wrong answer up and I just didn't feel like switching it because I'm like, I don't really feel like I'm going to be that big of a target. Like the only person left up that could have put me up on the block was Riley, but I didn't think that he was going to beat anyone else that was up there, like based on like what I had learned. So I was like, okay, cool. Like, don't need to worry about this competition. But this was the first one that I was like, okay, I need to do something because I have not only my ass on the line, but I have my team on the line. And
Mhm.
then Keanu beats me by point 0.8, which is 0.8 is like insane. And that was the first time that I actually show any sign of like lack of composure, because I feel like that was one thing going in. I wanted to make sure I maintained a lot of my composure throughout the season, whether it was a vote or anything. I didn't want people to ever actually be able to see if I was like truly affected by things, which is hilarious now that we're talking about week 4, because that was the first time I think that whole week I broke full composure because it was a mess. But when he beat me and then he was just like, boom, 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 like just me, Ashley, Mickey, and Will, I was like, well, damn. Okay. Like, just go ahead and tell us you like, you know, like I was like, he basically told us who his nominations would be with the renom.
I remember
that
in his mind too, like that was where it was obvious that there was like 2 sides of the house, that he was on one side and you guys were on the other. So it was like,
but it was crazy because I don't know how they filmed it, but he, like the first time he was like, yeah, he goes, you know, Mickey, Morgan, Ashley, Will, have a seat. And we're all like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, and so it was crazy because I'm like, okay, like now that was the first time that I was like, okay, like game on. Like now you wanna like I said, you wanna poke the bear? Like, let's go. You know, I was enraged.
Yes, and then of course we have this moment.
I get to choose. I'm the legend.
Okay, this was the first time that I looked at Rachel and was like, oh my God, I think I love her. Like, not like that, but I was like, oh my God, I have never been more like excited in my life when I saw her literally cling herself to him like a leech. I was like, oh my God, no wonder this girl's won Big Brother. I actually was like, I'm not saying by any means I was getting turned on, but I'm just saying I was like, oh my God, like Rachel, like, yes, girl, like you, like, yes, this is what I'm talking like. And that's why I was like, my gut intuition on her, my reads on her, I was like, she's exactly how I would play. Like if I felt like, and that was the first time I was like, okay, Morgan, like, don't be afraid now. Like, cause I was like I was like, would I have done that? No. But now when I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm going to play even harder now, because she was not willing to let anything, cause she knew the mission. She knew to cling to Keanu. And I was just like, oh, I was like, I don't know. I don't care what you want for dinner. What do you want? I'll cook it. Like, what do you want, Rachel? Like, I will do anything for you, because that was so incredible. Like that to me was the first time where I was like, okay, Rachel is one of the best players this season. Like, I don't know what the house is looking like, but for me, she's a front runner, and I'm so glad I'm aligned with her, because that's the kind of ally that I want. And when they got in that group and I saw like Keanu, like gripping, like like just gripping Vince and trying to make sure that the teammates stayed close, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is insane. And the fact that both Rachel and Vince threw that to make sure that Keanu didn't win, it was just chef's kiss. Now Riley obviously ended up winning, but I'm just saying, just in that cinematic moment, oh, what a moment. I was obsessed with watching Vince throw himself off the balance beam and throw it. Like even Rachel, because like, you know, I knew she was terrible at the balance beam, seeing her like really, and the fact that Keanu didn't think that she threw it is hilarious.
Yeah.
I was like, Keanu, anybody with eyes could see that both of them threw that. Like, but actually, here's what I will say. This is where I think Keanu messed up. So he decided to have them two go first and him go back to back. But him doing that, like him having to move like his body, like, you know what I mean? Like I think he should have went first, Vince, then Rachel, or like Rachel, then Vince, either way, and then finished it off. Kind of like what Riley did. Riley was very, very smart. And that was the first time that I was like, okay, like Riley's a little bit more strategic than I think, because him going first, he was able to go twice. So he was right. He went twice. That one, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because that's where
I'm sure
Keanu messed up. I think he went twice. And like, I mean, he destroyed that time. I mean, like, no offense, there was not a day where Keanu was going to touch that time with Riley. Like that was just so impressive. And that was when I was like, okay, like Riley's showing kind of how he can work in these kind of competitions. Like I'm going to clock that, because that was very impressive. And
well,
terrifying.
I will tell you, this is the perspective of the live feeders at the very least of this, because at this point, the live feeders, they're very much not fans of Riley by now.
Right, we did not know about that.
They've seen a lot of Riley. And it's actually, this is around the time it starts getting worse. But even so, like, they are not fans of Riley. They are very much fans of you and Mickey and Rachel and everyone. And so feeds come back. Riley is the HOH winner. And it's just like everyone is just like miserable. It's just like, oh my
Mm.
God. He's talking about he's going to put up you and Mickey and
And Ashley.
Ashley. Um,
Yep.
and he's like broing out with Keanu about it, and it was like, oh my God. And at this point as well, for the last like 3 weeks, we've all been talking about how Mickey's power is dead in the water because she told you about it, didn't tell anyone else. But the problem is that Zach, and you know this, I'm sure, Zach was right there. He basically
Yes.
heard Mickey get it
He
and told a few
immediately.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, because he had told me and Vince about that. And so when he first said that, I was like, shit, now I really have to go to work because
Mhm.
I want this power for Mickey. Like I want her to be able to have an HOH. We're gonna need this in the game. If Zach actually talks too much or is close with the wrong people, it's not gonna because like there were some people that like they like everyone knew I sucked that comp. I got lost. Like literally, I was like, hello, like, is anyone around? I got lost.
Mhm.
So people knew I was not near the end. And like you said, like Zach shared, like people knew Ava sat at the front, Jimmy had one HOH. So there were some people that they knew just automatically. It was like dropping like flies. So finding out who could potentially have it was actually a little bit easier. And that was kind of making me a little bit anxious because I'm like, the longer she waits to use this power, the more she's not going to be able to use it because it's just going to be the more people leave, process of elimination. The only other person that I was trying to really throw it on was Catherine. Because I was like, okay, like I thought Catherine was like a sleeper pick in a sense of like she was really quiet, kind of mysterious, like, but I'd heard her game talk when I was up in the HOH room when it was like Jimmy and Lauren up there. So I was like, okay, like she's gaming. I just don't think she's gaming with me, which means she's
Mhm.
gaming with others. So I tried my best to deflect that. But I mean, Zach was spot on with that read. And I was worried because I'm like, oh my God, like we cannot let this happen. So like, what can I do? And I was like, no, I was like, she would tell me. Like, I know she would tell me, and I would tell you guys if I knew. I just tried everything I could. I threw everything at them. Like, there's no way. Like, maybe she was helping because she couldn't find anything. I even said, I was like, there was one time I was up there and I didn't have anything and I was trying to help. So I just came up with as much as I could think of to make sure that they wouldn't actually pick Mickey.
Yeah, and so from our perspective, it was like literally everyone in the house knew that Mickey had the power. Like I would say most of them were like 90+%
Mhm.
confident that Mickey had the power. Even Keanu had been basically told like Mickey probably has the power, and so we were like, this power is not going to work. It's just not going to work. And my only thing was, I actually think the investigation will make it a little more likely to work than the reverse because it will introduce a little bit more like information and doubt. And then my other thing was the only person that might not choose Mickey is Keanu. Um,
Right. Yeah.
and so we all expected like Riley wins. We were like, even if Mickey does use the power,
They're going to guess it's her.
they're going to guess it's her and it's going to be even
Right.
worse.
Yeah.
And so basically there were people that like woke up the next morning and started going through the timeline like, oh, Riley's the HOH. Oh no. And then like hours later, Mickey's the HOH.
Yes. It
And it
worked
was
perfectly.
jubilant,
Oh,
the
it was
celebration.
incredible. I mean, I remember Mickey pulling me and she's like, "Can you find out what Riley's gonna do?" I was like, "Pff, give me an assignment, I'm gonna do it." You know what I mean? I would like, cause like I was like, I needed to know as well. So I went directly, obviously, to the boys and I was like, what do we know? Like, what do we think? And I was obviously not playing it as like, oh guys, I need to know now. But I was like, hey, like, what do you think Riley's gonna do? Like, do you guys think I'm in trouble? Like, let's talk about it. Cause obviously none of them had been on the block yet. So I was kind of trying to make it seem like, oh God, like, is this the first time one of our alliance members is gonna go up? Like, you guys are closer with Riley. Like, let me know. I kind of played more on like a not like a sympathetic level, but just kind of like, hey, like, what do you guys think? And then he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be you, Mickey, and Ashley. I was like, okay. I was like, well, that's good to know. Like, it's kind of played it off. And I went directly to Mickey and was like, girl, it's not looking good for us. Like, it's generally not looking good. And that's when she was like, should I tell Rachel? And I was like, yeah. Because especially since we just saw how Rachel was, I'm like, she could potentially help us in this. And she
Yeah.
did. I mean, like her diversion, everything, that was
Yeah.
like just incredible for her to like do that. Even now, I don't know if she told Ashley. I'm assuming she might have told Ashley or just was kind of like hinting at like, hey, Ashley, kind of help us here a little bit.
So Ashley also, of course, had a very good idea that Mickey had the power. And so Rachel started acting weird, and then Ashley was like, Mickey has it, right?
Yeah.
And Rachel was like, don't tell anyone.
Yeah. See, the funny thing about Rachel is I think she was a much better like strategist and like player, but like you could kind of tell when Rachel like because like she would sometimes wear it on her face because like that's how I started to tell that like her and like after Jimmy had left, and we can obviously talk about that, but like
Mhm.
when I could tell on her face that like I was like, okay, like Rachel and I are on the same page anymore. Like I could just have a
Yep.
feeling. But I was really happy about that whole entire scenario because obviously like Ashley, and I don't know if this is true, but I feel like she really plays up the whole like because everyone thought it was either Ashley or Mickey,
Yep.
so I see Ashley playing it up and I'm like, yes girl, like yes,
She
yes,
went
do
up
whatever you need to
there and
do.
was like, I'm so sorry that this is happening.
Yeah.
Um, it's so good because like Riley is like, I could tell she's a bad actress. She was like choking on her spit. I know it's her. It's Ashley.
Mhm.
It's Ashley. It was so good.
Meanwhile, it's not Ashley.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it was like quite crazy because that was like literally in the middle of the night for us. That was probably at like a 2 a.m. It was very, very late.
Mhm.
Like you could hear a pin drop. Like Catherine was pissed. And that was also, I don't know if their like showmance was like out at that time, but like we obviously knew that they were definitely an item or a duo or
Mhm.
whatever. And just feeling the tension in the room. But I was like, even proud of like Zach and Vince because Zach was very convinced that it was Mickey. And I was curious if he was gonna say anything.
Mhm.
But it worked that like Riley, I mean, like I just will never forget when Riley was just like, yeah, so I think it's Ashley. And I was just like, oh my God, I wanted to scream and jump and like punch the air. I was like, yes, like Mickey gets HOH. Like I was so excited that like she was gonna be able to like, get HOH and we were gonna be able to take control of this week.
Yeah. Well,
And make some big
that
moves.
was the other thing is that we knew Zach knew basically for sure. So it was like, how
Mhm.
in the world would this work if Zach tells them? And so basically, what happened is, I don't know if he told you this, but like he went up there and said, and basically said in the diary room, like, I know it's Mickey, but I don't want Riley to be HOH, so I'm not going to tell him. I'm going to lie.
Yeah.
But then on the other side of it was Vince, who was like trying to tell Riley, like, no, it's Mickey. He
Really?
actually he says, and I
Vince!
clipped this
I'm
because it was
dead.
perfect for Vince. This is what he said about it.
I let him know without pushing too hard.
He was
Sounds about
trying to,
like
without being too obvious.
Right.
He was trying to tell him it was Mickey, but it wasn't breaking
It
through.
wasn't clicking.
And so it didn't work. And to be fair to him, also like that, like he did almost go on Mickey's HOH. So
He did.
yeah.
We can talk about that too, because my God, that was actually like the true game-changing perspective for me when it came to
Mhm.
Mickey. That's when I was like, damn, first it was Jimmy, and now it's you. Like to me, at that point, the triple threat was gone. Like it was just gone for
Mhm.
me as far as like riding it out to the end, because I was like, it just, yeah, we'll definitely talk about that because that was hard for me. But yeah, so when it was announced that Riley was incorrect, and I was really worried for Mickey because I know like when it like the thing that was hard about her power was that yes, it's a takeover, but you have to show yourself.
Yep.
And I was like, oh my God, this can either be really good for Mickey or really bad for Mickey. And optics, people see Jimmy really close with her, Jimmy close to me. Like, am I going to be naive and think that people aren't going to see us all? Like, I feel like people were definitely clocking it. And I was like, okay, so this isn't good, but it's kind of making one of those, like you're showing one of your cards face up, and that's okay because guess what? She's the HOH. What are you going to do about it?
Exactly. And that was exactly it, is that like once Mickey came into power, it like everything started falling into place again. Like all of that
Yes.
stuff that we were talking about where like it was seemingly starting to unravel, like all of a sudden Vince and Zach were like, Lauren who?
Mhm.
We need Morgan because we need Morgan's influence over Mickey. And
Right.
so they were like gravitating toward you much more again. And Mickey like had just a complete sort of rearrangement of her priorities as the HOH at this point,
Yeah.
where she was like, okay, I'm all in again on Morgan, and I want to like work on this. And this was the most wild thing was she like Riley loses it on her.
Oh
Um,
man.
she nominates him.
Mhm.
And then, and by the way, Riley is having conversations with Catherine like, I freaking hate her. I hate her
Mhm.
so much. I want to go like threaten her if she dares put you up on the block. And Catherine's like, Riley, you have to be nice. You have to pretend. And so Riley goes to Mickey and he's like, it's okay. I'm going to protect Catherine with my life. I'll protect you with my life. And Mickey's just like, he's going to protect me with my life. I've
He
got him.
believes it. Yeah.
And then later on, like a couple weeks later, he's like bragging to Keanu, like, I can't believe Mickey fell for that. Like, and it's just like, Mickey, like, how do you think you have these people on lock? It was so obvious.
Yeah, I remember
yeah.
like early in the season, she was talking about my social game, and she's like, Morgan, like your social game is like impeccable, like the way that people just gravitate towards you, like, you know. And I think that's kind of why she felt very uncomfortable with Zach and Vince, because she thought I was going to choose them over her.
Yeah.
And I was always being like, Mickey, like it is literally me and you. Like this was my first ever final two. I pitched it, like I really wanted a Mickey and me final two. But it was hard because I think her HOH was definitely an interesting one, because in my head, like when she told me, she's like, yeah, like Riley is cool with it, like he understands. And I remember talking to Riley several times, and he always brought up how he was never going to forget how his HOH was taken over. And I was like, I don't know what he's doing in that HOH or what he's saying to her, but you know, like, and I never brought it to Mickey's attention because she was very adamant about like, no. Riley promised, especially if I keep off Catherine, like I'm building, you know, I'm doing this for us. Like this is going to work out. And I was just like, unless Riley's blowing smoke up my ass, which I don't think he is, because if I was him, I would also feel like, damn, you're going to take over my HOH. I'm going to come for you whenever I get the chance. I never understood why she trusted it so heavily to the point of like starting to value that versus what was already built. And that's where I started getting a little bit like kind of like, oh God, like what's going to happen this week? Because like you said, like everything, like she won like she got the HOH, everything was now perfect for our side. We had full control. Now we're going to get rid of another number over on that side. But then she's saying like, oh, well, I don't want to put up, you know, Catherine. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see how this week goes then, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, like the nominations initially are fine.
Great noms.
Kelly and Keanu and Riley, obviously. But then of course Keanu wins the veto again.
Yes, that was my first competition too. That was the first time competing in a veto, at least. And it was funny because that was one of the competitions that I studied. I studied Tucker, I studied, you know, all those things. And I never looked behind me to count like my process of the steps, because I'm really good at that stuff. And that was like one thing I was like, oh, I got this in the bag. But I was more worried because when they told us that it was a time base, because Tucker and them, they didn't have a time base. It was just whoever completed it first, which is why you see that face off between him and Cedric, which was
right.
iconic.
Yeah.
So when they mentioned the time, I was like, oh, okay. So like what I was initially going to do, I can't do because it's time. And it said whoever's the fastest is going to go to the finals. So when I saw I was going against Rachel, I was happy about it. I actually felt a lot of like pressure with Mickey because she was going against Keanu. And I thought I was going to go against Keanu because he picked one, I picked two, but they did it bracket style. So when I was going against Rachel, I was like, okay, cool. If I can at least try to push myself and go as fast as possible, then this may potentially help Rachel, because I knew Rachel was going to be good. She had kids. She's played memory games. Like I felt really good about our like segment. And I honestly felt kind of like the same thing with the HOH. Like this was a team thing for me. It's me and Rachel working together to get the fastest time of that portion. And it worked. Like I don't know if she was ever like looking my direction, but like we had the fastest time.
Because just to help out the listeners, this is the one where you are like choosing. It's like the Squid Games kind of thing where you're like choosing which step is the correct one.
Exactly.
And both players, I believe, have the same pattern.
Same pattern.
So you can kind of, as you're saying, work together to reveal which are the correct paths in order to get the fastest time, which mattered in this case because like the fastest time was getting like a bye round to the
finals. Exactly. Now you couldn't sit there and be like, hey, Rachel, like it's right, left. Like you can't say that, but she could easily have looked over, because we saw that in past seasons. I mean, it was definitely a little bit harder because the depth perception from being that far apart, but regardless, her and I had the same pattern. Mickey and Keanu had the same, because it changed per like round, but I was super happy when Rachel won and got the fastest time, because I was like, whew, okay, this is going to make it harder for Keanu. Will he make it to the end? It's very likely. I mean, he was very good at that. He took his time. He was very patient. But at least Rachel's in the finals and not, you know, like Keanu, or even, I mean, I guess I wouldn't have been upset if Riley would have gotten it, because then it would have potentially solidified Keanu going
Keanu
home.
still leaves, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he probably wins the blockbuster,
I
but
know. I was like, unless the blockbuster, which I can't remember what the blockbuster was. I think he actually would have gotten that because Riley won that blockbuster. And I think if Riley
oh,
had won, Keanu
that was
still
the
the balance one.
yeah.
I think Keanu would have gotten that anyway. But
Yeah,
yeah.
Riley was pretty good at it, but there was definitely Jimmy would have beaten Riley if he hadn't missed a shot. So
Yeah, and I
so
thought Jimmy was a great competitor too. Like that's why when I talk about the triple threat, I was happy. Like I think Jimmy had, like, he was kind of more so focusing on his social game like I was, but I was confident that he was going to do well in physical competitions and things. Especially because he had like played tennis. Now I don't know if he actually played tennis. I didn't think he was telling the truth about his job, but I thought like he was a tennis
I believe he
connoisseur.
was actually a tennis coach
Okay.
at some point.
Yeah.
But then he was also like a whatever. I
Yeah.
don't remember what his actual job
Something.
is.
Yeah, I don't either. But what I
AI
will
Washington
say,
political person.
yes. What I will say is that competition and seeing Keanu win and seeing Jimmy's reaction to Keanu winning, the first person I looked at was Mickey. Like we made eye contact being like, did you just see that? Like, because it's like we knew he's been wanting Keanu out since week 1, right?
Mhm.
Keanu had been targeting Mickey and I, talking about how we're cooking our way to the top. Like we had heard so much more from Keanu. Like we had known that Keanu was directly targeting us. So when Jimmy just erupted and hugged him, we were both like, wait a second. Like, first of all, this is Mickey's HOH.
Mhm.
And I'm also competing to try to get this. And you're excited that Keanu won, but we're your alliance. So that was the first time where, I don't know if it showed it in the episode, but Mickey had looked at me and I was like, he gotta go. And then she's like, you're gonna have to do it on your HOH. And then I was like, you have a renom. And I think that was like the first initial, like, girl, you have a renom. We can make some moves, because to me, if you're in alliance with somebody and you're elated that somebody outside of your alliance who is directly targeting your alliance, that just did not make sense to me at all. Like, at all.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is where things get weird because
Very weird.
there's basically 3 options. There's the correct option, which is Catherine. Then there's the like risky move but could pay off option, which is Vince. And then there's the I don't want to win this game anymore option, which is Jimmy. And this is for Mickey, because obviously there's different incentive for you. Though I still personally think that Catherine is still the better option for you, even over Jimmy.
I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah, but it seems to stem from, Keanu comes up and has this long conversation with you and Mickey, and correct me if I'm wrong. I believe like the intention there initially was to like, number one, like Keanu just won the veto again. We have to save face, and then number 2. We're still, pretty upset with Jimmy over week 2, and we see that Jimmy has a good relationship with Keanu. We want Keanu to be more mad at Jimmy than at us.
Exactly.
And so you're trying to be like, hey, like Jimmy, really, Jimmy, and he keeps going like, but Rachel, until finally he's like, okay, yeah, I guess Jimmy. Yeah, you're right, Jimmy.
Yeah. So after that happened, I remember I was devastated that I lost that, because I was like, this is the first time I can actually like feel like I can win something potentially and make a move for Mickey and like keep the noms the same. I wanted to do it for her. Obviously, we came up short. Keanu won the veto. And I went into the have not room and I was like broken. And Keanu was actually the first person to like comfort me. And I was like, what the hell is going on? But like, it was nice. Like, I always respected Keanu as like an athlete and stuff. And I remember even telling him like after that, or like that was like later in the other conversation, which we'll get into. So I'll just go back to, Zach and Vince came in, they were like checking, and then Jimmy came in and he's like, so like, cause I thought he was gonna be like, hey, are you okay? Like, I'm so sorry. But he was like, so it's gonna be Catherine, right? Yeah. Cause I think with Catherine, and then he just goes in and I'm just like, whoa, bro, like read the room right now. Like now, yet again, the house can't get Keanu out. And now it's trying to think of options, and you're just automatically like ready to go Catherine, even though all Mickey has been saying is she was not going to put up Catherine because she promised Riley and she didn't want to damage that relationship. So in my head, I'm like, I don't even know what's going to happen at this point. Like, I'm just pissed off at you because you were so elated about Keanu winning this when you knew the mission, which was to get out Keanu. So I didn't understand that. Like, sure, can I maybe understand that he was trying to save face? But I think there's a way that you can save face without pissing off your allies to the point of like, you literally celebrated, like jumped up in the air, like his head almost hit the ceiling. You know what I mean? It was just like, Jimmy, hello? Like, so insane. So that was like the first time where me and Mickey were like you said, we thought back to week 2 where he was more so consulting like Catherine, Lauren, and other people and not us. It's like, oh, so Jimmy is playing his own game, which he should be, but like, then why does he keep saying triple threats everything, triple threats everything? Because it's giving that it's not giving everything. You know what I mean? So we were just very confused on that.
Okay, so give me the timeline, because there's sort of like a little bit of like a back and forth with this, even just from you yourself, because you do push initially for Jimmy, and then you start to. I guess I'll give you my interpretation, which is that you initially have this idea of like, you know what, screw Jimmy, let's do Jimmy, and then after thinking about it a little bit more, you're like, wait, no, it actually does make way more sense to do Catherine. Why don't we just do Catherine? But Mickey's like, I'm never touching Catherine. Mickey then at that point says, my other option is Vince. And so you're like, okay, like, then Jimmy.
Right. Because so I obviously was upset at Jimmy, but I was like, okay, we can figure this out because it's triple threat. Maybe we can have a conversation. We can kind of see what's going on. But I had also heard from like other people that like Jimmy was creating alliances and like just kind of doing some things that I was like, our agreement in the very beginning was to tell each other everything. If you were in an alliance, if you were doing other things, so that way, like no one's blindsided and we're working together, we can try to figure out like the whole game as a whole and try to navigate that way. So the more Mickey and I started finding out things that Jimmy was doing, the more we were confused on like, well, why is this happening? Like, what's going on? Like recognizing that like his damage control was not doing very good. So I was just really confused. But I was like, okay, Catherine would also be a very good option because she's not on our side of things. She doesn't really talk game specifically with me, but Mickey loved, at least to my knowledge, the way it came off was because of that HOH takeover. She really bonded with Riley and Catherine and made this like groundbreaking, you know, I don't know, connection with them to where she was like, I promised Riley I would not put her up. I'm not going to put her up. And so then I was just like, she's like, but people have been mentioning Vince. And I was like, in my head. So now this is where I'm losing my mind. Cause I'm like, wait, but we're in the melting pot. Like,
yeah,
why are we going to put up somebody
together?
Yes. Like we put the melting pot like that day in her HOH. So I was like, you know, wait, but like we're in this alliance. Why are we going to put up Vince? Which, I mean, I get the other things like, well, Morgan, that the same thing can be said about Jimmy. And it's like, sure, I totally understand that. But Mickey and I both were very confused on why Jimmy was like purposefully damaging, at least I'll speak for myself because I can't speak for her, but like going around telling Lauren and Catherine that we don't like them, going around continuously spreading the rumors and like enticing Keanu to continue to come after me and Mickey. Like that was a direct ally doing that to us. I did not understand that. And to me,
what I will say, sorry to interrupt, what I will say for Jimmy in that regard is that I do think that that was inflated by Keanu. Like a lot of that did stem from Keanu, and Jimmy actually even at times tried to get Keanu off of that train of thought, but Keanu is very honed in on that idea. And so I think Jimmy took a lot of heat for like fanning those flames, but like the flames came from Keanu very much so, I would say.
Right. I mean, living in a house with Keanu and seeing how he was like navigating, like you're right. Like once he's like set on something, it's like you cannot tell him, you can literally show evidence. You can show him a clip and he'll still be like, no, because I think actually, and it's like, okay, well, you know, fine. You know what I mean? Like, because even
I'll give Keanu some credit because I did a whole deep dive with him, and he's been very open to hearing all of the criticism I had.
Yeah, I played some video games with him the other day, and I teased him about it. I was like, oh, so I was like, how does it feel to know that me and Rachel actually weren't targeting you? And he started laughing so hard. I was like, hey, it's okay. Like, you know, it's just a game. It was really funny, but more so like just in the house at that time.
Yes,
like
in the house very much so.
He was desperate to get out the people that were talking about him. And he thought it was me and Mickey. So of course, like we knew it was coming for him, but we also knew Jimmy was not doing as much, you know, trying, at least to our or
Yeah.
my knowledge. Like, you know, he never was like, hey, Morgan, like, I'm trying to tell Keanu, but he's not listening to me. He was just like, no, like, I don't like, you know, it was just kind of brushed under the
He did a
rug. And
very
that's where,
bad job defending himself, I will say, from my
yeah.
perspective.
Yeah. So that was the hard part for me. Cause like one thing about me, I'm obviously like a passionate person. So if I was to see him being like, Morgan, like, I'm telling you, I was talking to Keanu, I've done this, I would have been maybe like, okay, like, let's try to reshape some things. But it was very much like, don't worry, I'm handling it. Like, triple threat's in a great position. And it's like, how? No, I think you're in a good position because we're getting targeted. We almost went on the block this week because of Riley. We're still getting targeted because Keanu. Like, you're in a good position, not us. Like, the only reason why we're good is because of this power. So I remember when Mickey brought up Vince, how she was like, yeah, other couple people are bringing up Vince. That's when I was like, oh no, like, this is not good. Because Vince, without like us like officializing anything, like, he was my other, I guess, like, final two, if you will. And that was actually only because when Mickey brought that up, she knew how close I was to him. And I was like, wait, like, this is so weird. Like, why is Vince out all of a sudden when I thought when we made this like group of four, you were excited about it. Like, I felt like you were happy that like we were all on the same page. So that was really hard. But what I will say is when we did have a meeting with, because I had ended up learning after the show, because I had a couple friends be like, you blindsided Jimmy. I was like, what? We didn't blindside Jimmy. But I guess the way it came out was like, we blindsided Jimmy.
Well, there's a scene in the episode, because it wasn't on the feeds, but in the episodes we see like you two like rushing and getting ready as you're explaining to Jimmy that he's going up.
So
yeah.
So last, like the night before, after we talk with everyone, we pull up Jimmy. And I let Mickey take the reins on this because she's the HOH. And I was like, you know, if I'm HOH, I kind of want to be the one to take the reins. So I'm going to let her do the thing. I'm just going to kind of be here as a support. And she was going through the memory wall and just asking him every question that she had from her one-on-ones. Because I obviously wasn't sitting in these one-on-ones. I was letting Mickey do her thing, just being here as support and an ally and stuff. So she was asking a lot of questions. I had ended up finding out from Vince that supposedly an alliance was created after Adrian's eviction. It was pulled in by, I guess, like Jimmy pulled in Kelly, Keanu, Vince, and was kind of like, hey, we need to stick together, you know, whatever. I don't know if that actually happened, but that's what we heard.
I believe this was a real conversation, but I believe that Vince intentionally tried to place the blame on Jimmy because he knew he was an option also that week to be nominated. So he tried to make it seem like it was a Jimmy thing, even though it wasn't really a Jimmy thing. Jimmy was just, again, like sort of, I mean, he's certainly culpable in that conversation, but like,
okay.
Again, it was less so like Jimmy trying to like make something happen and more so Jimmy just trying to like be like, sure, guys, like, don't come after me.
Yeah, because the way he explained it was like an alliance was created first by Keanu. Like, Keanu pulled them in and was like, hey, you know, like, I don't know what happened with this vote, but like, we need to work together. And Jimmy told us that he basically was like, oh, like he just kind of brushed off an alliance and basically like said that he wasn't going to do it. And me and Mickey are like, first of all, Big Brother 101 is you never turn down an alliance. So we didn't understand his reasoning on that because it's like, that doesn't even make sense. It would make much more sense if you were like, yeah, actually, let's do an alliance. Let me go tell my girls what they're doing. But he kind of denied that he accepted the alliance, which is where we were like, wait, why would you potentially deny an alliance being suggested to you or proposed?
Yeah, so like I think again, like some of the context of this is that for weeks now, Keanu has had the perspective that he's part of the majority with Vince and Riley and Catherine and Lauren. And he's been trying to pull Jimmy from the bottom of the other side to his side, and the other side is you and Mickey. And so like he's been sort of like talking to Jimmy, and it was always so funny to try to talk about Keanu's game because it was really like we said it was Keanu playing the game was a little bit like the little brother holding a controller that wasn't plugged in, like.
Sorry, that shouldn't be that. Oh my god.
He was just playing a whole different game most of the time.
Oh, Keanu.
And so
he was trying so hard too. Oh, bless his heart.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think at that point, Jimmy was very used to just like yes and Keanu. And like, listen, the guy keeps sticking around. I'm happy for him to not target me, but I'm obviously not actually working with him in any real capacity. And so,
right.
you know, again, like it definitely looked bad, and Vince was able to spin it in a way, and Keanu was able to spin it in a way, and it definitely wasn't great. And what he did during his HOH was terrible. But I think the thing for the audience at the time was like at the end of the day, Jimmy was infinitely more loyal to you
For
and
us.
Mickey than he
Right.
was to almost anyone else in the house. Maybe Rachel at that point had like been as with the same level as
Higher.
or so.
Yeah.
But he was very much, and my thing at the time too was like, especially for Mickey, was like, even if you can't fully trust Jimmy,
Mhm.
he's still not your problem to deal with. He's a problem for everyone else to deal with first
Correct.
before they
Right.
come to you. And you're just doing their dirty work right now. But yeah.
Right. Yeah, so that was like one thing that was hard, at least for me, because when we talked about that and Mickey was asking every question. I mean, like, excuse me, the one thing about Mickey is she was very good about talking with everyone and getting, asking the questions that she wanted to ask. One thing about her that she told me was like she was someone who would mirror. So like let's say you came to her and was like, God, I don't know how I feel about Kelly. She's like, oh yeah, I don't know either. Like she would kind of like encourage the same kind of thoughts or feelings. And so when she told me that she mirrored people, I started doing that for her as well in certain like circumstances. So I'm like, okay, this is how she's playing. I'm gonna do the same thing. So she thinks I'm kind of like, oh yeah, Mickey, I agree. Where I'm just like, I'm trying to get as much information from her. But in that HOH, like I started hearing all the questions that she was asking Jimmy. So I'm learning about like conversations she's having with people and what people are potentially saying about Jimmy or other people. And so we caught Jimmy in a lie. And that's kind of what really did it for me. Because first he said Keanu pulled them in to make this alliance.
Right.
And then he said Kelly did. And I'm like, so which is it? And why are you lying? Because if you're saying that you weren't interested, why is the story changing? It should have just been, yeah, like I got pulled in. I wasn't really sure about this or whatever. So that was the first part where I was like, oh, this is not good. Because if he is creating these alliances behind our back, I don't want to get blindsided at any point. I don't want to all of a sudden think that Jimmy's not on our side. And so after that, she, of course, that's when she suggests Vince. And that's when I was like, well, if Jimmy's kind of making alliances, like we have the four, like it doesn't make sense to put up Vince. Like, why were we going to do that? Like he never put, I just kind of went to bat. I bawled my eyes out because that was the one person outside of Mickey that I was super connected to. And I was like, I felt that if Vince had gone up in the block and went home, I was in a much worse position just because of the connections he had with other people. He was giving me information about Lauren, about Keanu, about other people that I was not fully connected to. So losing Vince was bad for my game that week.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's again for me, it was just like it just should have been Catherine. Like it was
I
so
know.
easy.
I wish it would have been Catherine. She was just very adamant about not upsetting Riley because her thing was like, because she got pretty emotional about it. She's like, who am I to take over his HOH and then put his girl up on the block? And in my head, I'm like, it's a game. Like,
I know.
I don't know. Like, you just
Like,
got to kind of do it.
I've never seen somebody tank so hard, both in like win equity in the game and also popularity from outside that. Like it just like that week, she went from like the front runner and
She was
like
incredible.
like a lot of people's favorites to just
Absolutely.
like, oh, she's clearly going to lose this game and screw her for making that move because that
Yeah.
was so stupid.
I was like really shocked because like I said, after we had that conversation that night, Jimmy actually pulled me in the have not room. And I don't know if they showed this on the show, but he asked me, he's like, should I be worried about Mickey? And I didn't want to throw Mickey under the bus and be like, yeah, you kind of should. So I would, because like, at the end of the day, she was my final two. So I was like, Mickey's felt like after that conversation, remember, she was just like, I can't trust him. And trust was a really big thing for her. And so after I just was like, hey, maybe just go talk to her. I just tried to encourage him to go talk to her because I felt like at that point, like she's the HOH, she's going to make a decision. I don't want to be the one to tell you like, hey, like this isn't looking good for you. So I didn't. And then the next morning, we were not prepared to get like literally over the intercom, like the veto meeting is going to be in 15 minutes. That's why we were frantic. We thought we had plenty of time. Like we woke up because like our plan was she's like, hey, like, why don't you come up? We'll get ready. We'll bring Jimmy up here and like, we'll actually have like a sit down conversation and help him understand like why he's going up on the block. Like that was our entire plan. Like Mickey did not want to blindside him. I did not want to blindside him because at the end of the day, we still cared about him. He was still our friend. He was still our initial final three. And then when I'm getting up there, we literally get the announcement and me and Mickey are looking at each other like, what the fuck? What do you mean we're having a veto meeting? So then I'm like, I was like, I'm gonna go get Jimmy. And then then she said that's when you start seeing the frantic rush around, because we were very unaware and unprepared that the veto ceremony was gonna be that soon. And that's when you probably see us trying to get Jimmy to stay up there, and then he leaves, and I'm looking at her like, Mickey, you gotta say something. Like, I can't start. I'm not the HOH. Like, you gotta say something. And then that's when it probably shows like us telling Jimmy and him being kind of confused. But I don't know. It was that morning was a lot for me, because I'm like, okay, this is a lot. I know this is gonna be hard for Jimmy, but like he's also not like pushing too hard back. So maybe I don't know. I just didn't really understand. And then that was definitely where things really changed, like temperature wise in the house. Like I feel like that was the first time where it's like, okay, a lot of people are pissed, or a lot of people are kind of like WTF about it.
Yeah. So okay. So the reason why Vince gets brought up in the consideration, of course, is
Yes.
Rachel and Ashley,
Okay.
who start pushing hard for Vince. At this point, Rachel has been on to Vince the fact that he does one-on-ones with everyone, and he's clearly got a million final twos. She's been looking to take a shot at him. Ashley has also been on Vince's case since basically week 2. Rachel has made a final 2 with Ava at this point, and also opened Ava's eyes to Vince, who was like, Rachel, after you told me that, I watched him pull people one-on-one all day long. You're totally right. And so Rachel made a big push to get Vince on the block. Of course, has this big conversation with Mickey where she says to put Ava on the block. Of course, we knew who she was referring to, because she felt like if it's not Vince, then like, what are we even doing here?
Right.
And Ashley is up there trying to get Vince on the block, and it works. And Mickey is like, okay, I think I might have to do Vince. And part of the argument too is you can't take out Jimmy. Jimmy's a number for you. Vince is a number for Morgan.
Right.
You're just doing Morgan's work. And then Mickey basically tells you that, and you are just like, you cannot do Vince. You cannot take him from me. Like, this is like, you can't do this. And Keanu interrupts the conversation as well, and he makes his case, and you talk her down, and up goes Jimmy instead. But that's not the end of that story, because Ashley at that point is still like, okay, this is not good for us. Rachel is pissed. And so Ashley keeps trying to do a little bit of work to feel out, like, can we get the votes to keep Jimmy? But this immediately gets back to Mickey, and she's pissed at Ashley.
Mickey was
and
pissed.
Yes, this
She
was
was super
like
pissed.
Ashley's a house pariah again, round 3, basically.
Yeah, I think Ashley in the beginning kind of really, because sometimes Ashley would say like comments that a lot of people felt were like insensitive. I don't know if she meant any harm by it, but a lot of people would be like, oh, Ashley's doing a little bit too much, or Ashley's doing this. And there goes again, like Ashley just kind of being, kind of fanned, like her flames are being fanned.
This is what Ashley referred to as like her Elle Woods be a little bit disliked strategy.
Oh, okay. I love that. But yeah, I remember before we like get into that, like that was when Mickey and I had a really deep conversation with Keanu, because he was going around apologizing for, I believe you have a prompt, whole thing like with Ava. And so I remember because this is something that I was gonna like mention in my final speech if I ever did. Like, oh God, I keep punching this thing. One of the things that I feel like I did really well on was turning like my enemies into people that whether or not they're allies, they no longer viewed me as a threat, or they viewed me as an asset. Because when Keanu came out to apologize, I was still just like itching at my core to understand why my name was still in his mouth. I was like, I don't understand. We squashed beef. We did all this. Why am I still continuously hearing that you are jabbing about my name? Like, I did not understand. So I remember when you're outside and he was just like, yeah, I just wanted to apologize. Like, I know I came off wrong and da 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 da. Like, and I was like, hey, do you mind if I actually, like, if we actually talk to you? And I remember Mickey looking at me. I was like, I think we can go in the HOH room. Like, that was the first time where I was like, okay, I'm going to take kind of like the reins here. Like, we need to talk, Keanu, because all this, like, he said, she said, like, we're not even speaking about it is annoying and it's dumb. Like, I'm trying to make sure that like he's not targeting me anymore. And that's when we see that huge conversation. I don't know exactly what it showed of it, but like in the HOH room with Mickey, with Keanu. And then that's when we were able to show Keanu that like we were not the ones spreading the BS. And that's when Jimmy's name was also even a bigger target for at least me, and at least perceptionally for Mickey, because we found Keanu to obviously be a huge target. He was a great competitor. His social game, needed some work, but at the end of the day, he was a house target. And having somebody who could potentially win HOHs or take himself off the block and still be around was dangerous for mine and Mickey's game. So I did that move to make sure that if he was going to go for anybody, it would no longer be for Mickey and I, because we were not the ones even talking about him. I tried to save him, like all these things. And I think that conversation, at least to my knowledge, felt like very genuine and honest. And that's when he learned about getting Jimmy out, which I think is probably the reason why, like when Ashley was trying to get votes, why it probably didn't work, because once Keanu was like set on something, that was it. So once he realized that Jimmy was the one speaking about him, I'm maybe assuming that's why he was like, okay, Jimmy's got to go.
Well, basically what he said to Vince right after was like, this is perfect. They're going to take out Jimmy for me. And then I'm freed up to take out them next, basically.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, honestly, it made sense. My whole thing was like, even if, like, obviously that was his plan, I just did not like the whole, like, uncomfortable discourse that was happening in the house, to the point of like, oh, there's Keanu, I can't really say anything, or like having even it was affecting mine and Mickey's relationship. Like, she was getting bothered by, like, if I was making food for Keanu, or if I, like, things like this. So I was like, I just am trying to make sure that, like, at least on my perspective, someone like Keanu, whether he's targeting me or not, and this kind of goes down to like what I was saying as far as like water under the bridge for me, like, as long as I can show like my character and like how I'm moving in this game and being like, look, this is what happened, this is the honest thing, then maybe that can earn me favor in the future, or they can be like, oh, well, Morgan told me this. And I think that helped in future relationships too. So that was like just one of the moves that I feel like actually helped Keanu later on understand that I have been honest with him the entire game, even though he thought
I think that's fair. I think that, like, because it's less so that Keanu, I think, was actively trying to like lie and manipulate, but like, I think he sort of like he was happy to go along with blaming Jimmy and taking Jimmy out, although he did consider keeping Jimmy later in the week. He ultimately didn't. But like, he was just so locked in on you and Mickey. He was never like, because Vince was like, when he said that to Vince was like, but what about Ashley? And he was like, Ashley's not a problem. It's still Mickey and Morgan.
Smart.
But he obviously did eventually come to respect your game a lot, and I think was very much a vote for you in the jury as well. So there is, I think, something there in the sense that, like, at the very least, it opened the lines of communication. But yeah, definitely did not get him off of your scent quite yet.
Right. That was like, but that was my whole thing, is like, as long as Keanu can understand that, like, I'm here to have conversation, like, regardless of whether we're going to be allies or enemies, like, conversations needs to be had. We're playing a game where social is a big part of it. And I was just kind of tired of like questioning, because, like, obviously, like, Vince would be like, oh, I talked to Keanu, he said this. I'm like, well, did he really say this? Or is that what just you want me to know? So whether or not Keanu was like blowing smoke, I still was like, well, I'm just going to at least be honest, tell him how I'm feeling, and he can take it or leave it. It's kind of like the same thing I did when Rachel on her HOH, things like that. But I will say, and I will like agree with you, like, taking out Jimmy probably wasn't as good of a move, considering, because here's the thing, if Mickey was open to putting up Catherine, I would have much more pushed for Catherine than pushed for Jimmy, but she was so adamant about no Catherine that I was like,
I think people forget that too, because like, I saw it, like, you did push for Catherine a couple of times, but every time you even mentioned her name, it was like, absolutely not, not even close to an option. And so ultimately, like, there wasn't much you could do to keep pushing in that direction.
Yeah, because if it's like, at that point, it came down to Jimmy or Vince. Obviously, I'm going to keep Vince, because I didn't feel like Jimmy was really riding for me as hard as I wanted him to, which obviously I ended up learning that he was. But still, it's like, in hindsight, Catherine would have been the most ideal, but she was just anti-Catherine. I was like, well, no other name was going to be mentioned. Like, no one mentioned Lauren, or no one mentioned, like, other people. But like, I don't think even then, like, Lauren wasn't even a reason to go up on the block. Like, I wouldn't have even petitioned for Lauren to go up on the block. So I'm like, Lauren's close to Vince, that could help me. So the only other option outside of Jimmy was Catherine for me. And since Catherine was not an option, it was like, well, better Jimmy over Vince. But that was a tough week.
Yeah, it was. So there's one final bit of this, which is Ashley, of course, realizes Mickey's pissed at her, does her Ashley thing where she just like went up to the HOH room and like refused to leave the conversation until Mickey opened up about it.
Really?
Like, Mickey, I feel like something's wrong. Mickey was like, no, it's fine. Mickey, like, what's going on? Like for an hour before Mickey finally is like, I'm just mad about this Jimmy thing. And then Ashley was like, no, I haven't done anything about Jimmy. And this is where Ashley does something that is pretty key to the following week as well. Because obviously you guys make the melting pot alliance. This is sort of like, we're taking out Jimmy. We're going to solidify together. This is our thing. And I think Mickey was like pretty on board with this. But Ashley had been talking to Ava, and Ashley also had a weird vibe at the Adrian vote. And so she pretends to Ava that she knew that Zach and Vince were trying to flip the vote to see if Ava accidentally will confirm it. And she does. She's like, yeah, it's so crazy that they tried to flip the vote like that. And Ava's like, I know, they came to me that night before. Wait, how'd you know that? And this pisses Ava off. But Ashley then gets this information, brings it to Mickey and says, hey, did you know about them trying to flip the vote? And Mickey's like, yeah, I kind of figured, but actually, no. What do you mean? They tried to flip the vote?
Right.
And she's like, yeah, apparently Zach and Vince went to Ava the night before. They were like trying to get her to flip on Will. And Mickey's like, wow, I'm really looking at Zach differently because I really believed him when he told me that he didn't try to flip that vote. And of course, this helps repair their relationship at this point, but then also starts pointing Mickey back at Zach, which is very relevant because Ava wins the following HOH. And under Mickey's instructions,
yes, is able to get Zach. Yeah, because I remember after Jimmy went up on the block and that vote, Ashley's vote, because we all knew it was Ashley. Everyone knew it was Ashley. So I remember Ashley
talking about Ashley's.
Yeah, like
you have to have seen the clip of Ashley.
I haven't seen it. I honestly, God, I have not watched.
Going back into the diary room.
I saw like a brief one. Yeah, I saw that one. Yes. Oh, I thought you meant a different one. Yeah. So I haven't watched any like deep dives or anything like that, but I did see that, and that was comical. I was like, oh my God, they're accidentally voting the wrong way.
Wait, no, I meant to. I'm voting Jimmy out.
Yeah, right.
And then
he's like, no. I just sounded like this. No. So I think at the end of that, like after Jimmy gets evicted, I remember, Ashley pulling me in and she was crying. She's like, it wasn't me. And I knew it was her because I'm like, it wouldn't have been Catherine. Like Catherine did not like the fact that Jimmy was throwing her name to me and Mickey. Like the only person that makes sense is you. But like I said, there's just some things I was like, whatever, I don't care. Like that's Mickey's problem. Because Mickey, I remember she said like, if Ashley's the one who went against me, like, because she had a lot of discourse with Ashley as well. Because I know that conversation that you were just mentioning where they were up there talking, Mickey had came to me after and was like, I remember exactly what she said, but essentially like Ashley had some kind of like comments that was made and like really pissed off Mickey and like kind of, I don't know, she just said some things and like Mickey was really bothered by it.
There was a bunch of, I sort of simplify the story by pointing to the one moment, but there were a few back and forths in the relationship between Mickey and Ashley, which ultimately culminated in them coming back together. But like, there was another argument, and then there was also one with Will involved. Well, there were multiple with Will involved. There was a very funny conversation with Ashley, Mickey, and Will up in the HOH room, where Mickey was like trying to be mad at Ashley for the Jimmy stuff. And then Ashley would be like, no, I haven't done any of that. And then Mickey was like, Ashley, you talk way too much. And Ashley's like, what do you mean I talk too much? Will, do I talk too much? And Will would be like, Will
was always in those rooms kind of like just wishing that he had like a bottle of wine and just
he never wanted to take a side, and he just wanted to agree with everyone.
Which honestly made sense for his game.
Yeah. Well, okay. So if you haven't seen the episodes,
having his two daughters fight,
you might not have. Yeah, exactly. You might not have seen this, but Will has a whole storyline in the diary room about how he can't handle it with all these young people in the house, and he's not listening half the time. He's like, yeah, they were just talking to me, and I was just like, yep, yeah. And then they would show, because that's Will's personality, like 70% of the time in the house.
Yeah.
So multiple times when we were watching Will, we'd be like, okay, is he listening in this conversation though? Because he
Right,
needs to
because
be.
it's looking like he's not, like, listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just know that after that, like, I remember Mickey was feeling some type of way about Ashley because she was like, "I think Ashley was the vote," and I was like, "Ashley was the vote," because the thing is, and I don't know if, like, Ashley was intending to do this, but, like, when I had talked to her, I was like, "Ashley, you were the one person that was with Rachel and Jimmy the whole week. Why
Mhm.
wouldn't it have been you? You know, you were hanging out with them. People heard you campaigning. Oh, that was the issue. Mickey had told me that she had heard Ashley was campaigning for Jimmy and then lied to her about it. And that was the
That
kind of
came
where
that
it
came from
came.
Ava.
Yeah. So it was just a lot of things. And that's when I was just trying to tell Mickey, because, like, again, it's like one of these things where it's like, okay, like, this is a lot. Like, I understand people are saying this and that, but, like, Jimmy is evicted. Like, this is something that it's like, if she really wanted to, go after Ashley and handle that, that was, like, kind of her prerogative. Um, I didn't really have any issue, I guess. I just knew that, like, obviously of, like, the insensitive comments and things that she was saying, but at the same time, like I said, I was like, we had, like, essentially what I got, what I wanted happened, so I can't complain right now.
Yeah. So ultimately, it is Jimmy that's evicted. Ashley
Yeah.
tries to switch her vote in a very humorous fashion. Ava wins the following HOH, and
Which was
Ava.
crazy. I can't believe you. I mean, can we, before we get, can we
Oh,
talk about how people played that game?
it was
Oh
very
my
emblematic
God.
of the gameplay of the season.
I was so pissed. Like, when Riley
Any
went up first,
volunteers?
I was like, volunteers? What are we volunteering for tribute? This is not the Hunger Games, guys. We're playing Big Brother. This is a whole knockout. You're supposed to target people. And then he picks Zach and somebody, or Zach and Catherine, I think, or Zach and somebody.
Mhm.
And then Zach picks me and Will. I said, what the? I said, oh my God. If I could have just said what I really wanted to say, was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you dumb? Like, respectfully, why are you picking your allies to play in this game?
Especially because
And
he ends up leaving that week.
especially because
But and that's and strangely, that's not even the worst movie made.
no, that was just the start of the worst moves of the week. And my thing was like, usually if you do pick your allies, it's when you have no one else to pick from. I'm like, Zach, if you're aware that you're being, if you don't like Ashley, or if you're not feeling Keanu, if you're not feeling Rachel, why wouldn't you pick them? I just never understood that. Will whoop my ass. Like, he got the right thing. I was happy because I was like, okay, cool. Like, I really don't want to win this HOH. I don't want to have, like, blood on my hands, especially since Mickey's HOH just happened. Like, if I go back to, like, not back to back, but it's like, if it's Mickey's and then me, like, people are gonna be like, okay, these girls are really running this. So I was like, I was happy that I didn't win it, but I was like, that's not how you play this game. Like, so then I'm just like, okay, I'm just, like, learning more about the people that I'm aligned with. Like, okay, like, that wasn't a smart decision. Is he going to end up making a dumb decision like this in the future where it, like, really matters? And then, yeah, like, and usually, like, we've seen in past Big Brother seasons, the people who make it towards the end and could potentially win that are the people that people find less threatening and, like, not a problem. So Ava ended up winning that HOH and started the week of, yeah, that was a very interesting week for me. Seeing
Well,
both of my, like, alliance members up on the block and
yeah. Well, go ahead.
clocking a lot of things. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, so Ava wins this HOH, and she knew immediately who she was going to nominate. It wasn't a question for her. Keanu had yelled at her. She said, or they got into a fight. She said,
Right.
Vinny the Lip, because she's been on to him for a while. And then obviously the third nominee was Ashley. She was 100% dead set. Ashley's on the block. She's been annoyed at Ashley for a while. She was annoyed that Ashley even floated the idea of keeping Jimmy the previous week. And
Good for her.
she tells Mickey this, and Mickey says, it can't be Ashley. It needs to be Zach. And she talks to Will, and Will says, I think it should be Zach. And Ava, one of the first HOHs of the season, to say something along the lines of,
These are the people that I trust the most in this house. So their opinion, I truly value.
wait, valuing allies' opinions? What?
You know what was crazy about that week? I remember I was playing chess with Zach and Ava had came up. She had already told me to my face that I was safe. She came up again, looked at both me and Zach in the eyes. She's like, you guys are good. Like, and she was fully confident about that. So I remember seeing Zach's face for the first time. And I remember being up there playing chess and stuff, and saw only Will and only Mickey going in that HOH. And when I saw the nominations, because remember, she was very adamant. She said, I don't need one-on-ones. I'm only going to pull you if I need you. And I think to me, her saying that wasn't the smartest move, only because it kind of basically said, hey, I'm going to show you guys my cards. So when you guys see me pull somebody, you guys are going to know who I'm close with. And that's why everyone clocked it. I mean, everyone saw that the only two people that she spoke to were Will and Mickey. And I think that's why Keanu wanted to make an alliance to go against them, because it's like, that's her basically saying like, hey guys, I'm going to pick my two closest allies to talk about who I want on the block. If you're on the block, well, blame them or whatever. Because when I saw Zach, that's when I was like, okay. So Ava lies to people's faces, because I literally saw her look Zach in the eye and say, I am not going to put you up, like you're safe. But then I also was like, okay, let me slow down, because two other people only spoke to her. And it's very likely that they had a hand in this. And my initial gut feeling was that Mickey had a hand in it. And like, that's when you see me, Zach, and Vince like going crazy in the gym. Like, I don't know if it showed that, but we were just enraged.
Exactly. Well, that was the thing, is that Ava immediately saw that you were very displeased with the nominations, and at that point was like, I want the veto used. I want Morgan on the block. If she doesn't like my nominations, she can go on the block. And
sounds like her.
And Mickey had kind of fanned those flames, and then realized, oh, it went too far, and tried to be like, well, maybe she shouldn't go on the block.
Yeah, because my only thing is like, I just didn't like how she lied to his face, because I'm like, if you're willing to lie to his face, you're willing to lie to mine. And that's why when I talked to her in the HOH room, because she was like, Morgan, I'm really sorry. Like, I saw that you were upset. And I was like, Ava, it's your HOH. Like, you're going to do what you have to do at the end of the day. But what I didn't like was that you lied. I was like, I saw you look at him and say that. So that's where my discourse comes from.
And at the time, she thought she had made her mind up. And it was right after that she talked to Mickey, which is why
it changed. And so like, was I upset about the noms? Like, yes, but I also was just like, this is a game. And like I said from the very beginning, I told people like, you're going to do what you want to do and I'm going to adapt. I essentially told people how I was playing this game. Like, you guys are going to do what you want to do. I'm going to adapt. But that also means like, I'm going to see what you guys are doing and I'm going to try to like, make y'all do what I kind of want to do. But when I went into that conversation with her, it wasn't even to be like, I can't believe you did that. I was just like, yeah, this is actually the issue. Like, if you're going to lie to him, you're going to lie to me. So it's like, yes, I was upset that Zach was on the block, but my whole mission on that actual conversation was to be like, this is actually my discourse with us. Sure, Zach's on the block. Can't change that. But you lying to him makes me think that you're going to lie to me. That's what I was like. I did not like that. That was where I was like, ooh, now I'm kind of looking at Ava as somebody to just keep in mind on, because if she's one easily swayed by either Will or Mickey or both, then, and she's willing to lie to people's faces, this is a player that is kind of dangerous, because that means she's just easily impressionable from other players and could easily do what they want them to do. And like, that's not good for me.
Well, frankly, Morgan, was I manipulated on my HOH by Mickey? Yes. I
remember that conversation too. That was insane. She was like, well,
Catherine wins the veto. And there's a lot that happens here. There's, first of all, by this point, Ashley has told Rachel about one of the conversations that she had been sat in on, where you guys were talking about, it was one of the many conversations you guys had about who are we bringing to jury. And this was another one of those things that like became such a thing. And I was it's always very annoying to the fans when people talk about like who are we bringing to the jury, but like genuinely, and I mentioned this at the time, there is something very valuable about like actively talking about who should be on a jury, because that, especially a 7-person jury. But what I said, what I did agree with is you probably shouldn't tell other people about it so much.
Yeah. It's funny because I remember telling specifically, obviously, like I talked to Triple Threat about that before Jimmy left, and I talked with the guys because I'm like, okay, they brought up wanting Lauren in jury. So then when we were talking about Rachel, for example, I was like, Rachel is somebody good to work with. She's good to have. She's won this game. Like she, obviously, I pissed her off when I said it like this, but my intention was more so being like, she deserves to be in jury, meaning like the jury phase. Like she should not be a pre-juror is how I
Mhm.
should have said it. I should have said she should not be a pre-juror because then that would have
Yeah.
implied that, hey, if she ends up going to final 2, then she's deserving of being there. My intention was like, Rachel should not be a pre-juror. She is so intelligent, so great that if she does end up not making it to the final 2 chairs, you can rely on her being able to look at the game as the game and not, somebody who's never played this game before. So it was
You ended
definitely
up you ended up taking all of the heat,
Mhm.
and you were, I would say, by far the least sort of like you were not really the perpetrator here because you really I'm on your side here. You very much did as silly as it sounds, you did talk about it more like a checkpoint, more
I
like you wanted
did.
Rachel to get there. You did say those things, but you did it in favor of Rachel,
Exactly.
whereas the way Mickey and especially like Zach or Vince would talk about it was like, we want her to be the first person on the jury. We
Right,
want
because
her
like when
to be
she
like, yeah. And so
Yes.
Ashley relayed the conversation that she was a part of. And obviously, when she's relaying that conversation, she's not like, so
Omitting
it's
me.
these people and not these
Mhm.
people, but it's like they all had this conversation and they were talking about planting you as the first person on the jury, thinking that you'll be like a rational juror, because that's the way Mickey would talk about it, right?
Right, because
Um,
that yes. Thank you,
and
because my
so,
whole thing is when
yeah.
Rachel brought that to me, I was like, first of all, I never had this plan of who goes first and who's like, I just wanted you to reach the checkpoint, not be a pre-juror, however it happens, because that's how I was playing. I wasn't planning who leaves when. That was what Mickey was doing. So that's why when I heard
Mhm.
that, I was like, okay, this is coming from Mickey. Like that's why I wasn't surprised when I ended up on Rachel's block. I knew it was from Mickey because it's like I said, like I took little things, little notes from different people and how they've talked. I was like, oh my God. That's why I was like so frustrated because it's like, it's really irritating when you see your allies kind of throw you under the bus and you're just like, bruh, like, what are you doing? What is happening? So yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
that's the thing
interesting.
too, is that like you were certainly a part of those conversations in the
Sure.
same way that Ashley was in the one that she was in. And she said that to Rachel. She was like, "Yeah, I agreed with them because I want you them to take you to the jury."
Right.
And I think that the same was true of you. The difference is, of course, that like Ashley is the one telling Rachel. So Rachel comes to this conversation with you thinking, here is one of the people who has been saying this, and to Rachel especially, it was like particularly insulting because she did not want to be on the jury.
Right. And she's
Um,
won the game before, which I can completely
well,
empathize
she
with. And that's what we kind of talked about in the storage.
and she was like struggling because like she was missing her family, and it was like, if
Yeah,
I'm not going to make it to the end, I don't want to be stuck in the jury away from my family.
absolutely.
So the fact that these people would talk about me as like a piece in their game to like bring to the jury so that I'll vote for them to win, like
Yeah.
joke's going to be on them.
Right.
And so then you have this conversation in the storage room where
The storage room
uh,
combo.
where Rachel has been obviously wanting Vinny out, and you are having this conversation to try to campaign for Vinny to stay and to take Keanu out. And
Yes.
Rachel is like having none of that. And you start talking about like, well, we want Vince and Zach on the jury, right? And this keys
Snaps,
Rachel
Rachel.
in, and
Oh,
off
Rachie.
they go.
I remember so my whole intent on talking to her in that storage room because I saw her go in there. I knew we hadn't really talked since the Jimmy eviction. And like when I saw how bothered she was, I'm also the kind of person to like give people space. So I didn't want to just bombard her and be like, "Hey, so can we talk about this Jimmy thing?" Because I just knowing Rachel, she was not the kind of person that would want to like she needs some time to like cool off before she's able to have those conversations. And so that was our first time actually having like a game conversation since since that prior week with Jimmy. And so I was like, okay, my mission going into this is obviously for her to see Vince as an extension of me, like someone that I can essentially have reins on and kind of make sure that he does what we want him to do. Because I was trying to angle it as like, look, Vince values my opinion. He talks to me at the end of every day. Like he really enjoys my strategy, all these things. And having someone like that in the house can work for our benefit, more particularly mine, of course. But like having someone who could potentially win HOHs and do what I would hope for them to do would be great. Um, and Keanu obviously was just kind of, he was like a ticking time bomb. You just never knew when he was going to explode. You never knew if you just didn't know with him. So I was trying my best to have him be seen as a target, especially because he had talked to me about wanting to get people to target Will Ava and Mickey, people that we were aligned with. But I didn't want to give Rachel those cards because we weren't on the best of terms. So I didn't want to potentially throw Keanu under the bus, have her go run back to Keanu, and then my ass is still in hot water and like even more boiling. But yeah, I was not expecting her to explode. But you're right. Like I did, as I would say in the DR, like I took it to the chin because I'm like, okay, like she's valid for these thoughts. Like I don't think at one point was she like doing too much. Like if I was her, I would feel some type of way about like, oh, all you guys are just talking about how I'm just going to be this and that. Now, when she mentioned first to jury, that's when I was like, wait, what is she talking? Like I never sat here and was like, Rachel should be first to jury. I just wanted her not being a pre-juror. So that's when I was like, what are people talking about in this house? Because I never had her be the first person to jury. Like that was never my intention. I didn't want her to be first to jury. I wanted to work with her at least to like final 6, you know? Final 5. I mean, you can't keep someone like Rachel that late in the game, but like first into jury was definitely not what I wanted whatsoever.
And
So
yeah,
that
and
storage conversation was crazy.
she said, if you and your friends
If you and your friends want to take me out, you got another thing
with
coming
an
or whatever
S,
she said.
with an S,
With an S. But here's the thing. So that was the perfect, like when she said friends with an S, I was like, oh my God, this is the golden ticket that I needed. I needed something from Rachel that could give me something to get, because that was after the punishment. That was after Zach had spent the whole night with her and he was like, oh, Rachel and I, we're besties and we're going to work together. So when she said friends, I was like, perfect. Perfect. Guess what, Zach? She's actually not aligned with you because she said you and your friends have another thing coming, which means she's targeting us. Because the thing is I did not want like my melting pot or anyone who was really close to start going to other people. If they start going to other people, then my position in the game is going to get worse. So when he was really adamant about how great the conversation was with Rachel, I'm like, okay, no, that's not good because she's targeting us. She's saying you and your friends with a plural. And I'm like a Virgo, so I'm very literal. You tell me friends, I'm not saying friends as in Vinny. I'm saying friends as in Vinny and Zach.
It was so funny watching.
That.
I mean, that whole hammock conversation is hilarious, but just like the way that you kept like teasing like this big.
I made
like,
it such a big deal.
When I tell you what happened, it's gonna blow your mind. And then like the punchline was she said friends.
Yeah.
And Zach was like, what do you mean?
He's like,
with an S,
okay,
Zach, with an S.
Hello, multiple people. Friends, hello, plural. It means multiple. Doesn't mean just Vince. It means you too. And you're getting milked just like how, because he was like, yeah, like picking Rachel was all strategy. I'm like, oh, and you think that she's not going to use this to her strategy too? Because at that time, Rachel was, I think, still trying to position herself in the best. Like she was in a good position, but she wasn't as close with Zach. Like she was still kind of working more people towards her. And I was like, oh my God, like Zach thinks this is going to be a huge move for him, which it could be, but it's actually going to be an even bigger move for Rachel. And Rachel and I weren't on the same page. So I'm like, oh, Rachel's going to try to take my spot, like try to get more people. No, I got to make sure that he understands that like she is targeting us regardless. Whether or not you had a great conversation with her in that jail cell, she is still potentially, now, did I know if she was? No, but like potentially targeting us.
She was basically trying to, because, okay, so basically just to, I guess, set the picture here, is that basically what was happening was Rachel and you and Mickey essentially started splitting the second Jimmy went on the block. And so she was able to get Mickey on board enough, or like Ashley was, to get Mickey to get Ava to target Zach and Vince. And Mickey was happy to have that happen because it was targeting your numbers, not hers, to whatever degree. But then as soon as it stopped happening, like Mickey then kind of backtracked and was like, well, maybe now we'll target Keanu of those 3. And Rachel was like, well, no, we're not targeting Keanu of those 3. We're targeting either Zach or Vince, preferably Vince. And so her and Mickey started to split again, at which point Rachel was like, what if I can pull Zach by letting him know that Mickey is the reason he's on the block? And tried to make that play. And of course, it was essentially intercepted by you. And so this is sort of like where this schism is happening, and why the two of you are at odds, and you, again, campaigning for both Vince and Zach to stay. And she, again, was like, I believe also, for extra context, right before that storage room conversation, she was literally like in the living room talking to Will about how people were saying that that she would be first in jury.
I
Like, she
remember
was
them having a
just
deep
talking about it.
combo. Yeah. Now, one thing I will say too is like, I think one of the things that I was like, oh my God, Morgan, like you gotta, like I said, like this was the week where I learned like, okay, Morgan, like you're good with composure, but you're kind of losing it a little bit, because when I found out or had that gut intuition that Mickey was behind the nominations when we were in the gym, I was firing the boys up. I'm like, you know what? If Mickey wants to come for us, like let's go. Like, and then I was like, Morgan, relax, like calm down. Like Mickey's an ally. She's your final two. Like, I know you're pissed right now, but like, let's not act emotionally, because this could be a really bad move if you really get these guys fired up, because they're already not necessarily on your side. They're still kind of playing the middle. If you fire them up too much, everything could blow up in the face. Like, I don't know if I would have, you know what I mean? I was just like, so I remember that morning I went to both of them and I was like, hey, I talked to Mickey, like I did like, she definitely was not part of it. Like, and I just did whatever I could to make them think that like she was not part of getting Zach up on that block, even though I knew my gut was just like, it was Mickey, because it didn't make sense if it was anybody else. Which was also why I was like concerned about Rachel targeting them, because I'm like, if I also fan this flame, then they're not only going to come for Mickey, like Rachel's coming for me. It was the first time that I felt like everyone's kind of all over the place, and I like, there was no calm anything.
Mhm.
Everyone was everywhere, because that was also the same week that we found out that Rachel went to Keanu and told Keanu about the heavy hitters and excluded her name. And that was also something that I used. So I was like, okay, perfect. Zach, if you really think she's wanting to work with you, then why is she throwing the heavy hitters under the bus and excluding herself? When, to be fair, that alliance died week 1. That doesn't even make any sense to bring up anymore, because it doesn't even exist. But I
That
understood why
was
she was doing
one
that.
of Rachel's many attempts at trying to finally get Keanu to open his eyes about Vince. Like, Vince was a part of this alliance. And
Yeah.
of course, you went straight to Vince about it.
Yes, I went straight to Vince. I was like, or no, oh yeah, he went straight to Vince.
He
And then
went straight to
came
Vince, who
straight
then
to
went
me.
to I believe he went to Mickey first. And then because he was trying to make sure Mickey stayed on his side that week.
Oh,
But
'cause I
then he
told
did
him
eventually
to.
tell you too, I think.
Because at least to my knowledge, he came to me and I told him, I was like, you need to tell Mickey this. Like, you need to gain favor with her. You need to tell Mickey about this. Or maybe that
No,
was
no,
Zach.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he no, I think he did go to you first.
Yeah.
I remember him
'Cause he
talking to
was
Mickey because
freaking
it was an
out.
impactful conversation.
Yeah. Because I told him, I was like, look, Vince, I was like, I cannot keep being like this mending. Because I knew, obviously, in my head, I knew she was targeting them. I knew that they kind of thought about her. But I'm like, if this melting pot is gonna like, it's like kind of like, if we're gonna just kumbaya for a little bit, then you guys need to kind of hash it out. So that's why I was like, you need to talk to him. Plus, I was going to work that week to save both Zach and Vince.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay, Vince, you do your work with Mickey. I'm going to work on Zach, because this guy is like blinded by obviously Rachel's strategy and gameplay, that he really thinks that like Rachel is not going to target us, which maybe she wasn't, but I still needed to use the terms and the words that she said, especially her planting the heavy hitters. I wasn't in it. I was like, Zach needs to know this, because if he does survive, we need numbers to potentially go after Rachel, because if she, like, at that time, I genuinely thought she was coming for me. So I was like, damn, I didn't want to come for Rachel. I really did not. And I was trying my hardest to mend relationships around her and potentially mend mine with her. But there was just still all this pushback. And that's what I was trying to figure out that week, was like, where is this pushback coming from? Like, I get you're pissed off about Jimmy. I get you're pissed off about this jury stuff. But what does that have anything to do with me and you? Like, I'm sitting there and I'm telling you, like, you're right. I apologize. Like, why am I still getting pushback? So that was like kind of where my mind was at that week, was trying to figure out, 1, how to save the guys, and 2, how to rebuild my relationship with Rachel.
The other thing about that hammock conversation, famous update moment, was that you also talked to him about Ashley.
Oh, yes.
But you do not say Ashley's name at first.
No.
You bring Ashley. Who are you talking about? You say, Zach, you talk to her all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Who?
I talk to her all
Zach.
the time.
Talk to her
I
all
was
the
not
time.
going to tell him, because I did not want Ashley to think that I was like purposely going, because my intention with Ashley was never to throw her under the bus. Like, there was never a time in the house, and I think everyone can see that, where I
Mhm.
ever was going to throw her under the bus. If anything, I was just like trying to keep Ashley as a number and trying to get other people to see that like she's just not a big threat this time. Like,
Mhm.
but I recognized her as like a great social player. And she was on my side of things. So I was like, I don't, this targeting Ashley, what are we doing? Like, we don't need that. But I think that was also something where throughout that week, Zach was very confident that he was staying. He honestly thought he had the numbers and he was going around like no problem. And I'm like, first of all, like I get you might have the numbers, but your other allies on the block, and the whole point, especially with this blockbuster, is to save both of you. So if you're acting like you don't have a problem with votes and you're going to stay here regardless, like you might want to be careful because people are going to see that. And I think people started clocking that like Zach was never going to go up on the block again, especially if he now mended things with Rachel and was rebuilding things with other people. And I also didn't trust him. That was the first week that I didn't trust him because I was going to bat. I was literally campaigning in like a like, oh, let's keep Zach and Vince. I never was like, hey, so we're keeping Zach and Vince. It was more of like, hey, this is what Keanu's doing. Like I kind of made it to where Keanu was trying to form this alliance. Because I talked to Ava about that. I talked to Mickey and I knew Mickey would start telling other people. So I was doing my best to do that. But that was like the first time I think in Zach and I's like game relationship where he could understand that I was kind of upset that like he was just not seeing me as an alliance member like really going to bat for him. Because the other thing for me is like if I'm in this game and I'm fighting for my allies, potentially wanting to use vetoes on them and like protecting them, like I want people to do that for me as well. Now, obviously I didn't know about his veto thing at this time, but I'm thinking, like, oh, he's just no care in the world. He's going to survive the week. So that hammock portion was really important because that was when I had learned that not only was he talking about me to Ashley, but kind of like it was just like this weird triangle of all of us were talking about each other and we couldn't figure out where it was stemming from. And so that's when, I don't know if it showed like when I went into because I talked to Ashley on the bench by the pool where I kind of did the same thing with her. I was like, yeah, so I learned about this, this, and this. And she's like, who said that? She obviously knew who I was talking about because who else had told her that? And I was like, oh, I don't want to name any names or whatever. Then you see the hammock portion with Zach. And then that's when I go into the wine room. And that's when I'm like, okay, it's clear as day that like there's a little discourse here. Let's squash this because you have a problem with her.
That was
she
the
has a problem
following
with you.
morning, I believe.
Yeah.
And you have that. It's a very consequential conversation that you, Zach, and Ashley have. And obviously Zach ends up leaving this week. But then this is really like the moment that I saw, at least, that like really kickstarted your actual relationship.
No, for
like,
sure. Week 5 was where my relationship with Ashley was something that I started to really value, even just like on a personal level. Like I really enjoyed her because obviously like there was things prior, like comments and things. And I was just like, oh, this is like annoying. It's kind of rude and things like that. But I was like, whatever, we're in a game. I'm going to get over it. But having that conversation and having us all kind of just be honest about it was what I valued in Ashley. Because it's like, sure, can she say things that can be a little off-putting where you're like, damn, Ashley, like that was not like nice to say. At the end of the day, she was still honest with me. And that was like, that's what I took out of it. I'm like, it's bigger. It's about the, perspective of things. It's about the point, not just like the little nitty, like gritty details. So when we were able to kind of talk about that and squash, I guess you can say squash, because I never really had like an actual problem. I just never knew why I was hearing that my name was still being talked about by other people. That was definitely when.
And just are you referring to, because like Ashley was definitely poking at the like the crush on Zach kind of.
Yeah. And like
rumors.
The things like that. Yeah. And like other things of like, I remember there was a time when Will was trying to like express his feelings about leaving the house because he was just continuously nominated. He really wanted to go home. And like when he was speaking on that, like I know Ashley was kind of like interrupting quite a bit. And I remember telling her like, Ashley, can you like, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I was just like, hey, can you not interrupt or whatever? And I kind of like jabbed at her a little bit. And then she kind of jabbed at me. And it was just kind of like, to me, it was just one of those things where we see two sisters kind of argue and then you're like, okay, you get over it. And like, that's like, I totally got over it. I don't know if she did, but it was just like little moments like that where I'm like, okay, Ashley's just someone where like, she may say something, annoying, or she may be a little inconsiderate, but it's not end all be all. It is what it is. Like we're playing a game. Let's focus in on the game. So like that conversation in that wine room where it was not only about like just people talking about like, Ashley saying things about Zach saying things about Ashley, or it was really Ashley was saying things about me to Zach was saying things about Ashley to me. And it was just like this triangle of bullshit. And so I was like, let's just squash it all, right? Like we're playing a game here. We want to make it to the end. We want to make it far. And so that's when like you see me giving advice to Ashley, because Ashley's like, I don't know, like, what to do or whatever. And I was like, well, a lot of people are concerned about your closeness with Rachel. Like, she's like, yeah, I know I want to like really kind of distance myself from Rachel, whether she was or wasn't going to. I know what I saw in Ashley then was like, she wanted to work with more people because a lot of people were very much like, Ashley this, Ashley that, like we want Ashley gone. And I was like always trying to make sure that she wouldn't leave the damn house, you know? But I think the only thing in that conversation was like, it might have been like too little too late for Zach. And I only say that because I think by then Keanu had done his own work. I mean, he was a great butler. He was hilarious. His social game got a little bit better. I mean, like, I don't think his reads got any better, but like he was still a very good social player that week. I think people thought Vinny was funny in his egg. And Zach only really got that like one night with Rachel. And then all of that and like trying to get votes. I mean, there was a lot of people that just didn't care for Zach. And that might have stemmed from Keanu's dislike as far as like his game perspective from the Adrian vote. Cause that's what I learned from Keanu. Like Zach, or he was so pissed about, you know, not wanting to like break the tiebreaker with Lauren, and Catherine didn't like Zach, and it was all these things where I was like, when Zach started to realize he didn't have the votes, that's when we really started kind of seeing like this snowball effect of like a crash out, if you will.
Well, yeah. So you have that conversation with Ashley and Zach, and I believe that was the morning of the veto ceremony. And in that conversation too, Ashley's telling Zach like, yeah, I think it's 50-50. And still he decides he's not going to use this veto.
Right.
He claims that this is because he did not want you to go on the block. You would have been the replacement.
Right.
There was a
And I
time
knew
when
that
we were
too.
right. Yeah. And there was a time when we were talking about it where it was like, there was consideration because sorry, I forgot to mention this, but right after your argument with Rachel in the storage room, she pulls Catherine and says, hey, by the way, Morgan just said that you and Riley are a target of hers. And Catherine was
I love
pissed
it. Yeah.
and was like ready to use the veto to get you on the block. And like talks to Ava about it. And Ava, remember, was also ready to get the veto used. But Ava was like really tired and napping. And so then when they had the conversation, it was just kind of like, should we? Nah, it's fine. But like if she had used it, then it would have been on Vince, very likely. And then Zach, and so you would have gone up, and then Zach would have probably also used his veto.
Yeah.
And then it was like, who goes up at that? That's the world I was living in for a while. Little did I know Zach wasn't even going to use his. But so Catherine doesn't end up using hers. Zach chooses not to use his. He says it's to prevent you from going on the block. There is some credence to this in terms of the way that things were being talked about. He had mentioned potentially using the veto on Vince. There were a lot of conversations with you about like, you know, working for the team and like, you know, trying to prevent each other from going on the block, trying to keep everyone safe as possible. The other, you know, theory is he didn't want to give Ava $10,000. He was pretty pissed. I don't know what theory you have at this point, if you believe his story.
In the game, the only thing that I can obviously attest to, like in the game, was him not wanting to use it, so I wasn't in trouble because that's what he told me after. He never mentioned that he didn't want like the $10,000 to be used on Ava. I mean, if that is the truth, then like I don't. As far as like in the house, because I'm trying to think of like what I knew in the game, because that's what we're like kind of like basing it off of. It was just the fact that he was like, I did not want you to be a renom. Because I remember he asked me, he's like, are you sure you'll be a renom? And I was like, yes. Because Ava said that Kelly was off limits, that she loved Lauren and loved Catherine. Who else is going to be the nom? And Riley. So I'm like, who else? She's not going to put up Mickey. She's not going to put up Ashley. Your girl's going to be the one. I just knew it was going to be me.
Yeah. I feel like if she had to make two renoms, it would have been you and Ashley.
I think so too.
Probably.
I was just thinking about that when you said that. I was like, she wouldn't, because I knew her off limits people. Would have been insane. It would have been crazy. That would have been absolutely wild.
All right. So Zach, of course, does not use it. He eventually tells you about the power, and it does seem to briefly change your mind about who you're going to evict. You do seem to jump onto the idea of, I think we need to keep Zach. You and Mickey kind of go back and forth about it a few times. Though you do end up, Mickey especially kind of goes back and forth. She ends up coming to the conclusion that she would like to keep Vince around because she's getting more and more frustrated with Rachel. And she wants Vince to be there because she knows Rachel's coming for Vince and Rachel's not coming for Zach. You, of course, were always a bit closer to Vince anyway. So, you know, the vote does end up falling in that direction.
Yeah.
Um,
I
but
was
Mickey's
briefly
go
entertaining.
ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying I was just briefly entertaining it because it's like when you have someone that's going to sit there and tell you, like, hey, I actually had a power of veto I could have used and I'm not using it to save you. I remember telling myself, like, maybe I said in the DR, but or I think I said it to him. I was like, the least I could do is give you a vote. Like, if
Yeah,
you're going to
right?
save me, the least I can do is save you. But then it's also like at the same time, I just knew that my closeness out of like the trio was to Vince. And if I had to pick somebody to lose, it was never going to be Vince. It was always going to be Zach every single time. Um, and like, I
Listen,
know when I was,
I love the coldness of it.
yeah,
It's
every
amazing.
single, like, I don't know. It's just like, I personally would have used the veto because it's a veto. You always got to use the veto. It's kind of
If
like what they
somebody
say, like, you
tells me they
never,
didn't use a veto, they deserve to go. I don't even
yeah,
care if you're my best friend. What are you talking about?
it's crazy. And it's
You
like,
need to pay for that.
no, for sure. It's like what they say on Survivor, like you never leave with an idol. Like you just don't. So I know after that, that's why I was working even harder to try to save him because I'm like, damn, like I want to keep Vince. I'm going to tell Rachel and other people that I'm going to keep Zach because when Zach told me that they had a great conversation and Rachel
Mhm.
really wants him, I'm like, okay, maybe I can earn favor with Rachel by saying, you know what, I'm actually leaning towards keeping Zach. I never said I am keeping Zach. I just said I was really leaning towards keeping Zach. And I was like, I don't know if this is going to work, but maybe she'll believe me. Like, so I was trying to think of my main thing that week was obviously trying to save the boys, but like wanting to start rebuilding my relationship with Rachel because Rachel was a very like pivotal person for me and I really adored her as a person and as a game player and I was like okay like that was like my hard assignment to myself was like Morgan you got to figure out how to mend things with Rachel one way or another. It's going to work out. I believed it was going to work out. How you're going to do it, I don't know, girl. Good luck. Get as much information as you can and just go to work. um and so that's why I knew to keep Vince. And I think the interesting thing is, I don't know what people had thought, but I know that week Mickey was like, hey, I have a lot of influence. Like people will do what I want. And I was like, oh, well,
Oh
this is
yeah.
great for me. And I was like, so I don't know what people thought, but I truly feel like if I had said, you know what, I actually want to keep Zach, Zach would have stayed. But because I was very adamant about keeping Vince and also like one thing I kind of used was like, hey, Vince is a target. Zach's not a target. And
Yeah.
like when I told Zach, the reason why I didn't want to tell Mickey the power, is because I wanted Zach to do it because I'm like, oh God, like if he ends up staying and finds out I told Mickey, now he's coming for me. That could piss off Vince. Like I could end up getting more enemies. So I was trying to convince him, like, hey, I think Mickey would feel better if you told her because this is the alliance. She's kind of been brought in on our third. She can feel more involved, like, and not feel like I'm telling her because that was one of her biggest complaints was like, I always told her the information and they never came to her. And I'm like, well, we're also up at 2 a.m. You're asleep. And two,
Mhm.
they trust me more than you. But I was trying my best to like mend that, really like garner more of a relationship for them. And so that's when he told her. And that's why after I had lied to Mickey being like, oh girl, I was going to tell you regardless. Like I was not going to tell her if he did not tell her. Um, but that was a good strategy point for us because when we were using the M&Ms, that was when we started to see like who was actually going to target Zach, who was actually going to
Mhm.
put him up on the block because that veto was only worth it if he was up on the block. So there was 3 more weeks left until jury. He was never going to touch the block again. So that power was going to be useless. Mickey was not a fan about him making it to the jury phase, even with $10,000. So she was
Mhm.
like, personally, I'd rather keep Vince. I was like, well, perfect. So would I. So would I. So like it worked out perfectly that week. I mean, I would have liked Keanu to go that week, obviously, because it would have been great. But in hindsight, I actually think it was better that Zach left because I think I actually preferred Keanu. Now that I look back, like everything happened the way it's supposed to, and I was happy to see
Mm.
that because he was
Well,
always going
Zach,
to be a target.
yes,
Like,
and Zach does leave.
mhm.
Rachel wins the HOH,
Oh,
and
I
um,
was so close.
you were very close.
I was so close.
This was wild too because like Mickey had spent the last like 2 days like holding one-on-ones, prepping everyone to target Rachel. And then Rachel wins out on this HOH. And it was wild that it came down to you and her.
I
Um,
know. I
but
loved that HOH comp, by the way. Like that
that was one of the
prom
best
thing.
ones.
It was so fun. I had the
Yeah.
best time. I was actually like, we were in between like filming each segment and stuff. I was like smiling because I was like, first of all, I did not know how I was going to do in that. I'm really good with memory, but there was so much in those rooms. I'm like, what are they going to like ask? Like, there's just so much to take in. And as each rounds were getting eliminated and I'm making it through, I'm like, okay, I'm doing this. Like, hell yeah, Morg. Like, first mental comp, like you're killing it. And then I see I'm with Kelly and Rachel, and I'm like, oh wow, like Kelly is like a mental queen. So I started feeling even better about my confidence in mental competitions because I knew I was going to do well in physical ones. I just wasn't sure like how I was going to do in mental competitions. And then it was like back and forth with Rachel and I. And I remember when we were in the tie and I looked at her and I remember she was like telling me, she's like, please, Morgan, like I really want to see my family. And I look down and there's blocks. So I start counting the blocks. I'm like, okay, maybe they're going to ask about blocks. And then like the next round starts and I get it wrong. And I remember like after obviously like they filmed me screaming and everything, like I could hear her crying. I don't know if they showed this, but like I went over there and like hugged her because it's like at the end of the day, we're in a game. I knew that she wanted to see her family. That's all she talked about. I'm like, okay, cool. We're going against each other, but like I want to be there for her, you know, tell her how proud I am that like she's able to see her family. Like that was just kind of one of those moments where I'm like, okay, I'm putting the game aside. Like I'm happy for Rachel as a person. Like I love her. She won fair and square. And I was so close to picking the garage. I want to know how many rounds we would have won if I picked the garage. I think it might have been a tiebreaker, but yeah. And I think that was something that while it was like, I won't say hard for me to lose. I was more so bummed because I was like, dang, it was kind of like how I felt on that Killer Carnival balance beam HOH where like I knew I had like majority of the house on my back to try to win that because a lot of people wanted Rachel gone at that point. And I was like, if I don't win this, my ass is going. I knew I was going up the block. Like I knew if I did not win, I was going up the block. She knew if she didn't win, it was just kind of like a mutual thing. But that was like a really pivotal week, I believe, for mine and Rachel's relationship and the judges.
Oh yeah.
So while I was like on the block with Rachel, I honestly feel like, because it's funny. And I talked to Rachel about this like after the show, but I was like, I tried to talk to you like 2 times. You did not want to talk to me. And I wasn't sure if it was because of Mickey or if it was because of somebody else who was basically trying to tell her like, no, don't talk to Morgan. But there was multiple times. I remember Keanu kept being like, hey, you know, because Keanu was notorious for if he was in a one-on-one and you tried to interrupt him, he was like, not yet. Like, I'm not ready yet. So I tried my hardest to talk to her before the nominations, but I didn't want to push too hard because I knew Rachel was somebody who obviously was somebody who knew what she wanted to do. There was a chance that I couldn't talk myself off the block, but I just wanted to have like a general conversation with her because after everything is filmed and while we're waiting before we go back into the house, like we can't speak to each other. So we didn't get to have that talk of like, hey, like, can we talk about like kind of the discourse that's going on right now between us? So when I tried multiple times to talk to her, just like in an easy way of just like knocking or just kind of being around where she could see like, oh, okay, Morgan's probably wanting to talk and she didn't. I was like, okay, I'm going to take this to the chin. I'm going to see my name on the memory wall, which is why you probably don't see that I was surprised because I was not. But after the nominations, I'm going to pull her. Like, I'm going to be like, hey, Rachel, can we talk? So.
Yeah. And that was an important conversation.
Yeah.
And the thing too is that like she didn't want to put you or Mickey on the block. She really wanted to put up like Vince and like Riley, but she felt like she had to deal with you and Mickey primarily because of what Mickey was doing, but obviously you were right there with Mickey. It was actually like Ashley has a conversation with her early on where Ashley is trying to pitch Riley. She wants Riley gone that week, and she says Riley has to go, and Rachel is kind of like, yeah, but I've got to deal with these other people. And like, who would Riley even leave against? And Ashley's like, the only person Riley leaves against is Morgan. Because that's the only way to get Vinny's vote. And like, that's the only way you can maybe get Ava's vote, and all of that. And so she pitches that, but Rachel doesn't bite because she has to deal with you and Mickey. She feels like she has to play with Vince and Vince and Catherine, or sorry, Riley and Catherine. She feels like she has to play with them and target you and Mickey to some degree, but she really doesn't want to, and so she almost backs out of it, and then ultimately decides that she has to follow through with it. But then she, as you mentioned, has this conversation with you right after. She also has one with Mickey, but it's less effective, I would say.
Yeah. The
thing with Mickey is that every time it felt like they were getting somewhere, Rachel, it would come back to the Jimmy decision, and Mickey could not back away from the idea that the Jimmy decision was the correct decision and that Jimmy was bad. And Rachel knew that wasn't true because she had talked with Jimmy about all of this. And so the fact that Mickey wouldn't back down about that, and I talked to Rachel about this in her deep dive, she was like, that really was the thing that was holding me back from like reconnecting. Your conversation with Rachel, I would say, was more effective. You also, by this point, had Ashley pulling for you because of the conversation you'd had with her the week before. She did feel like she could work with you.
Yeah.
And crucially, she felt like you could control Vince. And that if they could get you on board, then they could get Vince too. And that would be huge. And so you have Ashley working for you. You are doing this work with Rachel to try to get back in with her. And this is like so key to your game because it's a very, very dangerous week, obviously. And you have the worst possible case scenario happen,
Literally.
which is Mickey wins this veto, or sorry, Lauren wins this veto. And it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous.
I was gonna say, I remember when I had that conversation with Rachel, because I actually obviously like, and you can correct me on like as far as like the timeline and stuff, but I remember my initial like intention on going into this conversation with Rachel was, like I said, to be like very open, very honest, because I do love Rachel. Like I love her down. I'm so happy that we are friends outside this house. And I was just like, if I'm going to leave this house this week, I want to make sure that I'm leaving with at least friends, like a friend who knows that like on the outside of this house, we can be friends. So when I went and talked to her, we just had like real conversation. We were talking normally as far as like girl stuff, not like girl stuff, but just more of like, we were talking normally in a sense of like, she was like, well, I heard that you wanted me on your block. And I was like, I do. Like, I was honest with her. Cause I'm like, what do I have to lose? I'm on the block already. Like, could this damage my game? Could she try to campaign against me? Sure. But like, I think, and after like working with Rachel in the first couple weeks and hearing how she was like a loyal player, like for her game, I was like, if she can at least recognize that I'm very similar as far as like loyal and honest, and like, I think that will allow her to view me in a way of potentially working with me again. Because I knew how Mickey was like, and I wasn't campaigning against Mickey, but I knew how Mickey would like essentially campaign. She was very like a bull, like very like hard, pushy,
Yeah.
like you need to do this. I had learned that from like her like one-on-one with Lauren. She was very like, you need to do this versus like, hey, let's look at the pros and cons. Cause I feel like that was something that I did really, really good with, was be very neutral, like come off very neutral and like, let's go over pros and
You were
cons.
very,
Like very,
I would say like the major difference between you and Mickey and your approaches to Rachel were that you were very straightforward and honest. And you were just like, yeah, I was coming for you. This is what I was hearing. And I think also crucially, like you didn't protect Mickey in the conversation. You were very much like willing to let her go. And this was also a turning point for you with Mickey where, you kind of spent the week being like, you know what, I think it's time to let go of that relationship to some degree.
Yeah, that was like, because I had started hearing from other people that she was telling people not to trust me. And I'm like, okay, this is where it's coming from, like it's coming from literally my duo. And that was when I was like, okay, that's when Vince became my number one in the game, was after he survived week 5. And I started hearing this. I was like, okay, like I'm no longer going to protect you. I'm no longer riding this to the end. Cause like I said, I'm very loyal. Once you like kind of cross and try to like, I just can't do it anymore, because it's like, then I feel like it's going to be too much, or I'm going to make the wrong move. And it's like, I don't want to have to sit there and mentally think, oh, are you continuously telling people not to trust me or whatever? And granted, like, could Vince or other people have done the same thing? Yes. But the difference between them and Mickey was like, I found out that Mickey was talking about me. So it's like, in that alone, it's like, I'm just not going to deal with that. But I knew that the way she would talk to people was very pushy, like I said. And I was just going in as myself. I was like, you know what, Rachel, like, yeah. Now, when I had mentioned earlier how like Mickey mirrors, I think that's also what got me in trouble necessarily when it came to Rachel, because Mickey in the in the train room with Will, Ashley, and me, she was very adamant. Because after I told her about the storage room thing, I was more so venting, being like, hey, like Rachel kind of came at me. I don't know what's going on with her, but like something's not adding up, because I did not think she'd be this upset. And even when I went to the gym, like I just didn't feel right with her. So I told Mickey about it. And I think when Mickey would start being like, yeah, well, Rachel, I'm like, no, you're absolutely right. Rachel. It's like, did I really want Rachel to go? No. But like, if Rachel was coming after me, I also was not just going to be like, oh, okay, like no big deal. Like I was obviously going to have to make a move. But I think that HOH conversation, like I was initially saying, was just really helpful for our relationship. And I think, had I lied to her, because she knew I had said that I wanted her up, because obviously she had heard from other people. And I didn't know that she knew, but because I had already been privy to having allies throw me under the bus, and enemies, I was like, there's a very high chance that she knows I have said her name and the block in the same sentence. So I'm just going to own up to it. And even if she never found out, it's the fact that I was honest about it. And I think that was like the seed of the judges. And I say that because if she thought I lied to her, she would never have worked with me. I had talked with her about this after the show, and she like confirmed that like my honesty was the reason why she trusted me again, because it's like, you know, I essentially told her like, yeah, Rachel, I was gonna put you up. Like who is on? I remember leaving that HOH room after that conversation, and I was like, oh my God, I just told her to her face that I want to put her on the block. Like I mean,
it's the correct thing to do. No, I mean, she had already put you up, right? Like,
Yeah.
she already has an idea of you that is somebody that needs to be on the block. And so, you know, you might as well own up to it, especially because the truth for you wasn't as damning as it might have been for other people, because
Right.
you weren't the driver of it.
No.
And so, you know, being able to be honest and not be the driver of it is very useful. And it did open this door for the judges to come into play.
Yeah.
Which of course happens a little bit later. You do have first a conversation with Lauren, which was another one of my favorite
Oh yeah.
campaign conversations,
Oh, I can't wait to
because
talk about these.
once again you really hyped up this big this big thing for Lauren. You're like, I've got something to tell you. It's going to be really big and emotional.
So big and emotional, girl. He had a
Bring the
power.
tissues. Get ready to
I'm like,
cry. And you tell her, and she's like, wow.
wow. Yeah, she was just like, wow. And I was like, okay, so let's get, I'm like, and this is what I'm like, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. So basically, and I'm just like, okay, Morgan, get to work. Like, she doesn't care about this damn power. She like doesn't care about anything about like what you're saying. That's fine. Get to work. And so that was the other thing that I would say, I think was like a huge move and something that I would have mentioned in my final speech. When I knew, because obviously optic wise, keeping Vince or like using the veto on Vince was much more like perceptionally acceptable for Lauren than using it on anyone else. Could she have used it on me? Perhaps, because people had already been like, they're four of them. Like they're all like four working together, like her, Zach, Vince, and Lauren. But I was like, definitely more so Vince. I mean, we kind of laughed because I remember she was like, yeah, Mickey was saying that like it made more sense for me to use it on her. And even I like laughed with Lauren, kind of being like, what? I'm sorry, if I was not on the block and saw you use it on Mickey, I'd be like, what the hell is happening in this house? Because it just didn't make sense. So I feel like for me, one thing I was going to use was the fact that like when I realized that the cards were not in my favor to either get a veto used on me, obviously for this first time, was like me actually campaigning for the veto to be used on Vince. I'm like, as long as the veto gets used, this can be a very successful week. So it's like I took my feelings aside. I obviously like that was the first time being on the block. It is emotional when you're on the block for the first time because it means that you could potentially leave, especially being pre-jury. I was like, no, I'm trying to win this game. So I was like, okay, Morgan, wipe up the tears, lock it in, get like your strategizing out. Let's talk about this. And I essentially campaigned on why it should be used for Vince, and I think that was really effective.
You started with like use it on like you started with like right, like Zach would want you to use it on me, like right, like
I said Zach. I said the like I was like the way our alliance works is like, or where how we were working was like we would use it on each other, we would protect each other. Vince has the votes no matter what. I do not. So and what I said to her was Zach wanted you to go to jury. So the least I can do for him is to make sure you get there. So I was like, however it's going to take. I was like, you obviously see value in Vince. That's my guy. So let's get Vince off this block, girl. Let's get him off the block. Let's use
from my
this
perspective, it was kind of like she made it kind of clear that like if it was going to be used, it would be on Vince, and that was like your second best option essentially.
Yeah, and
so,
she was a little nervous at first when she told me because like she was like, she's like, I'm thinking of using it like on Vince, and I was like, yes. Vince is great. Let's use it on Vince. And like, I enjoyed that conversation with her because like, I don't know, like I know a lot of people like obviously, and like, we'll eventually talk about this, like the discourse between Lauren and I, but like at that moment in time, I did want to work with her and I just needed her to see like, okay, I'm willing to literally not even campaign for myself anymore and campaign for you to use this on Vince because he's the best option for you. This is best for your game personally. So like, let's do that. And I think that to me, even as a game player is huge because it's like, I'm willing to literally stop campaigning for myself and campaign for the bigger picture, which is getting Vince off, which is a vote for me. So it's like, as long as this veto gets used on Vince, I'm happy.
Yeah. So of course it does end up being used on Vince. There's a lot of back and forth here and a lot of drama.
Oh my God. That was the most stressful pre-veto ceremony I think any of us have ever experienced. I mean, down to like Rachel catching like Vince, Lauren, and I talking, which by the way, it was just Vince and I chatting. Lauren comes in, catches us, then Rachel comes in and was just like, well, what do we have here? And I was like, I just thought, this is like, oh my God, I did all this like damage control with Rachel, and now she thinks I'm scheming. I was like, please, Rachel, no. Like, oh my God, it was nuts.
Basically, Lauren had told Rachel that she was leaning toward not using it. And then spent time talking to people. Vince was wearing her down, and then like later that night, she came back and she was like, actually, I'm thinking I will use it. And so immediately Rachel's like, okay, I've seen Vince talking to her all day. Like Vince has been pressuring her to use this. And the way, of course, that Lauren talks, it's like, you know, so, I think maybe I might use it now. Yeah. And so like Rachel's just like, okay, who's pressuring her to do this? And then right after that conversation, she walks downstairs and she sees the two of you with Lauren. And she's like, oh my God, like they're pressuring her into doing this. They changed her mind because in Rachel's mind, and this was true, like Lauren didn't want to use it. Her initial idea was to not use it. And so she's been convinced otherwise. And then so she got really upset about that. Ashley, of course, got involved. She's like, Lauren goes to Ashley and she's like, what do I do? And Ashley's like, I think you should use it. You know? Yeah. And then goes to Rachel and is like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything that can be said. I think she's just going to use it. And because she knows at that point, she's pitching like Riley is the option here. And so then the following morning, Lauren goes up there. It's a whole scene. It's very funny.
Clue even right before she even looks at us and is like, I don't know. And I'm looking at Vince and he's looking at me. I'm like, bro, what is going to happen? Because she literally was indecisive up until that point.
And she denies this later, but Rachel told her straight up, if you use it, I'm putting Riley up. And she goes down to Vince and Vince is like, she's bluffing. And she goes back up and she's like, she's putting on moisturizer. 5 minutes of putting on moisturizer saying, before she goes, I think I'm going to use it.
Yeah.
And it's a whole wild scene. Of course, the veto gets used. Riley gets blindsided. Lauren initially denies knowing it was Riley, but later confesses to both Catherine and Riley that she was told it was Riley.
Damn. I would have taken that to the jury house. How do I tell you? I would have been like, I promise you I didn't know. I would have taken that because the thing is Catherine and Riley didn't like Rachel regardless. Like they were coming for her anyway. So to me, if I'm Lauren, I'm going to lie till the end of time and make my allies think I would never do that.
Keanu was pissed, of course, because he thinks that his ally and his now feeling at this point, they've made the frenemies final two, him and Rachel. And they were really working together during that HOH.
Great
and then
duo,
she puts up Riley, and in his mind, again, in his mind, it's still the Unexpendables. And in the Unexpendables, it's the three guys loyal to each other. Vince has you as a +1. Riley has Catherine as a +1, and he has Rachel as a +1, and they'll all betray their +1s in the end to go to final three together. He's like, Riley, you're gonna betray Catherine, right? And Riley's like, no.
Riley was never gonna betray Catherine ever.
Anyway, so he's pissed. He's like, Rachel, what are you doing putting my ally up on the block? This is not how we're supposed to be doing this. And he believes, he's like, Lauren wouldn't lie about you saying, and she's like, I told Lauren it would be Riley. He's like, Lauren wouldn't lie about that. And so they go through that whole thing, but this now comes down to a very, very tense vote situation. I cannot express enough that we thought it was impossible for Riley to leave.
Me too.
even with the judges' formation. So it really starts. Ashley and Will are talking about the vote and how they're like, Ava's not even fully on board to keep Morgan. Like shit. We need numbers, and I think that if we pull in Morgan, we get Vince. I think we can make this work. So they go, they talk to Rachel, they talk to you. You guys come together. You talk about pulling in Vince, and the judges are formed. I've told this story a couple times, but literally like the one day I was like, all right, I'm gonna like go out. I'm gonna go to the zoo. I'm gonna have a good time. I'm looking at some elephants, and on my phone, it's like judges are formed. God.
You're like, you're like, damn it. Yeah, it was kind of crazy because it's like I was on the block and I knew that week I was going to be campaigning for myself. Obviously, I didn't want either, I didn't want Mickey to leave, but I was like, I had learned from Keanu that if Mickey is on that block come eviction night, she's getting evicted.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, like as much as I don't want Mickey in this house because she is ruining my game, I would rather not have Riley more. And I also learned from the week with Jimmy where it's like, okay, is it important to get out somebody right now? Or do you look at the bigger optics of things and think a little bit deeper? Which is why I was like, okay, Riley has to go. I don't know if that means I win this blockbuster and vote him out or Mickey wins the blockbuster and votes him out, but Riley has to go because I cannot afford to have Mickey gone, even with how she was bringing a detriment to my game and others' game. I mean, even Will and Ashley and Rachel, we've all had conversations by this time of how Mickey is damaging our games, but not to the point where we can't control it. Like, at least we're all having conversation of like, okay, Mickey was telling you this, Mickey was telling me this. Now we understand that she's just kind of paranoid and kind of, because that was definitely something, she was very, very paranoid. So obviously after the judges was formed, that was kind of where I was really going to work with Vince to make sure that he was aligned and not looking at the judges as just like this temporary thing. Because obviously Rachel had been coming after him for weeks, but also just doing my best that week to campaign with those that I felt the vote would need to be flipped. So I talked to Ava, and one of the conversations I had with her was how at the end of the day, Riley is somebody who was going to come after Will, who was going to come after Ashley, Rachel, our side. And I'm never going to do that. Like if I'm HOH, there are more fish to fry and it's nobody on our side of things. And that was the first time where she was like, she didn't really have any argument against it. Because we've had other conversations where she'd kind of bring her side of things, but she's like, wow, well, frankly, you're right. You know what I mean? It was just like one of those conversations where she understood that I'm like, girl, I am not going to put up the people that are on our side. Like we have other people that are a problem. And Riley is another thing. I also used Rachel's tactic, which was talking about how dangerous a showmance can be come jury phase, like as together. I'm like, if we allow this showmance to like, that's going to be a guaranteed 2 votes, and into jury, 2 votes is more than half of the vote in some of the weeks. We can't allow that. That means they're just going to run the rest of the game. Can't do that.
Yeah. And the Ava thing was important too, because ultimately this comes down to Ava and Vince as the swing votes. And again, when I tell you like we did not think this was possible because Ava and Vince were talking about which way to go like the night before, could not come to a conclusion.
I remember that.
They talked in the morning, could not come to a conclusion. And we actually never got confirmation of which way they would vote on the feeds.
Okay.
And we also didn't know if Mickey would be a vote for you because, and you know this after the fact.
Yes.
Mickey was promising Riley the world and saying that she was going to evict you. So we're like, even if Vince and Ava do vote for her, which we're not sure that they will,
I still could leave because of her vote.
Mickey might not vote. And so we didn't know where things were going. And at one point, it seemed like Vince had actually leaned in the other direction, at least from our perspective, that he was actually planning to evict you. He actually goes, and you probably remember this, he goes to you and he says, would we still be friends if I evict you at some point?
It was I remember, yes. I remember him telling me about his conversation with Ava. So Vince told me almost everything in the game. And I remember he was like, Morgan, you can't let Ava know, because Ava was very private about her information. She wore her cards close to her chest. So he was like, you can't tell Ava that I'm telling you this. I'm like, Vince, you're fine. And he basically was saying like, I was talking to her, we were talking about Mickey. Like that's when they kind of bonded over the trauma that Mickey gave them, meaning like Mickey obviously taking over Ava's HOH, Mickey wanting Vince out. They were both on, if Mickey's on that block, she's gone. So I was like, okay, that's a lost cause. Like there's no way I can, because he looked at me, he's like, I am not going to keep Mickey in this house if she's on that block. I was like, okay. Like that was one thing I wasn't going to fight because I'm like, sometimes with certain players or people, if you fight too hard, then you can lose trust in them. So I was like, you know what? If Mickey has to go, Mickey has to go because it's not the worst for me. It just wouldn't have been the best for me. But that morning, he was like very emotional and like, not like in a bad way, just like I could see on his face something was off. And so I was like, hey, like, are you good? And he was just like, that was like when you see like the quote that I've seen where it's like, he says like he's willing to like throw his game away for me and piss off all these people, even though like voting me out, if it came down to me and Riley, was better for his game because of all those people, but he couldn't do it because of the value that he found in me as a player, which I was like, damn, this is really good for me. Because if you can admit that these 5 people are probably better for your game, but you see more value in me as one person, then like, it was kind of validation for me as a player, for one, being like, okay, like I'm kind of doing my thing. If someone's willing to literally betray 5 people for me, I'm doing good. But are you voting me out? Because what the fuck? You know what I mean? I was kind of like, does this mean, I literally said, I was like, does this mean you're voting me out? Because I was like, oh my God, like what, hello? Are you voting me out? Because if so, now I need to get even more to work. I need to start campaigning. I need to like really prep for this. Not saying I wasn't going to like go in and win that blockbuster, but, and by no means was I like, oh, I'm going to be fine this week. But it was like, I knew that people wanted Mickey gone. And if Mickey was on the block, I was like, okay, I have like a 2 out of 3 chance to win this. But I kept my cards close as far as not letting Riley know that actually, if Mickey does win this, because he's like, just so you know, Morgan, like anyone sitting next to Riley this week is going home. He has the votes. And I'm like, yeah, I know, Keanu. I was like, it's okay. I'm just kind of enjoying, like, I'm just kind of like brushing it over. Like, yeah, I know. Like, but I'm like, little do you know, if Riley's on that block, he's probably going home. But I had the same thing that you said. The one person that if I would have bet money on would have flipped would have been Mickey. And I thought she did after winning the blockbuster coming down the stairs. Because when we were up there waiting to like come downstairs, actually before the blockbuster, she pulled Riley to have a prayer. And I was like, usually we all do it. So I thought that was the first tell that I was like, oh, Mickey could vote me out tonight. But like, keep your cool, Morgan. Like, it's fine. But that was the first tell that I had that I was like, okay, I knew she was close with Riley, but that was the first time because like I had already caught her with the M&Ms with Catherine. So everything was adding up. I'm like, okay, Mickey's more of a team Riley than a team Morgan. This is not good, but I'm going to act like I don't see it. And I'm going to let her think that I'm still on her side because if she does survive and does keep me, then I need to start making moves on getting her out. And luckily that's what happened. But that was the first time, like after winning, coming down the steps, I remember giving her a hug. And usually what I've done in the past with other people, when you give people a hug or whatever, like you're confirming in their ears, like, hey, like I got you, you're good. She never once said we're good. Like she said that before the blockbuster. She's like, it's us, we're making it. So after that, and she didn't tell me that, I was like, oh my God, I could go home tonight. You know, I could really go home tonight. And
we thought you were.
Be crazy.
I mean, again, it just seemed impossible because it was basically 3 different people that were on the fence. And we were getting the sense that Vince, even if he did vote for you, he wasn't pushing Ava to vote for you. So we were like, he almost seems like he doesn't want you to stay, but feels obligated to vote for you. Then Ava, who's flipping back and forth. And then Mickey, we don't even know. And so when Mickey wins, it's like, oh my God, I think Morgan is gone. But then the votes start rolling in and like Mickey votes for you to stay. Like, okay, Mickey's in. Vince goes in there and he votes for you to stay. And I'm like, oh my God, I think this is happening. And then Ava goes in. I swear to you, Morgan, have you seen this clip? She I was like, starts to say Morgan. I was watching this live. This is a clip of me watching Ava's vote.
Oh my God. No, you look
she says Morgan. Or starts to say Morgan and then says Riley. Let's fucking go, dude.
Let's fucking go. That's right, Taran. Let's fucking go.
Oh my God. No way.
No, you know what's so funny is like, that was the first like deep fake out that Julie's done in like seasons. So when she said Morgan, I kid you not, if we were in a cartoon, you would have physically seen my soul leave my body when she said my name. I could hear Ashley gasp. Like, it's kind of weird because it's like when you're in the eviction block, like when you're on the block on eviction night after Blockbuster, it's like everything, like all I remember was like, it was very quiet. And when I heard Julie say Morgan, the only thing I heard was Ashley's gasp. I even just got chills thinking I only heard her gasp because Ashley was very like expressive. And so when I heard that, I could feel like tenseness from Will. It was crazy. I was holding Riley's hand. But the weird part is at the same time, I honestly genuinely felt that I had the votes. But it was still scary because when she said my name first, I was like, oh my God, like I've been duped. And then she said, you're safe. And then I was like, and then you hear Catherine erupt. And it was just insane. That was like the most insane night.
Everyone starts bawling. Like,
oh my God. It was
wild.
rough. Like Vince was crying. Ava was crying. I was looking around like, but then, so I would say the other tell for me with Mickey, and this is when I knew it was fully done. I was never going to fight for Mickey anymore. Was her reaction after. She was more upset that Riley left than happier that I stayed.
Yeah, she was sobbing too. She was sobbing with the rest of them.
I was like, wait a second, girl. Like, I get it. Like, you really love
the guy
Riley.
That was bragging about tricking her that very week.
And also someone who was going to put her up on his blog and who was coming for her every single time. So I was like, wait a second. Like, girl, I get like you were connected with him on a personal level, but like she kept being like, he deserved it. Like he came from nothing. And in my head, I'm like, no offense. This is not a game about who came from where and who deserved. This is a game that if you want to play and win this game, you better buckle up. You better lock it in and you better win. It doesn't matter where you come from. And there was like certain comments that like I had heard throughout the season, you know, about certain people of who deserved what. And I'm like, this is a game. I think whoever is deserving of winning this game will in fact win this game. Like, that's just what it is. Like people who are here to play this game, they're going to play the game. So after seeing that and seeing her so upset and not actually being like, cause she was just so upset. And then I remember even like when I was in the bathroom, even Lauren, like she was crying and she was like, I'm so sorry. And I thought she was, and as I was about to say, like, it's okay. She's like, I really didn't think Riley was going to go. And I'm like, okay, thanks, Lauren. Like, yes, I know I survived the block. A lot of people are probably not happy that I'm here or whatever, but it was just so interesting to see people kind of show their emotional cards where I'm like, okay, like I see now I'm starting to pick people who are not on my team whatsoever. Like, I understand that, like, you can, like, for example, with Catherine, obviously I was expecting her to be upset. I was not upset at her because I'm like, that's your man. But like other people, I'm like, okay, yeah, you can have a connection with them. But this is also like, now I'm starting to see that you don't really, I don't know if you don't see value in me, but you're not happy that I'm here. So if you're not happy that I'm here, then
at this point, Lauren had started pitching to Vince. It should be you, me, Riley, Catherine. Like that should be the team. And he was like, yeah, of course.
Right.
And he had floated the idea of evicting you to her, and she was obviously like that. He floated the idea of keeping you to her, and she was like, we can't do that.
Right.
And I think that was like a huge reason why he seemed so torn, was because he felt like there was a path. Now, we had debates about this. I did not think that was actually a better path for him. I think that he loses the game to Riley if he keeps Riley over you.
He does. 100%.
But
because like the temperature in the house about Riley, we did not know, like the live feeders do. Riley had a great social game. Everyone loved him inside the house. And especially since he was literally the kind of person who would tell people, like, I will use that veto on Catherine. Like, he was going to do everything to make sure Catherine was protected. That's a dangerous player to keep around because he's competitive. He would have done very well in athletic competitions. He probably could have won wall comp. I don't know if he would have beat Vince because Vince was like, I could have gone up there for another 7 hours. But it was still like, I do not think that path would have been well. And I think that was actually a better path for Lauren than it was for Vince.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe she was trying to convince him, hey, this is better for us, when it's like that actually was not going to be good for Vince whatsoever.
Well, he does then go on to win the wall. Pretty necessary one for him because Catherine was not pleased.
No. Which is why I was like, oh my God, when he was telling me like, oh, well, Lauren said that like Catherine wouldn't put me up. I'm like, okay, let's rewind. So you're telling me that you tell all of them you're voting me out. You don't vote me out.
Do you know the
reason? And
reason
you think that she's not going to put you up on the block? Oh my God, please tell me.
He said that the reason he voted out Riley was because he was tricked. He thought he was only giving a sympathy vote to you and that the numbers would be there, and that he got tricked into giving a vote for you, and then it turned out all the votes were there.
I mean, I can sure, an effort, yeah, but I'm like,
they didn't
in no
him.
world. I was like, in no world would Ashley ever vote to keep Riley over me. So that's already 2 votes. And then Rachel obviously couldn't vote. And no, I mean, maybe they thought maybe Mickey, but like, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll give it to him, but that's actually kind of funny.
It was very funny.
Yeah.
Basically, Catherine afterward was talking to Kelly about it, and that she was like, I mean, we have to believe him because he's HOH.
Oh yeah,
Like,
right. No, for sure. Oh my God, that's actually so funny. Oh my God. But yeah, I was so happy that he won because I knew for sure I was safe. Now, what I
Mhm.
also knew was Mickey was in dangerous waters,
Oh yeah,
but she did not know that. She was
yeah.
completely unaware because I knew after he told me that like how much him and Ava were anti-Mickey. I was like, oof, if Vince wins this HOH, Mickey's in trouble. And like I can't really do anything about that
And
because
Mickey was a pretty good target for him.
yeah,
I
no,
think
fair
that
target.
I mean, I was saying at this point that it was time. He should take a shot at Rachel. And obviously you would have been
Should've.
upset, but like
He should have
I
though.
believed that you wouldn't turn on him if he did that.
Mm-mm.
And
I
he
wouldn't
really
have.
needed Rachel out.
Yeah. No,
Um,
you're right. But I needed Catherine out. I needed Rachel to stay.
exactly.
Because because like the other thing that I told him, I was like, look, whether you want to believe Lauren or not, Lauren has been tight with Catherine since week one. There is no way. I was like, and I always like phrase that as if like if I was this person. I tried my best to always take myself out of my shoes and put myself in theirs. I was like, if I have my man in the house and one of our allies votes him out, I don't care. He's going on the block. I do not care. I was like, if you really think that Lauren's telling you the truth, that's when I started like really kind of questioning like his reads on Lauren because I was like, I'm not even tight with Lauren to know that she's lying about this because she has to. She has to protect Catherine. That's a number for her. She just lost Riley. She's lost Adrian. She's losing numbers. So of course she's going to sit there and tell you, hey, Catherine's not going to target you. Like she wants Rachel because Rachel was the HOH. I was like, well, if we're going to use that mentality, then she should want Lauren because Lauren used the veto that got Vince off the block and put Riley up, especially if she already knew. So like this is not adding up. Um, so luckily Vince won. And then this is where we see some like real juicy like tea between Mickey and I. That was a very interesting week for
Y-
sure.
Yeah, and you know, this is really I would say not the start of, but like it's really starting to become obvious because he did the same thing during the vote, but like he is still telling people like previously when Vince would tell people what they want to hear, it was like, okay, well, he's hedging, right? Like in case whatever. But then he was HOH this week, and he was still like basically up until the nomination ceremony telling Keanu, I will put up Rachel and Ashley. And it was
Mm,
like, Vince, you're in control of this decision. You don't need to hedge this. He's
right. You don't
going to
need to
find out eventually.
right.
And so it was like what's going on here? And obviously the main thing of this week is that despite the trying to go for this middle shot of Mickey, she ends up winning this veto, and he needs to have a renom. And you have some opinions about the renom.
I do. And you know what's actually funny? And I thought this to be so crazy. I was like, damn, either like Vince is like very good in talking, or like I'm also very good too. Because for one, I was surprised that Mickey, I mean, she kind of had a hunch that I was in on it, but it didn't seem like she was as worried. Maybe she was saving it for next week, but she kind of really didn't push back. Like because like we see that bathroom scene where she's pissed, and I
Mhm.
was like, because my whole thing was like, I knew he wanted Mickey up, so I'm like, if I cannot go up there and have meetings with him, she can't say that I was part of this because I have witnesses that I actually didn't go up there on the HOHs. So I told Vince, I was like, look, I trust you. Do whatever you want to do for your nominations. Everything's gonna be fine. I know your target's Mickey. Cool. Like, or like he had multiple targets. He had Mickey and he had Ava. Um,
He did.
'Cause
He did really. He was trying to sell Ava as a target for so long.
I know. I was like, ugh. Anyway, so I was like, look, I'm gonna hang back, do my own thing. I kind of let him know that I'm not going to be up there very much because I know how Mickey is. She was very paranoid. She would always watch what everyone was doing. I mean, I remember the week that Catherine had the veto. I spoke to her after the veto to be like, hey, like I just didn't want you to think I was trying to get you to use the veto. I just wanted you to like do your own thing and like let you know that I see you as a game player. Because one thing about Catherine is she did not like that people were pinning her and Riley together. She wanted to be seen as a separate player. So I was like, just trying to make sure that I'm doing my thing by having conversations. But by doing that, Mickey would always be like, oh, well, I saw you talking to so-and-so and I saw you talking to so-and-so. I'm like, well, yeah, because I'm in a game where you have to talk to so-and-so. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, Mickey pays a lot of attention of what I'm doing in the house. So let me make sure that she really can't have evidence that I was in on this decision with Vince. I'll go up there and I'll basically be like, hey, like, yeah, but like that's why the last time I spoke to him, and that's why she was pissed. And I was like, look, you can see, you can ask anyone. I was barely up there for 2 minutes. The only name that came out was Ava, and Kelly. So I don't know who he's gonna do. So
Mickey
that
was
was
still in the
wild.
dark at this point. There was not a single soul giving her any accurate information.
No. And I honestly, I'm so proud of like me, Ashley, Will, Rachel, like really kind of coming together in that stance, even getting people like, I mean, the fact that we even trusted Keanu for a little bit, but like basically kind of having this pact of like, look, we are going to keep Mickey in the dark because she is paranoid. She's all over the place and we all want her out at some point. But let's make sure that she doesn't have more information than she needs. And honestly, even the veto worked out in Vince's favor because he was like super worried. I'm like, look, Vince, if she's convinced that you were going to use, because he told me, he's like, oh, well, I told her that I was going to use the veto on her. I'm like, great. So if she does win this, and it came down to them too, and let's be real, they did not play that veto right either. Even Rachel and I were talking shit about it. I was like, what is happening this season? Like, why are you're like, the fact that Kelly did not continuously target Mickey, for example, like you're supposed to target the people that are on the block, or even Keanu, he said like, well, I didn't target Mickey because I didn't want her to think that I was targeting her. And I was like, but you are. So I don't get it. It was so confusing. So as much as that was like a shit show of a veto, it worked out for Vince, kind of, not really. Like obviously he didn't want her to win, but I was like, she trusted him enough for his word of being like, hey, I was going to use it on you anyway, which is what I ended up using. I was like, girl, he was going to use it. He realized he messed up. He had heard some things. I came up with this whole plan. I mean, I don't know if you remember like it showed, but I was like, look, we're going to come up with this whole plan that like you were getting fed information. And he's like, well, Catherine did give me information. I was like, perfect. Use that. Like Catherine gave you this. So now you have reason, just like how she did with Jimmy, where you're just like, hey, I was just hearing these things. I didn't know what to believe. You didn't want to talk to me. And then it worked. And then the veto got used. And then
he really wanted to put Rachel on the block, and Rachel trusting. And the thing was that like Keanu was pushing for it too. And then
sitting in his bed.
Then Vince told Rachel that Keanu was pushing for her to go up on the block, and then she went to Keanu and said, "Keanu, what are you doing?" And then Keanu went back to Vince and said, "Why is Rachel?" And it was a whole thing.
Hot mess. That was such a hot mess. Because I was like, because Vince was very concerned. And to be fair, I will give him this. He was very right to want to put Rachel up on the block. She was targeting him for literally 6 weeks. I totally understand that. And I got his argument of like, if I don't put her up and she wins next week. No, for his game, he should have 1,000%, like 1,000%. However, I also felt that like, because of how Catherine was probably feeling after that, I was like, I know Rachel's targeting you, but technically we're in the Judges Alliance now. So like, and I really like buttered up this alliance because I'm like, Rachel's a loyal player. So if you can prove to her that you're going to be loyal to her, I was like, right now you guys are on fair ground. If you take a shot at her again, she's going to come for you. She has the numbers. And I was like, and here's the other thing. She has the numbers to survive the block. So whether she wins that, like
that was really a big thing for him. He was very worried that she wouldn't leave. And then I think another thing that you did really well is when you talked to Will about like, hey, you should go talk to Vince and say that you're like willing to target Rachel eventually.
Yes.
Because he needed to know that like that was the case.
Yeah, Vince needed to know that if he's gonna, because like once he made the Riley vote, and after he told me I'm gonna betray these 5 people for you, I'm like, okay, well then now I need to make you feel comfortable with my 5+ people that they're gonna protect you, and like the Judges was a perfect way to do it. But I also was just like, if you want to take the shot, like, I mean, you were right. I wasn't going to turn on him, but I knew it was going to put me in a tough position because I'm like, Rachel, and I told him this, Rachel will come for you. I'm one person. I cannot protect you. My one vote will not save you. And there's a very big chance that because she knows I'm a vote for you, she will put me up on the block. And then there goes my relationship with Rachel. And I just worked so freaking hard to get my Rachel, like to get my relationship back with her. So, I mean, it was so funny because I feel like it reminded me of like a boxing match where it was like ding, ding, ding. And like first it was my turn. Then it was Keanu. It was like me and Keanu were going back and forth on who could get the last word with Vince. And it even came to the point when like Vince and Keanu are in the gym, aka Keanu's HOH. I used to crack up when he would say that, like, come to my HOH room. I was like, oh my God, Keanu. But I remember I was downstairs and this is when Rachel was like, well, where's Vince? I'm like, well, Keanu's freaking up with him still in the gym. And that's when she goes up there, comes and tells me that, you know, Vince is crying. So I'm like, okay, this is great. Like, I'm going to make Keanu kind of like a little enemy so that I tell Ava. Then Ava goes up there. Like, everyone is trying to get Keanu away from Vince, because the whole thing is we don't want Rachel up on the block. Which of course ends up working in our favor, and she doesn't go up on the block. Catherine goes up, and Catherine goes home. Now, I will say, if Kelly was on the block, I was actually going to vote to keep Kelly.
I know.
I was
not... you put in some work to try to get Catherine to stay. I don't think it ended up working, but I did. It was like
Kelly?
I think Kelly still would have been evicted there.
No, she would have. But I was trying so hard to at least for my point, because I'm like, because even Kelly, like when I think Kelly was obviously, she just never saw Big Brother, but I think at that point in time, I don't think she was necessarily like targeting me. And that's the thing that I would talk to Will about, and even told Vince. I was like, I don't want to win these HOHs right now because people are going to expect me to put up Kelly and Keanu. Now, would I put up Keanu? Probably, but I wouldn't have put up Kelly. And I didn't want to show my cards because there were some people that I felt closer to in the house, but I just didn't want people to see that. So I was happy that Vince won this HOH and was able to protect Rachel and get someone else out like Catherine, or it would have been Kelly if she was on the block. My one vote, like I said, wouldn't have saved her, but getting Catherine out, who I knew was also coming after Vince and potentially me too. So it just worked out because at the end of the day, Rachel was not coming for me. Catherine was. Yeah. So get somebody out that's coming for me and not, no offense, not anybody else or not you.
And this is what I talked about at the start of this whole podcast, was that like you intentionally made sure that in all of the relationships you had, all of the alliances that you had, that you would have influence over those people, that you pushed, and if they didn't respond, you got rid of them, and if they did, you kept them, so that in these moments you did have the influence to get what you wanted that was better for you versus what was better for them. And Catherine leaves here, and Lauren goes to Vince on her birthday and cries and says, "You're ruining my game."
Yeah, and what's crazy? Catherine actually had a great exit speech and kind of threw Ava under the bus, talking about Ava, like she basically kind of told people Ava is a huge threat. She's the kind of person that if you sit next to her, you go home. And I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting information to use in the future because she's right. And maybe there'll be a moment in time where if I have to campaign against Ava or something like that, I can use that because she was right. Ava and Will were two people that if you sat next to them, you were going home. You did not have the votes no matter what.
Well, until they went home.
until they went home. Yeah.
So Keanu wins the next HOH, and this is worst case scenario for you because you specifically are his target. And he's even opened his eyes enough because of Vince's decision the previous week. He knows he needs to put Vince on the block. And although granted, if Vince stays on the block against you, that's bye Vince. But he has, first of all, when Vince puts Rachel up, he's very disappointed in Vince, has a whole motivational argument speech to him,
Wait, Vince stays over me?
When Vince put Catherine up and not
okay.
Rachel
I was like,
week.
Okay, yeah.
They have a whole argument in the gym, the boxing gym, where Vince again is like, I'm so sorry, I'm such a coward, I didn't mean to, and Keanu's like, dude, you can't build confidence without competence. You need to be like, if you have a shot, you need to take it. That's what Rachel taught me. And
not pulling out the Rachel school book. I'm done.
Exactly. And so then Keanu's HOH, and he's telling Vince he needs to go up on the block. And Vince, this is like the funniest conversation of the entire season, because Vince is just like, no, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me, Keanu. Like a week before the jury, like I just need to make one more week, not you. And Keanu is just like, dude, he's like, you're gonna lose an ally if you put me on the block. They're gonna vote me out. It's like, dude, you're not an ally.
What ally, right?
You've taken if I lose you as an ally, at least I won't lose any other allies because you've been taking out my allies. And it was very funny. There's a very funny moment also where Ava walks in the middle of Vince being like, I'll do anything, please. And then Ava pops her head in. Does anyone want tea?
Oh my God, whenever she used to ask for tea, I swear she'd probably come in at some of like the worst times asking for tea. And she was always like, oh, sorry. Anyone want some tea? Like, it was so funny.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's funny. That was actually the first time I remember, like, I knew I was going on the block with Keanu. I did not think he was going to put up Vince. So
Mhm.
similar to how he looked at me on week 5, or sorry, when I was on the block week 6, the morning of, when, I wasn't sure if he was going to keep me or not. He looked the same. And I was like, what's going on? And he's like, Keanu's going to put me up. And I could not believe it. And I was like, shit. Got my fucking time card, went to go clock in for fucking work. Cause I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, Keanu, why are you putting up Vince? And that's when I was like in the kitchen trying to like pick his brain. But Keanu's really funny because in the game, like, he was always like pretty honest and open. But like when he was set on something, he was very like poised, composed. And excuse me. He was
Works
just
for him
saying,
when
like,
he's right. Unfortunately,
right.
that wasn't very often.
No. But the way he was talking about, he's like, I already know what I'm doing. He's like, I'm like protecting my allies. And so then I was like, okay. I was like, well, you have a lot of allies on the board. I was like, I can see quite a few. Like, I can see Lauren, I can see Kelly, I can see Vince. Like, I'm naming things. So he's kind of like making like, kind of like, hello, Vince is your ally. Like, don't put a Vince. And that conversation really didn't go anywhere. I was trying to see if he'd give me anything, but Keanu was not giving me anything. And I knew I was his target because, like, I'm like, okay, he's not even giving me anything, which is telling me, like, Morgan, stop talking to me. Like, I'm not really interested in this conversation. You're going to go up on the block. Have a good night. See you tomorrow for the noms. And so that was a rough night because that was the first time where I was like, wow, okay, so Vince and I are going to be back on the block again. This is not good. I'm pretty sure the third is also going to be Mickey. So here we are yet again, back on Rachel's HOH kind of re-up. But this time, like, what's going to happen? Who's going to win this veto? Like, who's going to come off the block? Can we all 3 survive again? Like, shit, like, this is nuts.
And this is like I think the big moment, right, where you win this
Yes.
veto.
And my first veto.
And again, like, I believe that Vince is voted out over you if you're both on the block. So like the odds of you actually being evicted here were not that high. But it was still a good veto to win in this particular situation, because if, of course, if Vince had come off the block, then you would have been in trouble because, with Ashley as a potential replacement,
right. And if Mickey
that
were
would
to
have
have
been
won,
exactly.
Right.
Then things look very bad.
Right.
So I'm sure.
Yeah, let's talk about
heard
it.
plenty about this by now.
Everyone's like, did you know? And I'm like, guys. Okay. So yeah, I have heard how everyone's like, did you know Vince was in on it? Morgan, open your eyes, all this stuff. Like, I saw a bunch of comments and stuff and I just kind of laughed. I can like go back to little tells that I got that week from Keanu. Cause one thing I will say is I was 100% always going to use that veto on myself. From
our perspective, let me give you sort of like
please,
what
yes.
we saw.
I love that.
Basically, well, first of all, I guess they came up with this plan of like, what if we are able to trick her into thinking that we'll put up Lauren, or that I'll put up Lauren, and then I'll put up Ashley instead. And Keanu gave Vince like a little bit, and Vince was, I don't think that's going to work on her. We need to come up with something else. And then Keanu came up with his like. He came up with something different than what he told you. And they were like, oh, this is a good one. And then they bring you in and he gives you this pitch that is like, listen, I can't do 1 for 1, but I can do 2 for 1. And he leaves the room briefly and you're like, obviously I'm not going to do this. And we're like, oh, thank God. But then he comes back in and Vince comes in and Vince is looking at you like a puppy dog, like, oh my God, this might actually work. And he keeps saying 2 for 1. I can't do 1 for 1. I can only do 2 for 1. And then you leave and you start talking about it like you're actually going to do it. And meanwhile, Keanu and Vince are talking. They're like, wait, what was the argument? And they're like, I can't remember. Because it didn't make any sense. It didn't make
any sense. So it's funny because like, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So there was very real fear for us that like all of a sudden she's talking to Vince like she's going to do this. And then you would occasionally be like, wait, but what if he doesn't actually put up Lauren? And Vince is like, no, he definitely will. He definitely will. He couldn't. He'd lose the game if he didn't. And you were like, I don't know. And then you talked to Will, and Will was like, yeah, because he wasn't listening.
Right, of course.
And then you talked to like Rachel and Ashley, and they were like, no, don't do this. And so it was unclear for us. It seemed to us like you, at the very least, were considering it for a brief period of time.
Yeah. So the thing with Keanu is he oversold this to where I was like, okay. Like he was like, you're going to get America's favorite player. It's going to be like a Tucker. You're going to get this. And I'm like, like you're crazy. Because I'm like, okay, let's be real. Like I'm not a Tucker. Tucker won America's favorite because he was Tucker. He did everything like to earn that. And so I was like, first of all, I've had several game conversations with Keanu, and he has never been this adamant or enthused about a veto being used. And I'm like, first of all, let's not forget, Keanu, like I was your target, and you're going to sit here and tell me that if your target initial who won the veto, which was, mind you, the worst case scenario, because he had told me prior to the veto that he hopes X people get picked. He wants Vince to come off, and like, then we can all work together. The whole point was getting Vince off. Well, his target won the veto. So I'm like, okay, so you're telling me, like, this is what's going through my head. Like, so you're telling me that your target who won the veto, if I use the veto on Vince, I'm no longer your target? That doesn't make any sense. I was your initial target. The reason why I'm no longer your target is because I have a veto, which can save myself. But he definitely oversold it way too hard. And I remember going down into the storage room and I saw Vince. I was like, Vince, let me talk to you really quick. And I was like, so I think Keanu's bluffing because, first of all, the argument didn't make any sense. And for two, if he's going to sit here and say that he wants to work with me and you, then why are we not interchangeable on the block? Me coming off shouldn't matter.
Right.
Because if you want to work with both of us, me coming off should be the same as if Vince comes off. And if you really want to put up Lauren, then me coming off shouldn't change the fact of whether or not you're putting up Lauren. So I knew he was bluffing. I knew that he was going to blindside and put up Ashley because I'm like, first of all, he never came from Lauren. It never came for Lauren. Lauren was always on his side of things. It didn't make sense for him not to put up Ashley, especially because Keanu and Rachel had like a game relationship, and I could imagine that he would look at Ashley as like an issue for him, considering that Ashley was closer to Rachel, and I would assume that he would want Rachel closer to him. So I'm like, there's just no way in the world of Keanu that he puts up Lauren, and even him trying to be like, well, no one wants her in jury, like I can do this for you guys, and I'm like, well, the only reason why people weren't really wanting Lauren in jury is because she was really indecisive, but that's not a big issue right now. It's the fact that you really think that I'm believing anything that you're saying and really getting this veto used on Vince. And the reason why I went around and talked to people about it is because I actually wanted to see how people would react if I told them I would use it on them. Because if I saw people being like, oh, okay, like, sure, like that can seem like, then I would be like, okay, they're actually not worried if I stay here. Or like Rachel, she was like, Morgan, what? You can't do that. So I was like, okay, cool. Rachel's team Morgan. Like she doesn't want me to use this. So I was always going to use it on myself, but I kind of used that as a way to kind of like toy around and see if there was anybody who was actually kind of in favor of saving Vince to see where people's allyship was.
You did have that. You did have a moment talking to the cameras where you were like talking out the scenarios as well.
Right.
Which I think was like the main
votes,
thing that we were like, oh my God, she's like actually considering this.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun to kind of consider stuff for sure. And like, there was like, I will say initially, I was like, you know what? Like, if there is a brief moment, let me just do it now. Like, let's just think about it. And I knew I went through all the scenarios, I had my M&Ms, all the things. I was like, I knew that the only way would be if me and Mickey were on the block together because Mickey would get voted out. I didn't have the votes against Ashley. So I was like, it's not even worth it. Like, none of this is going to be worth it. Like, I'm sorry at this point, if I have to sacrifice a game, it's not going to be mine. It's going to be Vince's, unfortunately. And I'll figure out how to like navigate throughout the course of the game. But I definitely was like open outward about potentially using it because this is my first veto. I'm like, oh, maybe I can make a big move, but like the big move was going to take myself down. So
and that was the main thing is that like I mean, usually in a situation like that, even if somebody considers it for a moment, what I would say on a podcast is like they're not going to actually do it though, guys. Like it's one thing to talk about it, to consider it. It's another thing to actually follow through because once you actually start thinking about it, you decide not to. The only reason it really scared us is because of the season that you were on.
Right.
It's already happened.
No, seriously.
So it was like, oh my God, is this really going to happen? And then of course, Vince like spent the rest of the night like continuing, and he'd even gone back to Keanu, and Keanu at this point was like, never mind, we don't need to do it. And Vince was like, no, we still do.
Mhm.
And he spent like the rest of the night trying to convince you. And so people were like, is Vince gonna get her back on board?
Mhm.
But you were like very
I was
adamant
dead
from that
set. And
point
even
forward.
in the wine room, Vince had told me, he was like, if I had even thought that you were going to use it, I was going to tell you not to. And I was like, I wasn't going to use it, Vince. Like,
He was
you know,
definitely not
as
gonna not tell you that.
yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, honestly, do I think that? I was like, maybe not. I just know that in the wine room he said that, and I was like, in my head, I'm like, at the end of the day, like, I knew I was going to use it on myself. Like, this was my first veto, and the second
Mhm.
time that I was a target on the block, I would be foolish not to use it for myself, because it's like,
Yeah.
sure, was I a target on Rachel's and like turned her into an ally, or not turned her into one, but like rebuilt that relationship? Yes. Is that doable with Keanu? Potentially. And like, I didn't think that we weren't allies, but I didn't think that we weren't enemies either. It was just more of like, okay, like Keanu wants to work with Zach and I, or not Zach and I, with Vince and I. So like, go ahead and prove it. Cause like, you've been,
Mhm.
targeting people throughout the season. Like, you've been targeting Zach, you've been targeting like, Rachel, and then now you're friends with Rachel. Now you're friends with, Ashley, or like, he's been so back and forth throughout the season. At least for like perceptionally what it looked like. Cause it's like, especially I love that they were called the frenemies. Cause it's like, I
Right.
was like, okay, you guys love each other, you guys hate each other. Like, same thing with like a lot of the people that left the house. Like I mentioned Zach, like he loved Zach and then he couldn't stand Zach. And then like he loved Vince, then he couldn't stand Vince, and then he loved Vince again. So I'm just like, can I build a relationship out of this with Keanu? Yes, potentially, but is it really going to matter to me? No, because I'm kind of already good with my people, and Keanu was a huge threat, aka a shield. So I was happy that he was in the house, because people are just going to continue to target him instead of me
Mhm.
for now.
Yeah, and I think this is like the main thing that I've seen, at least, that like um I think that people were really offended for you that Vince was doing this. And they
Sure.
really like, and I think this is why this is such a big thing, is that they really want to see you like recognize that
Mhm.
like he was trying to trick you, and like I think they want you to feel what they felt.
Yeah,
And
that's fair.
I think that like I think that's an understandable sort of desire. I think that like
Yeah.
if you don't feel that way, like that should be okay. Like it's if
Yeah.
like especially, and I talked about this toward the end of the season too, that like at the end of the day, we have our feelings. We watch these people, they go through their thing. You get out of this house, and you know this probably better than anyone, at least on this call,
Mhm.
that very few people actually understand the experience of being in the house. We
Absolutely.
watch everything, we see everything. Don't come out here and say like we don't see everything, because we do see most things.
No, I
But
mean 24/7
but
for
we
that.
don't know what it feels like, the
Yeah,
trauma that is experienced of being there. And the only people that do are the other people in that house. And
correct.
so when you come out, I think a lot of people are looking at like, hey, remember on day 44 when this person said this thing to you or said this
Mhm.
thing about you, you should be mad about this. It's like
Right.
I understand where that comes from, but I think that the end result is often that you're trying to get these people to turn on and feel fearful of and hurt by the only people in the world right now that get
That
them, that get
understand.
the
Yep.
experience that they just went through. And so I think and hope that we can have a little more empathy around like we don't need these people to tear each other apart, or to like we don't need these people to like feel the deep hurt of like this is every betrayal that they faced in a game,
Yeah.
or even if it was personal, like it's still like you are free to have the relationships that you want to have and feel the things that you want to feel outside of the context of this game. And that might be frustrating for people who want their cathartic pound of flesh, but
Right.
at the end of the day, like you're not our playthings anymore.
Right.
If you ever were, right? And
Yeah,
so,
no, for sure.
that's just what I wanted to say about that. And I hope people can be
Yeah.
understanding of like where you are and where we are in this.
Yeah, no, I love that, because I definitely got a ton of DMs like, "Did you know about, like, wait till you see the veto and, like, you're gonna think differently," and I'm like, the way my brain works is just like, at the end of the day, it didn't happen. So, like,
Mhm.
sure, if it happened, of course, would I have felt some type of way? Sure. Like, I don't know, it didn't happen, so I can't necessarily, like, truly speak on that, but at the end of the day, I used the veto on myself because I was putting my game first, and I was like, making sure I was good over anything. Like, can I look back and be like, "Oh, dang, like, that that could be hurtful. Like, sure, that could of course be hurtful if that's like true or like because that's true, not if that's true because that's true. But at the same time, I'm like, that didn't necessarily affect my game to the point where I left the next week or I mean, if
Mhm.
anything, it didn't really do any damage to my game at all because like I said, throughout the whole season, I just kind of I chose to believe not like chose to believe what I wanted to believe. I chose to not allow certain things to really affect me because I was focused on the game. I came there to win the game. Any little gnat that kept trying to float around or anything, whatever. And plus, like you said, this is outside. This is after the show. Of course, I'm not going to
Yeah.
see what's actually going behind my back. I don't have eyes everywhere. Although, as a Virgo and as a gamer, I would have loved to have eyes in every single room and know everything that's going on. But I can't. So I did my best to do that. So I agree with you. I think a lot of people really wanted me to just like get out my pitchforks and start like
Mhm.
being pissed off. But I'm like, for what? Like the game's over, Like
Exactly.
it is
Yeah,
what it
and
is.
it's just entirely up to you what you feel like, how you decide to feel about a thing, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's not going to please anyone. And at the end of the day, too, like if you did act in a way and in a way to attempt to please people, it would piss a whole other group of people off. It's
Right.
like
Right.
you can't really go
Right.
down that path. You just need to be true to
No.
yourself in the way that you
Yeah.
decide you're going to feel about something. And if people have a problem with that, then unfortunately, they're just going to have a problem with it.
Right.
Um, Ultimately, though, as you mentioned, it doesn't happen. You use the veto on yourself, and Ashley goes up on the block. There is a bit of a back and forth campaign between Vince and, well, I say back and forth. It was mostly Ashley campaigning, and then Vince made an attempt on Ava, which was not a very good one.
No. I'm sure
But
it
none of
wasn't.
that mattered either because Vince wins the blockbuster, and Mickey is finally
Oh,
evicted,
can I
six to
just
one.
say that was like the one week where it was actually quite incredible. And I would love to hear your guys's or like your perspective as like a live feeder
Mhm.
and watcher. Like to be in the house and to see literally the house as a whole come together and want to get out one person was incredible. I don't know. It was so crazy to be in there and see a lot of people kind of like you said, keeping Mickey in the dark. She had no idea. She had no clue that she was going to be blindsided if she did
And
not win
Lauren
that.
gets in on it briefly, and she's like, "I don't like this. I don't want to
I
lie."
know. Lauren was yeah, I felt so bad because I know Lauren didn't want to lie, but I also told Lauren like this is really what's going to affect the rest of the game if Mickey even gets wind. I mean, granted, would she have won that? Probably not. I think Vince was going to win that regardless, but things could have just exploded even more. Like who knows what we could have seen. But I remember I went to work that night. It was so funny. So Ashley and I, this is like when we're really chatting about making sure like that everything's good moving forward. Like we want Vince to stay, we want Mickey to go. Um and sorry. We were in the wine room. Vince is showering and Ashley and I are talking to Lauren and we're kind of filling her in on
Mhm.
like, hey, like, Mickey's got to go. Everyone's in on this. Just if you want to just say the least amount of like, oh, I'm just 50-50. I was like, but I told her, I was like, Mickey had told me that like, because she needed to know that she had Kelly's, she needed Lauren's, and then she would have had like Ashley's or Vince's, depending on, and then she had mine. So she felt, I was like, Lauren, you are like one of the key people that she needs to feel like she's getting a vote from because
Mhm.
she thinks
You were trying
that
to convince her to
you,
throw the blockbuster at that point, and she said
um,
she'd considered it.
Ashley.
Mickey.
Oh, yeah. No, so I'm talking about before that conversation where I was talking with Lauren and Ashley and where we were just trying to like really encourage Lauren that like it's
Well,
okay to lie here.
right. The reason Laura needed to lie to Mickey was so that Mickey would feel comfortable enough to be willing to throw the
Willing
blockbuster.
to throw, or at least know that if she was on the block come eviction night, she had Lauren's vote.
Right. Yeah.
So I remember Mickey walked by, saw us three talking, yells at Vince apparently. Lauren looks at us and she was like so scared, poor thing. She like takes off and then Mickey comes in and is like, what were you guys talking to Lauren about? And the best part and like the best excuse we always like used when it came to Lauren is like, oh, well, she's a super fan. She knows these potential things. So I'm just trying to, help Ashley and like what could potentially come about for this blockbuster because Ashley hadn't done a blockbuster yet. Um, so it kind of worked, but then I was like, oh my God, I know Mickey and she's not going to let that go because it's Mickey. So I literally had to wake up Lauren out of her sleep and tell her what we told Mickey. So that way, if Mickey
Mhm.
came to wake her up, she would know what to say. And Mickey, in fact, went to go and wake up Lauren and ask her, which I think is insane. But I was like, whoo, good thing I caught that because Lauren would have literally just been all over the place. But yeah, I think that was such a crazy week because Mickey was obviously, leaning, all of a sudden she was leaning back into me, her, and Vince final three. And I'm like, what? You were never about this ever. This final three BS. I'm sorry. I'm not believing this, but she's like, I believe in us. We can do this. And then she's like, I really like Lauren. And I'm like, girl, you've always been targeting Lauren. Like, what is happening? So that's when I was like, okay, cool. Like we have her in a really good spot. Like she's kind of telling pretty much, Vince, like, oh, I'm going to keep you in this and all of us. I mean, it was just incredible to have the whole house literally on the same page where like everyone when during the blockbuster, we were all looking around hoping that Vince was going to win that blockbuster. And when he did, it was just like, although I ended up learning that he voted out Ashley, which I was like, I was hoping that it was going to be.
Oh yeah, we never got a real explanation about that either, by the way.
I honestly, if I had to guess, it would probably just be because like he was always targeting Ashley since week one. But I honestly, to me, I never understood that. I mean, I just never understood that. I'm like, wait, but Mickey, like, yes, like you and Ashley had a little discourse in the beginning of the show, but like Mickey wanted you out. She was trying, like, why wouldn't I honestly thought that he was ready to vote her ass out
on the Bible that he would vote to keep her. So people were like, maybe it's because of that, but it's like this is Vince we're talking about.
Okay, then that would make sense if he really did do that, because maybe he didn't want to have that on his conscience. But when I heard like 6-1, I was like, we all thought it was Kelly, because Kelly did say that she wanted to keep Mickey, but that was just nuts. That eviction was also, I think that was like the craziest one next to like me and Riley's vote, because I was like, oh my God, like she was fully blindsided. She did not see that coming whatsoever. And that was the last spot before jury was announced. And then we get into the lovely hamster wheel.
Oh boy, the hamster wheel.
Oh my God.
We did make sure to ask Ava if her arm was okay.
Oh, no.
After the assault. So
I didn't see it. Did she really grab it that hard?
No. I mean, I don't know. I can't say no. We only watched it.
Okay, I was like, I actually didn't.
We joke about it, but obviously, if it were an actual aggressive physical
for
thing,
sure,
then it would be more serious. But
yeah,
from our perspective, from what we have been able to gather, she was less offended about the actual sort of like physicality of it, more about the like overall
like
vibe of like pulling me away.
Fair. That's very like because Ava was the kind of person where she didn't want to be pushed too hard, like. Because that was one thing I learned about her. Like she likes to have game talk for a certain amount of time, then she wants to go do her thing. So it's like you kind of have to be a little bit more careful and more gentle with Ava. Although I will say, and I don't know if this is like a hot take or not, I think her winning that, she could have literally changed the trajectory of her game to put her in the best position. I mean, it was great for me for her picking Vince, because obviously that means like Vince would have been safe. And then like he would have, or he should have picked people in the judges, and we'll get into that. But yeah, I thought that she should have. I mean, I guess like for my understanding, when I was in the house, she wanted to pick me first, because then I would have picked Rachel. Well, I would have went through the judges.
Her explanation was that she picked Vince because because at this point, Lauren was one of her, if not her closest ally. And remember, they still have that Bond Girls thing from like way back. And so she really wanted Lauren to be safe, but didn't want to like pick Lauren. So the one person she knew would pick Lauren was Vince. So she picked Vince so that he would, knowing that he would pick Lauren.
Interesting.
And so he did, of course. Which to be fair to him, I would say in this situation, this is the correct decision, as long as you're willing to commit to it and not then try to go back to Morgan.
No, for sure. Because for me, like with that kind of elimination style thing, you have to pick your allies and you have to pick your targets. But the other thing that I was like thinking about, I was like, wait a second, like I listened to every direction for every competition, even if I wasn't playing. And the mastermind basically said, like, if you want to rely on your social game and not get picked, you can do that. I genuinely think that Lauren or myself, I mean, I won't say me, but Lauren for sure would not have been picked in that hamster wheel. She would have been safe regardless. I don't think anybody was targeting her.
No, but she could have easily been, I think, like a collateral damage kind of thing.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
depending on how, because the problem is, and this, listen, I don't need to rant about it here because I've done plenty of it already. But like, the problem is, the reason why the idea of like being like a social thing is that you guys had no idea how long you would need when you were setting
Exactly.
up the strategy for it. So, you
Exactly.
know, you could like throw in Keanu hoping to target him and then he crushes it and then he throws in one of you and you're screwed. Or he could then throw in Kelly and she also crushes it and then she can throw in one of you and now you're, you know, like it's
100%.
it's actually not possible. With a little bit of knowledge, it becomes easier, but you really don't know how it's going to be. And you can be like, oh, I won't get picked at all. Except what if it's set up in a way where the last people that go are the ones that are screwed and everyone else has a good chance of getting through it. So it's like,
Right.
it's just so tough.
Yeah, it was crazy. And I know when Vince finished, like I remember giving him a hug and I literally said, pick me next. And he said, okay. So then when he picked Lauren, I was like, okay, so apparently now I'm speaking foreign language and he did not understand what pick me next meant. Cool. Awesome. And I mean, of
Yeah,
course,
this was you on the other side of what most people experienced with Vince
yeah,
throughout the
I was like,
season.
I was like, so what the fuck was that?
Why
Like,
even bother saying yes, dude?
I, I was like, okay, cool. Awesome. And so obviously he picked Lauren and then he was like, I made Lauren promise to pick you. And I was like, and you
Mhm.
believe her? Like, we're not aligned. Like, there's a very big chance that she won't pick me. And he goes, no, I made her swear and da 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 da.
She
So
shouldn't
then
have
I
picked
was like, no, she should not have picked me. But she did. And then I finished the hamster wheel. And that was the other thing. I didn't want to win the HOH. To be fair, and I'm being fully transparent here, I was only thinking about safety. I didn't even remember that that was
Yeah.
an HOH comp. I was just like, okay, I'm worried about safety. That was my biggest thing is like, I'm strategizing on how can I survive this and how can we move to make sure that all the judges survive. So I wasn't even worried about the HOH, which, you know, obviously in hindsight, that's something that if I were to ever go back, I would think about that because it's like,
Yeah.
had I won that HOH, could have been much different experience or a much different result. Who freaking knows? But regardless, that was the one thing that I was like, damn, I really was not thinking as sharp as I usually am because I mean, that was a crazy twist to all of a sudden have something that Big Brother's never had as far as like, this is elimination. I'm like, what? This isn't Big Brother. What are we doing?
Mhm.
Um, but I knew that there was going to be a catch if Lauren were to pick me. And I started picking up on that because she's like, well, who are you going to pick? So of course I'm pulling out my acting shoes and being like, I just need to focus. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. Cause I'm like, girl, I'm not going to tell you who I'm going to pick because you're going to be pissed about who I'm going to pick. Cause I'm
It's
not going to pick
wild that she
Kelly.
didn't even get the promise from you and still picked you.
And still picked me. Cause I was like, Lauren, I'm so sorry. Like, you know, I really just tried to lean on the fact that I'm like, this is just really stressful. Like, I don't know, like this maze, like, and I was just all over the place. Right. But I was like, I am not going to pick Kelly because if I pick Kelly, she's going to crush it. If she feels like Keanu will have enough time, she's going to pick Keanu. And then Keanu will either pick Rachel or, I mean, I don't think he would actually target Rachel. I think he was going to pick Ashley. And I'm like, I cannot have people from my side go home. This is just not okay. So after that, I remember finishing it. I'm like, okay, cool. And I picked Rachel and like I saw Kelly and Keanu look at each other and kind of nod. And I'm like, okay, I kind of showed a little cards here, but it's like, whatever. I knew Lauren was pissed. And then Rachel went home. I'm telling you right now, I would not have picked her if I
Yeah.
did not think she could do it. I literally showed her, I was like, if the ball's here, I was like, you have to push it the other way so it carries and then it drops. You can't put it the other way. I tried to give her everything. And I honestly thought that
It was
she would have been fine.
it was
100%.
executed properly. Like
Yeah.
you managed to pull the choice back to your side so that you had
Yeah.
control. You set
Yeah.
it up in a way where you should have been able to throw a target, and it still might not have worked, but you were able to throw the target of like 2.5 minutes onto whoever you wanted once
Exactly.
Rachel wins it. But it didn't work out.
Oh my God. I'll never forget that. Like when we heard Rachel has been sacrificed. Like I remember the first person I saw was Lauren and her jaw, like it literally looked like her
Mhm.
jaw was on the floor. My jaw was on the floor. I was crushed. Like I was like, oh my God, this can't be. Like we like her and I just got on the same page. Like we're gonna work together. Like this, like the judges, like what do you mean Rachel is gone? Like this has got to be a sick joke. Like this is actually a sick joke because then the numbers went from us having an advantage to Loki it being equal. And I was like,
It was
oh
massive.
God. It was not good. I was so crushed that Rachel left.
Yeah.
I was crushed.
It
But
changed the whole game, or almost changed the whole game.
yeah, but what I will say is her exit speech is something that I held near and dear to my heart and
Mm.
how I played the rest of the game because I don't know, it's like when you play with someone like Rachel and like you see how she, you know, like I told you, like she was inspiring me like on the the Killer Carnival, portion where like she clung to Keanu and like just seeing how she was going to bat for her allies and what she was doing, I was like, I can see why she won the game. Like that is huge. And so when she said like if like there won't be a bitter jury, like if you want to win this game, you need to win HOHs, win vetoes, get blood in your hands, and make a big move. I was like, okay. I called it the blueprint. I was like, there's the blueprint to win this game. I don't know how I'm going to do this because right now I have one veto and I have, I guess, blood inadvertently on my hands, but not directly. Like I was trying to get my hands messy. I was trying to just make big moves. I was like, I need to start like stepping it up. Like I need to, if I'm going to win this game and if I'm going to sit in those final 2 chairs, I need people to look at me and be like, she is undoubtedly winning this game because of those things. Now, whether or not people actually, were like, that's really the way to win. That's what I took it. And like, I was like, if a winner is giving me advice, whether people want to believe it or not, or take it with a grain of salt, I'm taking this and I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that I do exactly that to win this game.
And this is really like your era at this point. I mean, obviously you need to survive the week first because Lauren is the HOH.
Yeah.
She nominates you with Ashley and Will, which was just a bad idea. I would
agree.
say.
I agree.
That she needed to put up Keanu. At the end of the day, like, and we talked about this extensively, that what she needed to have, because it was correct to target you or Keanu. She needed one of you out. You were the better option. But she needed both of you on the block on eviction night because with the blockbuster, one of you is very likely to win it. And then what she also needed to do was not throw the veto. She needed to potentially win the veto so that she could put Keanu up on the block, but she didn't want to have to piss Keanu off if she didn't have to.
I even told Vince that when Vince was like, hey, like, because I was like, Vince, I'm on the block. You're closest to Lauren. So let's talk about this. Because I'm not saying that you have like control over her, but you obviously probably saw this coming. So obviously I'm her target. I know she's telling me that Keanu's her target, but frankly, I don't believe that because if Keanu or somebody who's not in the block like Kelly, who she's close aligned with, they're not going to use the veto. Therefore, I'm going to go home if I don't win that blockbuster. I already know that. And he's like, you don't know that? I was like, Vince, I know that. Like, let's just be for real. Okay, let's be so for real. And so I felt the same. I feel like if she were really to like stack the block, it should have been me, Keanu, and even Kelly. She should have told Kelly like, hey, Kelly, you're my pawn, but I need, you
I don't know if you can risk Kelly if you're in that spot, but
she probably would have put up Ashley. It probably would have been me, Keanu, and Ashley, and then. Because that's what I told Vince. I was like, if Keanu was really her target, I was like, I understand. Because what she had told me was like, well, everyone wants to backdoor Keanu. I think that makes sense. And I was like, well, that was like when there was more numbers to get him out. Like the numbers are dwindling and doing like a backdoor this late in the game with a blockbuster and taking off someone who could potentially beat him. It just, it just didn't make sense. So.
And then it got worse because like I said, so you go to BB Comics. And she stands there at the buzzer for like, I don't remember, like 30, 60 seconds and before buzzing in because she didn't want to win and have to either not use the veto or use the veto to get Keanu on the block. But it was exactly what she needed to do. And of course, you end up winning. And now she has to betray Keanu, but in a way where he is so far and away the most likely person to win the blockbuster. And so now she's taking shots at both of you and missed both. And it's just like...
It was great for, honestly, that was like a huge, like kind of like quote unquote bonding moment for Keanu and I, because the one thing about Keanu is like, he was pissed that Lauren betrayed him. And it was funny because this goes back to his HOH where I was like, look, if you really want to work with Vince and I, put up Lauren. Like, that if that's really what you want to do, put up Lauren. And like, I always brought it back to him. I'm like, look, Rachel's probably rolling over in the jury right now, seeing you get screwed over by Lauren, because this is exactly why she pitched Lauren. This is exactly why a lot of people were pitching Lauren, because if she misses on a target like me, she's going to have to come after you. I don't know what you expected. Like, who else was she going to put up? Like, at the end of the day, she is playing this game. She wants to have somebody leave that's going to be good for her resume. And you're the second best person if she wants me out first. But yeah, I agree.
That she was working with him, that she was like an actual ally. And I mean, that was the thing when I talked to him, it was like, I feel bad for telling you this, but like you just didn't have any real allies, like throughout pretty much all of the game. And he sort of started to come to that realization at around that time. Yeah, it was rough. This is also, of course, a week where I'm sure you know this by now, but people want to make sure that you know that Vince threw the veto as well.
Yeah.
Which like, which
Yeah.
is like not as bad as the other thing. So like,
No, I
it's
mean,
like
like, I had talked to him and he's like, "I took my time and da 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 da." And I was like, in my head, I'm like, "Well," or because he the way he said it was like,
he took an extra joyride. He was like, I took an extra ride on the zip line, but I wasn't throwing. Like, what
yeah,
do you
because he said
mean?
that because he told me that he rode the whole thing and then he was like really admiring the comics. And in my head, I'm like thinking about how I played that game. I was like, I didn't even take time to see the comics. I was just like, okay, like just going crazy. And so I was like, whatever. Again, like I said, at the end of the day, I won the
Yeah.
veto. I agree with you. I don't think Lauren should have thrown that veto. Like for me,
Mhm.
I'm like, if I was HOH and I want something done, I would have probably taken off Ashley. I would have put up Keanu because anyone sitting next to Will would have gone home. So I would have guaranteed a target to go out that week. And it was gonna be great. It was either gonna be Keanu or it was gonna be me who was closest to Vince. But that obviously didn't work out. And then this was where it was really interesting because it was an Ashley versus Will, and Vince and I were going back and forth. Vince
Yeah,
was
he really wanted
very
Ashley
much
out.
he really wanted Ashley out. And one thing that I learned, and the reason why I found more value with Ashley was because Will and Ava were like a me and Vince, where it's like we would have never voted against each other, especially late in the game. Like once the
Mhm.
numbers were dwindling, you can't risk that. You need someone who's going to protect you. And I learned this from talking to Ava when she was saying, like, hey, like, if you vote out Will, I understand. Like, Will is somebody that I will never turn my back on. And I know Will had said to the judges, like he's going to do what he has to do. But I just truly didn't believe him because I'm like, well, if Ava is like if Ava to you is like Vince to me, nobody could convince me otherwise to vote out Vince, regardless of what he's done to me. Like I was extremely loyal to Vince.
Mhm.
Um, and so I was like telling Vince, I was like, I know that we enjoy Will more on a personal level, but this isn't about a personal game. Like this is about Big Brother. And like having somebody who is that attached to Ava is dangerous. And moreover, he doesn't have as much, in my opinion, pull game wise as Ashley does with Ava. I think Ashley's more relatable to her because of her age. They're
Mhm.
girls, they hang out. I was like, it just seems way more beneficial for us to keep Ashley because of her closeness to Ava versus Will, where it's like, yeah, Will would be easier to beat. We'd probably beat him in competitions and other things. But this is not the time to do that because not only can we beat him, other people can beat him too. So like my logistics was more, this is where I'm like campaigning for Ashley as a player without making
Mhm.
it obvious to Vince that I'm campaigning for her as a player. Like if there's a mental comp, Ashley's going to be phenomenal with that. Like if there's numbers or if there's strategy things, if we, need, something like that, she's our girl. And I feel like game wise, and he understood that. He even said, like, at the end of the day, like on a game perspective, he understood my argument on that. Do I
Yeah, I
think
mean,
he wanted to keep her? I don't know, but
no, I don't think he did.
yeah, I don't think he did
But
either. But
um,
that was my
I
girl, so
we talk about this a lot. Yeah, that like I mean, it was in almost nobody's best interest to keep Ashley over Will. You were the closest because you
yeah,
actually were the closest person to her and benefited the
hmm
most by her winning a competition. But like the thing for me, and ultimately, like there's a world where you can look back at this decision and say, if I had evicted Ashley instead of Will, I
hmm
probably win this game.
for sure.
And
I
that's
can
a
agree
fair
with that.
perspective.
Yeah,
But I will say that, like, for you in particular, it did make a lot of sense. There is at least a lot of sense to be had in the idea of keeping Ashley because
hmm
she was closest to you of anybody left in the house, and she
right,
was not going to take you out until the very end, and she would need to
right,
beat you in order to do so.
right,
Whereas with Will, as you mentioned, he could potentially be an asset for anybody.
right,
And if you didn't go on the winning streak that you did,
right.
you know, having Will there doesn't help you at all. Having Ashley there does give you some help.
Yeah,
So it's a tough one because it's like if you look at results only, you probably do win the game if you
I
evict
agree with.
Ashley.
Yeah,
But it
I
did
agree with you.
for you in particular, and almost nobody else. It did make some sense to keep her.
Yeah, and I honestly just, like, valued her as a player, and I feel like for me, especially moving forward, like, it was at a point in time where, like, probably the time that she could have decided to take me out because the one thing too is, like, after I won 3 vetoes. I don't remember what week that was, but I remember having a conversation with Keanu and we were in the gym and I was like, yeah, I was like, bro, this is like, I'm kind of understanding where you're at. Like, I'm going to have to win out to win this game. Like, I'm everyone's target, Ashley included. Like, I didn't say that out loud, but I was just like, I literally said, I'm everyone's target. Because it would be foolish of me not to be everyone's target, you know? And I remember even talking to Ashley and I was like getting a little choked up because I told her, I was like, because I was so passionate about the game. I was so proud to be in the position that I was in. I knew I was in a good position, but I also knew I was in a very risky position as well. Like, it was, like I said, I was going to have to win out. But I remember telling Ashley, I was like, no one's going to take me to the end. Like, you know, and like, she just kind of was like, you know, like her little cute little thing that she does. She just kind of like did the little thing. Exactly. And, you know what I'm talking about? Like the little Ashley thing. And, and so then she told me, she's like, you know, if she basically was just saying like, if it came down to like her, me, and someone that she didn't feel deserved to win, she would take me. Now, did I believe her? No, because I feel like at the end of the day, you're going to take the person that you can beat. You're not going to take somebody that you just admitted, essentially, you can't beat, right? So it was hard because that was the first time where I was like, dang, like, I know I'm playing this game for myself now, not entirely, but like I have my allies, but like I also know that there are going to be prime opportunities like the double eviction to take me out, to take Keanu out. Like, there are going to be these prime time positions where I could see myself walking out the door. And that's also why I strategized so much with the M&Ms, because I was like trying to figure out everyone's possible move. And so like kind of having that realization of like, okay, jury phase, like I'm a huge target underneath Keanu, but like as the numbers are dwindling down, I'm becoming almost bigger of a threat than Keanu, because I think people can sit and argue that like I had a better social game and strategy game and overall game compared to Keanu, that if they had to choose between me and him to take, they would probably try to take Keanu over me if that came down to it. So I was like, yeah, I am not getting taken to this finals. The only way I'm going to make it to this end is if I win the first part or second part and then the last part, HOH. Or if Vince takes me. I didn't think Vince wouldn't, depending on like where the things dwindled down to, I do believe that he would have taken me. But with the week that we're on,
I still don't know to this day.
Yeah.
I'll never know because I won't believe.
Yeah, right. I mean, and that's so fair. It's so fair, you know? And so I feel like when it came down to
evidence
that,
points to him taking you because at the end of the day, he did always end up choosing you. But it's just, you know, you just never know.
But back to the Ashley Will thing. That was like one thing that I thought about all the time, because I do believe you. I do think if that vote was different, that I could have won the game. But at the same time, I still, like I said, I told Julie, like if I were to go back, I would do things all the same. I would not change a single decision. Like I would do it all the same. Because for one, I had a great time playing. And in those initial decisions, and what I told myself, like every day, I looked in like the little mirror. I was like, I'm not going to let anyone deter me from my decision. So I knew that week, even after talking to Will, like, because Will, Vince, and I, we kind of locked in like this, like, we didn't really lock in a final 3, but we kind of locked in an us kind of thing. But then I was like, I don't know if I'm as passionate about my duo as Ava is about Will, because Ava loved Will down. And like, I do think that she would have picked Will over Lauren, over Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
And you never know, like it could have been something like a Jack the Dipper or something where they could have won and I would have been up on the block next to Vince. It just anything could have happened. Ashley could have done it too. It was just more of like in that moment, I wanted to have someone that would kind of be an asset. Not saying Will isn't, but like as far as like competitions and things, I just really saw more value in Ashley than I did Will. And I felt keeping a more valuable player was better than someone who, honestly, even if Will was at the end, I mean, Will could have potentially won this game if he went all the way to the end on just a social game, like strictly social, not winning anything. Like,
yeah, he could have won a jury vote. I mean, the thing about Will is that he is the perfect person to bring to Final 3 because he can't win the Final 3 HOH, and nobody will take him to Final 2 because he's too likable.
Exactly.
But like up until that's only if you know you're going to win every competition down to the Final 3.
Exactly. Because I was not thinking I was going to win everything. So that's why I was like, okay, I do. And whether or not it was true, but I was like, I do believe that Ashley is on my side of things. Like she does want me in the game. Could she have targeted me at double HOH or double eviction? Yes. Like I was prepared for anything, but I was like, I'm willing to take the risk and keep Ashley and hope for the best that like I can get the judges to the end. Because again, here we are again, losing another judge. That was really hard for me because obviously I'm an alliance girly and I wanted the judges to be towards the end. So I was like, here, we have to go make another decision. So that's why my mission was to make sure I got the judges, Ashley, Vince, and myself, to the end. I was going to do whatever it took because I'm like, I'm an honest girl. I'm a loyal girl. And if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to make sure that they make it to the end.
Have you heard the Vanessa comparisons?
I have.
It's first of all, I think obviously like there are some sort of like getting cut at the final three, being a dominant woman player. I get that. I do think you play very differently. But another one of them, you talked about using the M&Ms to map out all the scenarios. Famously, she used Skittles to map out scenarios.
Skittles.
Yeah,
I was laughing because people were joking and they were like, it'll be down to the final four and Morgan's still pulling out the M&Ms. I'm like, yeah, I'm still gonna. They're still gonna come out and I'm gonna go over every scenario every single time.
I would love to see you and Vanessa, even just in the same room, would be pretty fun.
I'd love to meet her. Yeah, I would love to meet her.
Anyway,
after the vote,
Will is evicted. Vince wins the HOH. This is perhaps the longest week of my life.
Oh my God. That was the pressure cooker, right?
I mean, it felt like one.
No, that's right. That's right. That wasn't the pressure cooker one. That was the what HOH was that? I'm losing my mind.
This was the quiz, I believe, that he beat.
Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. I was panicked because I knew when it was down to him and Kelly, I was like, oh my God, I'm either going on the block or I'm safe. And I was elated that he won. Thank God. I was like, okay, cool. Whew, like I made it another week. This is great. Now, what the hell is going to happen?
Literally, I believe the night before, the question was asked on a podcast, like, or maybe it was the night of. It was like, who is the most entertaining HOH to win? And somebody said Vince, because he'll have to choose between Morgan and Lauren, and that'll be very fun to watch. And I said, it'll be fun to watch for you, because you're not the one that's going to be up till 5 a.m. And little did I know how true that was, because it was every night.
No one got sleep that week. Funny that y'all thought y'all were going to get sleep, because no sleep did not exist for me that week. Because I remember, oh my God, that week was insane. I remember I was like, okay, Morgan, like time to make this big move, time to really get to work, because, I was like, okay, ideally, I see Kelly, Keanu, and Lauren up on the nominations. This makes sense because if his target is Kelly, then, it makes sense to obviously put up Keanu because, Keanu had put him up. I was like, it's kind of like a way to be like, hey, bro, you put me up already. But Lauren was the tricker because it's like she was a mental, like she had won a mental competition and she had won a physical competition. She had won, like OTEV is both, like she had won competitions and proved to like
she was a huge competitor.
She was a huge competitor. I mean, like she was 30 seconds behind in the BB comics and in the basement break-in. I was like, I don't know if anyone else is viewing Lauren the way I am, but this girl is a huge threat. Like she's very likable. Like we need to get her up on the block more. Obviously, I wanted to get her evicted. However, the angle that I used was like, if you want Kelly out, having Ava up on the block, like who has shown throughout the season, this is like no shade, but shown throughout the season that she cannot win a mental comp or a physical competition, you're essentially doing what everyone else has done throughout the season, which is putting 2 targets up. One of them comes off from the veto, the other one comes off from Blockbuster, and you lose somebody that you don't actually intend on losing. That's not a good HOH, and that's not going to be good for your resume. So, God, I worked for hours.
Morgan, I counted at one point, and I believe it was 10 or 11. 10 or 11 times it went back and forth, meaning you convinced Vince to put up Lauren, and then he talked to Lauren and it flipped back. That was 1. Then it would happen again, and I believe it happened at least 10 times in the course of a couple of days that he kept going back and forth.
I believe it. And it's funny because I knew I was going to, I knew the nominations were going to be what he initially had, because after we talked, I gave him everything. And he's like, okay. He's like, I'm just going to, go talk to Lauren. And like, that was the first time. I mean, I obviously had that quote that I said about it and everything. I just didn't understand why, as an HOH, you had to ask permission to put someone up on the block. Like, it's like you're going, you get the permission slip, you're going to go and have them sign it, and then you're going to go turn it in, and you're going to make sure that production's okay with it. Like, I was just like, what? Like, you're the HOH. What? Like, you don't need to ask anybody anything. Like, do you see the vision? You agree with the vision? What is happening? And like, this was like the second time because the hamster wheel. I mean, there was a couple times that I started clocking how close, like the closeness as far as a final two with him and Lauren. You know,
Mhm.
this one's particularly was where I was like, okay, like we go in the backyard, we're on a lockdown, and they are in a conversation for the entire time. I mean,
Oh, I
oh my
know.
God. The whole time. And I'm like, I saw Kelly try multiple times to interrupt the
You
conversation.
should have heard the conversation.
Oh, I would have loved to. Oh my God. There was so much in me that like, I mean, I was watching, I was like, oh my God. Like, I was like, I know exactly what's gonna happen. Like, she's gonna get emotional. He's gonna feel something because he usually tends to like feel really bad especially when emotion is used. So I was like, oh my God, like she is going to talk her way off the block. And
It's yeah. It was more okay. This is how it went. It was like, okay, I've come up with an idea. If you go up on the block, Morgan and Ashley will work with you. And she was like, that doesn't make any sense. It was essentially like Keanu pitching you, right?
mhm.
And she's like, that doesn't make any sense. He's like, okay, well, but I mean, I just really need you to do this for me, please. Like, please, 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 100 times, please do this,
Mhm.
please, Lauren. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Mhm.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Right? Let's do it. And she's like, no. It's just
Mm.
like that was like literally for like 2 hours. And
Yeah, that was
I was just like, oh my God.
I was getting driven crazy. And the other thing that was really good for me at this time was Keanu. This is where I was really leaning into Keanu and kind of like really kind of getting him to be like Team Morgan, because it's like, hey, we're getting out Lauren. Like, let's make sure this
Mhm.
happens. And so I really kind of like leaned into telling him, like, yeah, man, like, I really hope Vince does this. And it wasn't even like me really throwing Vince under the bus, but kind of making it seem like, hey, I'm doing the work, Keanu. I'm trying to make sure that Lauren goes up. So if she doesn't, it's not my problem. Like, this is
Mhm.
something that like maybe we can, kind of figure out. I was never going to turn my back on Vince, but I needed Keanu to feel like I was willing to leave Vince and go work with him. So in case it doesn't happen and Keanu does win HOH, I may be safe and he may target Vince and Lauren. But God, I had worked so hard. I remember watching, I knew she wasn't going to go up because after they talked and everything, Vince didn't talk to me
You
and
saw
she
that.
was
Yeah.
very like giddy in the bathroom. And I was like,
Yep.
okay. I was like, okay, I'm gonna just, clock in again and I'm gonna just, wait for my turn because I need to cook. I need to get this done. So then I saw the nominations and I knew right then and there, I was like, I'm gonna win this veto. I'm going to use this veto on Ava and Lauren is gonna go up on that block. Like, I was determined. There was gonna be nothing in my way. I don't care what veto it was. I don't care if it was another wall comp. I was going to win the veto. I was so determined to win that veto because first of all, I was like, I mean, obviously, I didn't sleep very much throughout the season, but I'm like, this was like intentionally me not sleeping. And all of that hours, I mean, I'm sure you felt it, all the live feeders. We were up for hours together, guys.
Mhm.
Hello? All of us were dying to get this done, and it doesn't get done. And I'm just
And then
like,
it just immediately would get undone in the morning and then redone and then undone and then
oh my
redone. And then
God.
Vince and you clocked it like he had a final two with Lauren and he was like planning to take her and like
Do you remember,
you'd
did you
have a
see that
conversation with
conversation?
him. And
Did you
yeah,
see
and then
it?
he'd be like, whatever. Because you were like, if you think you can beat Lauren in the final two, you have nothing coming. And he'd be like, he'd talk to the cameras, he'd be like, whatever. I still think I beat Lauren in the final two.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, because it was
and
funny
it was
because
good.
Vince had to tell, because like I told you, I like studied players and I knew their like little quirks and things. When Vince lied, he would like kind of smile or laugh. So I
Yeah,
remember one time
he
we were
did that a
talking and
lot. Yeah.
and I was like, do you have a final two with Lauren? And he's like, what? No. She just, proposed, a thing. And I just didn't tell her no. And I was like, so you have a final two? And he's like, well, no, it's
Mhm.
not like that. And I was like, uh-huh. So I was like,
No, I
okay.
turned down the final two.
Yeah. I was like, okay, so can confirm, which is also why I was like, okay, this makes sense. Like why
Mhm.
us three haven't been able to, and also when he was like, because I'm this was after I used the veto, finally convinced him to put her up, and we were upstairs because they were having a one-on-one, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go interrupt this one-on-one because I don't know what's happening, but I'm gonna go interrupt this one-on-one, and that was when we have a conversation where this was like the first time I was actually like pretty honest with Lauren, and I mean, I've always been honest with her, but I mean, like very brutally honest about this week, because she was saying how, you know, like this is where we were kind of like mending. If it kind of felt like it, because I think Vince really wanted us to work together, because he said, he was like, yeah, this is like my
Okay.
ideal final three.
And I need to just briefly interject here, because this
Yeah.
was a huge thing too, because Vince would constantly tell her that you were trying to get her on the block.
Mhm.
And then like, and tell you, like, he was like continually keeping you at odds with each other. But
Right.
then when like the consequences of that came to him, he would then like at the last minute be like, oh no, Morgan, she loves you.
Right.
Like, and it was like, why would I? Obviously that's not true. Like,
Right.
like you should have done more earlier, man.
Yeah, because I made an analogy one time and I was like, I feel like you're in the stands and you're watching me and Lauren like go against each other, and whoever wins the game is going to be who you end up with. Like whoever takes each other out. I was like, I feel like you're just sitting there being like, yeah, like look at them go at it. I was like, which in turn is a smart gameplay to like have your two people that are riding for you go at it. I was like,
I
or
disagree though. I feel like they
I
need
do
to
too.
be on the same page enough.
Yes.
Like Cody does this with Danny and Nicole in All Stars, is that he manages to separate the two of them so that they're both most loyal to him, and he causes a little bit of beef, but not enough beef that they're targeting each other. They're worried about
Right.
each other's like safety, because like Vince is literally like getting out of a conversation with you and then going to Lauren and being like, yeah, she was just trying so hard to get you up on the block, and I'm not going to do it, but it's so annoying. And it's just like, how are you going to amend this if this is how
Right.
you're talking to them? It was
For
so
sure.
frustrating.
And I think too, it's like if he would have played it to where it's like, I have two people that are like having me be an untouchable, I should take them to the final three because they'll both
Oh,
take
yeah.
me. I'm a
He should
guaranteed
take you
final
both.
two.
The way
Yes.
to do that is to get you to not target each other.
Exactly. Get us to not target each other. So I remember we were up there, and I remember this is when she was kind of explaining more about like her HOH and why she, you know, because I told her, I was like, here's the thing, Lauren. I was like, Kelly and Keanu have been like, I was like, they're like a cat with a million lives. They cannot get eliminated. Like they cannot get evicted. So the way to do that is by putting up somebody who is well-rounded to make sure that the target leaves. And so then she was like, well, that's what I did on my HOS. I was like, actually, I don't think so. I was like, and this is just kind of where we just had a real open conversation where I was just kind of like, I just kind of basically was just like, look, I know you wanted me out, even though you're going to say you didn't. Like, you should have put Keanu and I both up on the block. But it was just, that was just like a moment where Vince thought that we could work together just because I was being honest about like my genuine thoughts on like why her being up on the block was not the worst case scenario. Like, obviously, she's not going to care what I have to say because she's pissed that she's on the block. Makes sense. I'd be pissed if I was her too. I would be looking at me like, Morgan, like, why are you even saying this to me? But it was more of just like getting the point understood, which was why I was like driving it with Vince. It's like, you want Kelly out. Some people want Keanu out. So in order to make sure, because this was the first time this season that we didn't have Kelly or Keanu essentially determine our fate in the game. And that was like my main driving force with Vince. I'm like, every week people have put them up with a pawn, and the pawn has either gone home or somebody else has gone home because vetoes were used. This is the time where if you put somebody up who can beat them, just like whether it's a physical competition or a mental competition, we can actually finally get out Kelly or Keanu. And that's exactly like what happened. She won the blockbuster. And to be fair, that was really hard for me because I know that Vince made me promise her to keep her, even though I did not want to. There was like a little, you know, discourse with that. And there was a discourse with Lauren and I, because I know when I had ended up telling her that I was unsure, that was the first time that she like essentially threatened a jury vote. And I was like, oh, this is what we're doing. Because she was like, well, that's something I'll remember in the jury. And I was like, you know, that's when I tell her, like, you know what, Lauren, like, I totally understand that. But I think if you understood where I was coming from, you would understand that that is kind of a little bit, it's a lot more complicated than you think. Like that conversation is a lot bigger than what you think. And like, I ended up explaining it to her in my exit or like in her goodbye message. But that was just that was a hard week because it's like, I obviously cared about Vinny as a person. I know that hurt his game, but like, God, that was so good for my game. Like that was exactly
I mean, you
what I needed.
Basically, I think that it was around that time. It was like, if you could pull this off, you've basically won the game. You're close to it. And because Vince is never going to beat you in a jury vote after this week. And Lauren is your biggest competition threat outside of like Keanu at this point. And so it felt like it really was when you completely took over the game, and it was such I would say it was probably very fun for people to watch. It was definitely grueling to cover, but it was a very fun move, and it really like I want to make this so clear because I feel like, especially if you haven't been watching lately, but like or hadn't been watching live lately, like the end game of Big Brother has become a massive slog. It's long and drawn out and often very boring and very competition focused, and a lot of people tune out at the end of the season. And this season, entirely because of you, you kept people glued to the. It was like people got even more invested in the final weeks of the game in a way that I have not seen in 10 years of covering the show, that I have barely seen in 25 years of watching the show. And it was incredibly exhausting for me because I'm usually able to coast by that point. But it was also incredibly rewarding, and this was the start of that. We really felt like after the Rachel hamster wheel thing, the season was going to taper off. It was just going to kind of like, okay, now everything's going to be very simple. And instead, it got even more intense. And this week, back and forth all week long, heading into a double eviction. And then even into the final five, and then even into the final three, it just never relented. So, and that I think again is so emblematic of who you are as a player, and that thing that I saw on day 6, which was that you are not going to just sit back and let things happen. You are going to take the game by the reins and force it in the direction that you want to go. And that's what I think I admire about you most as a player. It's like it's the most fun thing to watch, is somebody who is willing to just push and push and push and not ever relent.
Never let up.
And and you know, it was very fun. And it worked. You got Lauren. And listen, and the thing is, like, obviously Lauren didn't leave that night or that eviction, but she did leave that night.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is, like, at first I genuinely felt really, really bad because I know that, like, we had a moment in the HOH room where she like got emotional, and I was like holding her and like getting emotional too, because it is sad, like when you take yourself out of the game for a little bit and you realize like, oh wow, like this person can leave, like they were passionate about winning this game too. Like it was really hard, and it was never something to be like, you know, like haha, like in your face, but it was more of like she was in a better position. And the thing that I viewed was, one, Ava and Kelly would have never touched her. They loved Lauren. Vince was the same way. So that's
They had
three
a
people.
Flower Girls final 3 was what
Oh,
they
that's
called.
cute. That's cute. I love that. I always wondered what their name was called. But they had a final 3. And then Vince was also very adamant about keeping her. And I was like, oh, you just leave me and Keanu and Ashley. And at that time, me and Keanu were big targets. So Lauren was in the best position in the game. And it's
Flower
like,
power, I think.
Oh, cute. I love that. That's cute. Flower power. So my thought was like, okay, I can see that while Lauren's social game was not as good as, you know, like other players in the house, she still hadn't been on the block in 70 days, which obviously like Chelsea used in her finale speech of like having a certain amount of like extensive period. And I was like, there's a potential that people will overlook or not take into consideration her like social game as heavy as just the fact that she was able to go as long as not being on the block, not being a threat, like not being like, I looked at her as somebody who could, if she went to the way I like, especially when I was working the M&Ms, I'm like, okay, she has the potential, if she survives this double HOA or this double eviction, to make it to the final 3. No problem. She will have literally multiple people in the house take her to final 3, and then she can probably win this game because she was immense. Yeah, she was prime spot. And I'm like, okay, any person playing this game would want to have that position or want to hinder that position. So that's exactly what I did. I needed to hinder that position so that way I was in a better position. And it worked out because we, you know, Kelly left that night, which I obviously wanted Lauren to leave that night, but Kelly was fine because she was still part of the trio. The whole point was to hit the trio. Somehow hitting the trio, we needed somebody to go, and it wasn't going to be Ava. I still would go back and use that veto on Ava every single time. There was a little brief moment where I thought about using it on Keanu, but again, I was like, still the whole point and like my driving factor in my pitch is having 3 huge targets. So if I use it on Keanu, I'm kind of like negating my own pitch. So that just isn't smart to do, because then it's just kind of feeling different. So I was like, no, we're going to keep him on the block, take off Ava, because I'm fully confident that either Keanu or Kelly, and plus Keanu had the votes. Like me and Ashley were going to keep him, which was, what we did. And then it was the first tie of the season, which was great. And then we see Kelly in her exit interview, which I love. I love Kelly for that. Kelly was she was one of my favorites. I really did like her. But it was quite interesting with the exit speech that she had, where she was basically threw Vince out and was like, he has a final 2. And I was just like, Vince, what have you been doing in this house?
She had been mad at him since the Adrian vote, and had been basically kind of like playing along with him as much as possible, like knowing now, like, this guy's a weasel. Like, I can't trust a thing he says, but I need to keep playing it up with him as much as possible.
I was shocked to hear her little I was not expecting her to say something. I was like, oh. And then, of course, like, as I'm hugging her goodbye, it was like, and he's going to do whatever Morgan wants. I was like, damn, Kelly, you really got to say that loud? Girl,
Yep. And then you win your, at this point, your 4th HOH, I'm going to say.
I was like, wait, 4? No, the double eviction HOH was insane. And you know what's crazy is, like, when I saw it was a little bit of a physical thing, I'm like, I have freaking heels on. I have this, I have Ashley's cute little orange top, like, shit. And I was like, I can't take it off, because that's like, I'm wearing it, like, it's just, I was like, oh my God. I was like flustered, and I was like, okay, I need to win this double eviction HOH. Because to me, my opinion, especially as a player, and like if I was to ever give anybody advice, once you hit the jury phase, sometimes it's really dangerous to like not win things or to throw things, because like we've seen in vetoes and other that. If you throw a competition in that segment of the game, you could potentially throw your entire game. So I was like, okay, like, I'm gonna win this HOH. I can't risk, especially because Vince is outgoing. So I felt like it was really me against the world, because if I don't win this HOH, I'm probably going up on the block and I'm probably going home. Unless Keanu is also up on that block and people find more value in getting rid of him than me. So my strategy in this HOH was to actually overthrow the balls instead of underthrowing, because you had to wait for it to come down. So my strategy was to overthrow. I ended up winning the HOH, and it was incredible. Oh my God.
Ultimately, the best strategy for that comp is bouncing it off the wall, right? And I feel like
I did at one point.
You got to that at some point, yeah.
Yeah. So I had 3 up there. Ashley was doing well. Keanu had 2. And I was like, okay, like, it sounds, because that was the one thing I love about live ones, or where you're kind of getting the live feedback, is like, I could hear who else was close. And so once I had 4, I was like, okay, this is the last one. Got it in there, locked it in. And that was where I was like, okay, cool. Like, I knew Vince and I were probably the biggest targets going into this double eviction HOH. And now we're both safe. And now I can take control and do what I need to do to get my biggest target out of the house and have my first HOH, which was exciting.
Yeah.
I was pumped about that.
It was a very short one, but
it was.
yeah. And then there was a little bit of back and forth about this, and I don't remember what the conclusion was, because obviously you have this veto moment. The people were a little bit like, was that on purpose? Or was that not on purpose? I believe my memory of it was that it was not on purpose.
Correct. So the way in that veto, when I knew it was Keanu and I in the final, I was happy. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Because I was going to use the veto on Keanu.
It doesn't matter at that point, yeah.
And to be honest, I was like, okay, like, would it be nice to have 4 in a row? I don't know if that would have been a record, but I was like, would it have been nice to have 4 in the row? Sure. But like, I'm not going to let my like ego get the best of me here. My mission is to make sure that Keanu comes off this block and to ensure that Lauren goes home. So when I heard that it was Keanu and I in the tiebreaker, I was like, oh, perfect. Like, my HOH is going perfect, which is why, like, when you see me holding up, I'm smiling, because everything that I want to happen is already going to happen before it happens. Like I was just like so happy that my HOH was going to be successful. And that's why I immediately pulled Keanu. I was like, hey, just so you know, like I was going to use the veto on you. Like, just so you know, because I wanted to make sure that he knew, like, you were not my target. Now, would this have helped if he won HOH? Like, that wasn't really me trying to get him to not target me, but I'm like, hey, maybe if I tell him this, because I genuinely mean it, maybe he might be like, you know what? Actually, let me get out Vince. Let me get out somebody else. But yeah, so
we
Keanu
wouldn't
wins.
have gotten the jump.
No,
from Keanu.
right, the iconic jump.
Very
And here's
fun.
the thing. I wrote 60 in the top corner because I was going to guess an hour. Because I knew it was probably just maybe an hour and 20, maybe less. And then I blanked. I'm looking down and I'm like, okay, 60 minutes. Cool. 60. I was like, okay, 120. Great, Morgan. What the hell is this? Like, I was laughing, like in my head, I was laughing. I was shaking because I'm like, I had the right answer in minutes. Like, if that was to seconds, I would have won that veto. I don't know why I could not get the minutes to seconds. I am just like, I'm like, maybe I should have paid attention in math class. Or actually, you know, what I was really making fun of myself is like what I told you in the very beginning. I had freaking flashcards of like each thing. And I'm like, Morgan, what were the flashcards for? If you don't even freaking remember, like, what were the point of those flashcards in freaking sequester? But at the end of the day, I was like, whatever. This is going to work out. Keanu's going to win the veto. Happy for him. I was going to use it on him anyway. So at least I don't have to like, because here's the other thing. And I was really glad I didn't win. Because had I won and used the veto on Keanu, that could have potentially permanently damaged my game relationship with Vince to the point where he might have put me up as like, hey, I see that you were like intentionally trying to take out Lauren as far as like I don't think he would have either, but I don't know if he would have been like, dang, like I knew you were coming for Lauren, but to like ensure she left, I was not aware of that because of the promise you made. I was not sure what he was going to say. However, I knew that he was going to ask me if he could vote to keep Lauren. I was like, sure. Like, I'm not worried about it. Like I said, there's some things that I'm not going to argue on, especially if it's not going to change the end result. Like if it was going to be a tie or like, not actually that there couldn't be a tie. If it was going to be something different, I'd been like, Vince, don't piss me off. but yeah, so that was a crazy time. The competition, the veto.
Yeah.
Having Kelly and Lauren leave in the same night. I was not expecting that to be the double eviction, but it was
This
great
was huge
for my game.
This was huge.
It was great for my game.
You get to the final 5, and this was truly the time where it was like genuinely this win is all but clinched for Morgan if Keanu loses this veto. He of course having already lost the HOH.
I don't know why he was so like, because I was watching and I'm like, he keeps looking at Vince. He's not paying attention. It's gonna fall.
I guess you couldn't hear what they were saying, right?
No, we had no audio, but I could see them talking. And it's funny because like when Ava came out and then when Ashley came out, I literally said, I was like, watch guys, give it 10 seconds and they're going to start talking. They're going to start and immediately started talking.
You may not have a lot of experience with this, but it immediately turned into like exactly what a slumber party with 14-year-old boys sounds like. They were talking about like Anchorman and farting and oh man, you know, we've been like the last boys left in the house for so long. Like, did you know that? Oh, it's so good to have some uninterrupted time with you. It was, and it was like,
I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
Keanu does not realize that his life is on the line right now. And ultimately he gets distracted and it slips off.
Yep.
Thank
God for me.
Yeah.
My ass would have been up on that block.
I mean, you still would have won the veto. So if Keanu, I think we've gone over this. If Keanu wins this, it's you. And then it just comes down to like, does he actually take the shot at Vince?
Right. I'm curious. I was going to guess either me or Vince or me or Ashley, because I think he felt that he probably could have beat Ava.
Right. I mean, I think I probably talked to him about this too, and I'm not remembering what he said, but
okay.
I think, yeah, obviously you're staying, and then he can't compete in Final Four HOH, which was the one. So you still would have won that no matter
the
what.
dice one.
And then Final Four veto was the one you crushed also, right?
Yeah.
So you were probably not losing that. Yeah, I think we talked about this. So I don't
Mhm.
think it would have super mattered here,
Right.
but either way, he doesn't win this. Vince, by the way, is still telling Keanu after winning the final 5 HOH, yeah, I'm targeting Morgan.
He told me that. He said he's like, yeah, I'm just telling Keanu what he wants to hear.
what
In my head, I
is
was
the
like,
point?
yeah, no, for sure.
And so you win this. There's not a lot left strategically here. This is when things do this. The rest of this week is pretty slow because you're kind of all just waiting for Keanu to actually be evicted. There's
Yeah.
not much he can
God, it
do
was the
there.
slowest time. I think we had like 2 full days off. I'm like, what is taking so long?
And even that, it was sped up to what it's normally a full week.
Right.
So it was actually even sped up, which was so nice that it was sped up because it was
Right.
a very slow week. But there was definitely, I would say, like Ashley does a ton of good jury management with Keanu before he leaves. You already had his vote by then,
Yeah.
because he saw that you were controlling Vince. So it was more so for Ashley to end up beating Vince that she did some of that.
Mhm.
And then we get to the final four,
Yeah.
where it's just the slaughter. I think I said like it was not even fun to watch. It was like watching an NBA player play against high schoolers. Like Ava had moved the dice like once and you had finished.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Oh, I was getting after it because like it's like I didn't know because like that kind of game too. It could have been anyone's game because as long as you had the correct evidence facing up, you were going to get it. So when Ava on the second round had hers facing up, if she got it right, that was just a 2-1. Like she could have ended up 2-2. Like it could have been anyone's game. I obviously felt more confident in that one, but those are the kind of games that you can see people overthink and then think way too much about a solution. So basically what I did before we found out which evidence piece they were requesting is I looked at every single one and mapped out how to get it. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to see this one. I'm going to do this. And then the last one I kind of struggled with because I was like really pushing that thing where I almost flew onto Ashley's side of things and I was like trying to jump it around and everything. But super happy that I got that HOH, knowing that I was going into the finals. It was kind of surreal because I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to final 3. Like, this is crazy. Like,
yeah, and
crazy.
I need to apologize to you because I might have jinxed you. I did when Keanu lost the final 5 veto. I do think I made a tweet that said that all like basically already congratulating you as the winner. I was like,
oh no, somebody find the tweet and tag me in it right now. Oh my God, I'm gonna be like, you know what? Blaming Taran.
I believe I said very likely. I think I said very. I hedged enough, but I really did think it was pretty much locked in. Because I just didn't see you losing the final 3 comps, and I didn't see. I guess more importantly, I didn't see Vince losing part 2.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect to win part 1. Like part 1 was an endurance.
Well, that would have. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that would have been, I guess, better if Vince had won that instead of you.
Right.
I don't think you lose part 2.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I
you might have still lost part 3, I guess. Considering
potentially because Vince was actually like pretty good at those kinds of booth things, and I always second guess myself in every booth comp. I did it at like throughout the whole season. But I know what's it called? Yeah, like final 4 winning the HOH. Like obviously it was so weird, like putting Ava and Ashley, but obviously that was like my only option. Then winning the veto, like being like the first person of the season to have an HOH and veto in the same week was really cool. Just having full control. And just knowing that, like I said, I wanted the judges to make it to final 3 and just seeing that come into fruition was really cool. And knowing that I was like, I don't want to say like the only driving force in that, but like Vince and I, we essentially were just back to back to back. Like we were kind of doing what I said would happen if Riley and Catherine were a strong, showman's duo. Like after a while, you start controlling the votes. Like Vince and I controlled the vote on the Ashley Will eviction because it was like us 2, like it was a 2-1, like just kind of went forward with that. So that was, it was really humbling and also just like kind of crazy because it's like, when you have people coming up to you being like, hey, like congratulations. Like, I mean, I remember Ava was like, hey, congrats, you won the game. And I'm like,
right.
I'm like, Ava, like the game is still going on. You know what I mean? But But that was something that was interesting to me because like obviously the whole season I wasn't thinking about the money. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just kind of gaming, planning a couple weeks ahead, but still staying in the week and just kind of going back and forth between a couple weeks ahead, back to current, couple weeks ahead, back to current. Started thinking about, like I said, like the blueprint that Rachel gave me and like who I was going to take, who I felt I could be, who I would rather sit next to, and just kind of go through all of those kinds of scenarios. Because obviously you want to take someone that you know you're going to beat no matter what, but you also want to take somebody that if you do end up sitting next to them, that things that they can claim, they either are sitting in the jury to not be able to claim, or if you're sitting next to them, you can combat their claim with yours. So I was just thinking a lot at Final Four. I was like, okay, like I made it to Final Three. Like now I really need to figure out the options. I started figuring out the options of like who I would want to take and like what arguments I would have like once it was final five, because it was anyone's game at that point, and there was still a chance I could win a veto to save myself. And so that was just kind of where my brain was at in final five, was like really trying to think of like my game as a whole, looking at other players' games, what they would argue if I was them, how I would, like pitch my win and all those kinds of things.
Yeah. And again, it's like I wouldn't even say the choice between Ava and Ashley was like, it didn't really matter. Like,
yeah,
they were both, I think, maybe you could say that, Ashley was probably going to be better at the quiz in part 3. But Ava had won more comps at that point.
And I think she had locked votes. I don't know if that would have been a thing,
yeah,
but
and Ava
Will for
definitely
sure
had locked votes.
Yes,
Ava had Lauren, Kelly, and Will for sure, no matter what.
Yes, and that was the thing that I told Vince about. I was like, Vince, she has locked votes, and people have said all season, if Ava makes it to the end, she's going to win this game. Doesn't matter if I was sitting next to her and I was like, hey guys, like I played a great social game and strategic and this, Ava was going to win that game, because all it takes was one more person to vote. And it could have been someone like Rachel or Ashley who thought that a social player or someone like Ava could have won. So I knew that I would much rather take the judges and be able to have that as like a driving force in my speech of like, hey, like I managed to, while we lost 2 jury members, make sure that they made it to the end, like proving my loyalty, proving everything. And then just being able to, obviously outside of like the competitions, but being able to like just show my strategy and show that I was like willing to make a big move. I think a lot of people didn't know what I was going to do when it came to like who I was going to take out. And I know that like I said, when I got that like blueprint from Rachel and knew that like making a big move, like I just knew that Vince was going to be my big move, because he was my number 1 ally and nobody would have ever expected me to take him out. And I feel like at that time, if Ashley only had won the part 2, or let's say she like, Vince won the part 1, which we can talk about that too, because there was a part of me that thought about what that would have been. It was like, if I'm able to take out Vince and show the jury like, hey, not only did I have a huge hand in his HOHs and not have much blood on my hands, I'm also eliminating him. I'm evicting him to show that like I came here to play this game and play my game. And I don't think anybody would have expected that, because people wouldn't have expected Ava or Will to cut each other. And I don't know if they would have expected me to cut Vince. And I mean, also at that time,
I love the move.
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing, like knowing what we know, I think you beat both of them very likely, at least from what we've heard.
I agree too.
But you do probably beat Vince more handily, but like, I don't think that should be the case, because
no, I agree with you.
I think not because Ashley shouldn't have more votes than Vince, but because cutting Vince should be the more baller move. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like that should really like
exactly.
like that should be the more exciting thing. Obviously taking him is probably like the smarter choice, but like that would have been a very exciting end to the season as well. Like taking Vince and beating him is like, okay, fine. Cutting Vince and winning the game, now that's fun.
Yeah. So like I don't know, for a while I had thought about, which is why you kind of start to see, because I don't know what they showed on the show, but in the live feeds, you kind of start to see like our conversations kind of go from like really heavily strategizing to kind of like, hey Vince, let's just like chill, let's just talk, let's have fun. Because like I couldn't bring it to myself to tell him, hey, I'm not bringing you.
But Morgan, are you bringing me?
Yeah, right. So it's like, the part 1 HOH was crazy. Right. I mean, the thing was too, is like, I also kind of took myself out of my shoes and looked into another perspective. Like, yes, his jury management was terrible. But if you think about it, if you look at someone who's lied and manipulated
Mhm.
to the point where he makes it to the end, because every single time people went back and trusted him again, time and time and time and time after multiple backstabs, multiple instances, because our games were so polar opposite, my thought was like, okay, because they're so polar opposite, this could end up being a very split jury, because do they value someone who's going to sit there? Because I thought he was going to be like, yeah, I did lie. I did manipulate. I did do these things. This is why I did that. Like, I had Morgan on the other side working for me for this or whatever. I don't know what he was going to do if we were sitting next to each other. But I had looked at the optics of like, if I was a juror and I saw someone like Morgan and someone like Vince, and they both stood there on business explaining their games, it could have been a toss up, because how do you, the one thing I admired about Vince's game is he never had to win a veto. Coming from someone who had to win a veto, otherwise my ass was gone, it is so impressive to not have to win a veto,
Well,
especially
and I
being a
think
target. Like,
I think this
hello?
is why, like, there's especially like in terms of like the edit that that was on the show. It can be hard for some people to understand why he lost, because on paper the game looks pretty impressive, and it's sort of like it takes a lot of sort of understanding of like the way that he handled the relationships that he did,
Correct.
to understand like why some of them were so upset with him.
Correct.
And then also like, you know, then you start to look at like many of his decisions led by Morgan, and so on and
Right.
so forth, right? But like, yeah, like on paper it seems, and if you're in that moment you have to be thinking like, I see Vince this way,
Mhm.
but what if that's just what he wants me to think? You know what I
Right.
mean? What if
Yeah,
I'm
like,
wrong and I'm just being tricked?
right.
I'd be concerned about it.
Yeah, I mean, I know that he had been saying, he said after Lauren got on the block, he literally looked at me and was like, you just made a game-winning move, right? So like from that point, I knew that if Vince can look at me like that and think I have a winning game, no matter what he says, like whether he did have poor jury management, like take me, I already knew that my big move was going to be cutting him, because I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
cool. Like, you can acknowledge on your own HOH that I just made a game-winning move. I knew I was making a game-winning move, and now I can claim that I'm making a game, not even claim, I can say I am. You're validating it, which means if I send you home, that's not home, but if I send you to the jury, that's not only a vote for me, because how could you not vote for me? But the other reason why I wanted to take Ashley is because when you look at people who played very similarly, you have to take off the table the same things that they have. Like, I feel like I was a little bit more loyal than she was, because like obviously I found out after that she wasn't as loyal to the judges, but like obviously that doesn't really matter in hindsight. But like, we were both honest and loyal players, so like to me that goes off the table, because it's like, okay, that's the same argument. Like, the judges, kind of the same similar thing. Like, do I think that I planted the seed to essentially allow Rachel to gain trust in me? Yes. Did she facilitate it? Sure. Amazing. Like, that's why that was like, so that was like, that's why her and I that week were probably like really huge players that week. It's like
Mhm.
Morgan made up with Rachel. Ashley helped facilitate creating this, alliance that's huge for both Morgan, huge for Ashley as well. And then it just comes down to looking at the moves on the game, the competitions, all those things. And I feel like that would have been a really fun, like, final two. And I do believe that I beat Ashley. But like I said, and I've said this multiple times, two things can be true. People can say that I was deserving, or like I should have won the game, or I was the best player this season, and Ashley deserved to win the game. Like, two things can be
Mhm.
true. I also feel like Ashley's feelings on how she played on her game are also very valid. Like, we are our own people, like everyone has their own decisions, their own feelings. Keanu could easily be like, yeah, if I was in the finals, I deserve to win. Absolutely. Like, everyone has their own perspective on their game. And I feel like for me, the only thing that I know I can stand on is that like every decision I made, I already knew I was making those decisions. I didn't have anyone deter my decisions. I was more so trying to deter other people's decisions to make it to where they were like my decisions. And I just wanted to make sure that like when I was in those final two chairs, if I made it there, that it was going to be just undoubtedly like, okay, how can we not vote for Morgan to win this game? Like,
Mhm.
she just did her thing.
Yeah, and I mean this is what I loved about like the end game of the season, and really like the season as a whole ultimately, is that like despite it being probably definitely the messiest season in terms of strategy I think I've ever seen. At the end of the day, like the two players that came out on top were both represented things I really enjoy about the show. You, as I've talked about, with like very active gameplay, not letting other people guide your decisions and like playing self-interested in a way that is so admirable. And then Ashley as the more sort of like under the radar, not able to win competitions and figuring out a way to succeed in spite of that, is like another one of my favorite things to see. And
Yeah.
it was so cool that both of you ended up making it to the end together in a spot where one of you was going to win. And that doesn't happen that often. A lot of times we're looking at an end game and it's like, you know, like I said, I enjoyed my conversation with Keanu, and he absolutely, you know, would have won the competitions he needed to if he got to the end, but that
Yeah.
wouldn't have been very satisfying.
Right.
You know what I
And
mean?
honestly, I always think like if like who would Keanu beat if he was in the end? And like I think, like I said, everyone is going to have their different perspectives. Because one thing I did realize, especially like I said with Ava, like she had locked votes, so she was dangerous
Yep.
to take to the final three. Because could Vince and I have beat her in the part one, part two? Absolutely. But it's still, like I said, there's a chance where one of us
I
doesn't
mean,
win the part
Vince
one and part
crashes
two.
out on part two. Who knows?
Yeah.
Ava probably still could win there. So
For sure. And so like I even thought on part one, which I want to watch that one back because I had people being like, how on earth did you do that one-handed? And I was like, I don't know. Like I was literally trying just so hard. I remember like when it went, I couldn't even tell how it was, but it felt like I was literally planking in the middle of the air. And I literally gave everything I had. I mean, I was like grunting, squinting. I had asked Vince if he had heard me because I literally felt like I was just gonna like scream and yell. And I knew Vince was going to have a hard time because he did not do well with spinning competitions. He said that from the very beginning. So I was like, okay, cool. Like I have an advantage here. Because the reason why I also wanted to win part one is because I had won a physical competition, a mental competition, like
you needed
God, what other
revenge
one?
wall.
That one, and yeah, I didn't have an endurance comp. So it's like if I'm going to sit there in the
Exactly.
final chairs and be like, "Hey, I'm an all-around player." If I didn't win an endurance comp, how can I claim that? So I wanted to make sure I had part 1. I mean, I obviously do think that I would have done exceptionally well in part 2 because it was like I was telling Frankie like when I was staying next to him like my strat that I would have done and how I would have
Mhm.
separated the blocks, and then like I'm really good with directions, so I feel like I probably would have taken a little bit because I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I would have, got that, because Ashley was also very intelligent. So is Vince. They're both intelligent people. And I think the card in the middle of a competition like that is meant to trick you. It's meant to make you think of something because they both did the days. And then Ashley caught on and was like, oh my God, it's
Mhm.
not the days. So I don't know if I would have gotten it right away, but I also know that I'm very attention to detail and I read everything. So I feel like had I read that and been like the order, I'm like, oh, okay. Like Amy went out
Well,
second and this person this.
yeah, and it also I feel like it's more likely that Ashley messes up after Vince messes up. Because, like, given that he had messed it up, like, it was more likely that she was going to do the same thing as him, whereas if she had
For
gotten
sure.
there first, maybe she interprets it differently.
100%.
Um,
There's a chance for
so
anything.
yeah, exactly, and so it's like, that to say, I think that, like, the odds of somebody messing up in general are fairly low, and I think that you probably win, and you
Would've,
also
yeah.
probably do the blocks even faster.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
and
Because the
so
thing that I first pointed out
Mhm.
to Frankie is when Vince was doing it first, you can tell that there was a border. There was a black border, but he was putting it opposite. And I was like,
Mhm.
"Oh, he's not even doing a puzzle like how you usually do the border." And then on the table, which is what he realized, it showed like where the colors should be. Um, but yeah, it's just like I think that competition alone is just like it's always anybody's game. That's why I would tell every single person, even going into like the dice rolling HOH. When Ashley and Ava walked out, they're like, "Oh, congrats, Morgan, you won HOH." I'm like, "Guys, you don't know. Like, you really don't know what can happen." I always would tell people
Sometimes
like
the high
it's
schooler can
anyone's
beat
game.
the NBA player.
Right.
They just
But
need to make a full court shot.
yeah.
It
But
happens.
yeah, so I don't know, it's just a crazy game because like when I think back to like the finals and obviously navigating the end and knowing who I'm going to take and like having conversations with Ashley, having conversations with Vince, like it's just hard because it's like obviously like one thing about Ashley, which is so funny because like I said, there's a lot of things that I like picked up on people, but I just really didn't care. Like I remember early week 1, she had mentioned, like her apartment in New York and like the amount of money she like spent on it and whatever. And I was like,
Mhm.
wait, I was like, and I remember because we laughed about it one time because she was like, yeah, you kept asking me about like social media marketing. Cause I was like, something was not adding up with Ashley. Like something was missing to me with her. Like there was something more to her, which is why I kept saying like people are sleeping on Ashley. Like I don't know what it is. I couldn't obviously. I would have never going to guess that like that she's a lawyer because I don't think you ever just go into a competition or a game and think, oh, that's the lawyer, that's the doctor, this is this.
You
But
were
I
the
do.
person that I think like had the most respect for, not the most necessarily, but like you were somebody that like, despite all of the many of the people around you looking down on her, you were somebody
Mhm.
that that I saw at least often kind of being like, I think you're underestimating
Yeah,
Ashley.
I said that
Um,
multiple times throughout
yeah,
the season. Yeah, I
and
just also was. Yeah, go
go
ahead. No, no, go ahead.
ahead. And I think that that's part of why you were so open to working with her as well, because you
Yeah.
saw the potential there that some other people didn't. And I think that like it's again it's funny that you've sort of found each other when you did in the season, then came together and sort of dominated the rest of the season in very different ways. Uh,
Yeah, no,
and
definitely.
yeah, like I said, it's. Um, I guess it's easy for me to say because I didn't lose. But I was very happy to see again like the both of you have so much success because I really loved the way you played the game. I really thought that like the and I'm so happy that it's being recognized and rewarded because it wasn't. And this is the thing I want to make sure I say because I think that like after the fact, a lot of people have been like, like Ashley won with a social game and
Mhm.
Morgan was like a competitor. And I don't really like that categorization because first of all, I think Ashley was a very, very strategic player, even more than a social player. In fact, maybe much more than a social player. And I think that you were an incredibly good social player,
Mhm.
even more than like a competitive player. Again, you were the person that people rallied around,
Right.
adopted the language of.
Mhm.
People followed where you went.
Yeah.
And yes, you did end up dominating competitions, but like me as a person who does not usually root for the competitor of the season because I think competitions can be very boring when it's just
Mm.
what are we watching? If I should be watching the challenge if all we care about is competitions.
Yeah.
But you were not just a competitor, and I think that many people do know this, but I don't think that everybody does,
Right.
or at least recognizes it in the way that they should, because you were somebody that even outside of getting Vince to do what you wanted, even outside of being a part of a big majority early on, you really were a driving force of strategy and of like social structure in the house throughout the entire season.
Yeah.
And you just kind of closed it out with a phenomenal comp run, obviously. But I think people remember the comp run and they don't remember all of the other stuff as much. And
Yeah.
and that's
I
the stuff
agree
I
with you.
really loved about your game.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's something I think about all the time because I know when I was in the DR, I don't know what they showed on the show, but like I went into the house wanting to focus strictly on my social game the first half of the season because I knew building relationships and garnering those and like making sure that they are solid, even if they obviously have like little holes in them, like just to like make sure I'm patching those up. Like that was most important. I didn't want to go in and just start winning competitions because then you kind of fall in the shoes of Keanu where you are just a huge target and you better hope you win something. Um Now obviously he had to win because he needed to, so that's a little different. But like I really wanted to focus on my social game the first half of the season, which is why I'm not super adamant about winning certain competitions. And I'm just like, okay, like I'm looking at the field of who I feel comfortable with. Like I said in the Twin Witness News, I didn't feel threatened to like win that, competition. So I felt great. There's just certain things that I was like, okay, like I am going to make sure that my social game is as good as I can possibly get it. And then when I need to turn it on, I need to turn it on because yeah, I don't know. I know that after watching Big Brother for years that sometimes just being a comp beast and only having that is not going to get you far in the game. It's just going to kind of give you, competition accolades. And I wanted to like I said, I wanted to make it to the end and have it to be where people looked at me and be like, wow, like Morgan she really did that socially, strategically, competitively, all the things. I didn't want to be known for just one category. I wanted it to be everything, where it's like if I was sitting in those final 2 chairs, I was going to win that game. And like it was nice because like I spoke to Rachel after the show, and I even spoke to Keanu, and they were like, if you were sitting in those final 2 chairs, like you were gonna win that game. Like there was just no chance that you were not gonna win that game. Um, so but I mean, I didn't win and it's okay.
It is okay, and because it happens.
Yeah.
And I just watched I won't spoil it, but Australian Survivor versus the World aired recently, and there were a lot of players in that season who were in similar spots where like they were the de facto winner, but then got cut right before the end. And it changed how they approached the game this time around. It seemed to, where they played it a lot more safe because they were like, all I need to do is get to the end and then I'll win.
Right.
And then turns out they changed their play style. They didn't end up winning in the end.
Right.
And it's like, this is ultimately, I think, like, in terms of like the position that you went out in is like, in my opinion, the least. It's like you have the least to be ashamed about or like beating yourself up on, because you came about as close. I know you weren't in the final 2, but you were about as close as you could get to winning the game without winning the game. Even closer than somebody that like gets a close jury vote. Because all it took was just like, a couple extra questions, or Vince not crashing out, or, any number of things. And you are like the winner of that season. And I hope to see you play games in the future. And I hope that you bring the same intensity and drive to future games, because I don't think that there's a lot that you like should have changed necessarily about the way that you approached that end game. You really were in a very good position to win.
Yeah.
And it was a pleasure to watch.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I want to set the record straight too, because I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, Morgan's catering to Vince. She's not studying like she should, and this is why she lost, and whatever." And I think a lot of people need to kind of like take a step back and see, like, I was literally gaming 25/8 in that house. I studied
Yeah.
every single night, every single day. I knew every single thing. And it also was just at the point where I was like, this is the end of the game. And I remember saying a prayer being like, whoever is meant to win this game is going to win the game. And if that's not me, it's
Yep.
not me. Like I
Nicely said.
thoroughly felt that whether it was me, Vince, or Ashley, we were all deserving winners. I think we all played very different games. And I think each of us, like I said, we're deserving of winning the money. And deserving of first. So I really just did not want to just overexhaust myself with more studying, and to where I'm just like, I wanted just to be able to be like, wow, this is the end of Big Brother. I'm walking around the house. I'm enjoying the hot tub. Like I'm chilling. I'm trying to come up with the final speech, which I also love. Everyone was like, Morgan, what was your speech? You're a gamer, LOL. And I'm like, well, this is the thing that I also want to say is like, I did not have an actual plan for my speech. I was going to go from the heart. The only thing I was focusing on is how can I drop the bomb that I'm a gamer? And I understand everyone's like, oh, big deal, it's a gamer. I remember Rachel in the season said at one point, when she was trying to get us to see the light on Keanu, she was like, he's a gamer, which means he's strategic. And it means that like this and that. And so I'm like, okay, cool. Really glad I didn't tell Rachel that I'm a gamer. And she is a gamer. Like she's played games and stuff. And I know a lot of people who might not be in the gaming space might not understand this, or might think, Morgan, it's not that big of a deal. But that's also why I wanted to go on the show, was like to bring light to gamers and to show like we are so strategic. We think of so many different options, specifically me. Obviously, I can't speak for all the other gamers, but like I obviously play a game. One of my favorites, it's a battle royale. It's like the last team standing. So it's very similar to Big Brother, the last person standing. Like you got to do whatever you got to do to get there. And I just wanted to be super proud of myself as a gamer, a female gamer, and just make it to where it's like, okay, whether people think this is going to hit, I want people to know that I'm so proud to be a gamer, and that people around the world who are gamers or want to do, like, I just wanted to make that hit. But I know that a lot of people were like, LOL, that's her speech, she's going to get cooked. I'm like, well, that wasn't my speech. That was just, how can I figure out how to drop the most important thing to me? Because obviously, I mean, it took me 5 weeks to have this conversation with you. The first thing I did when I got back home was right back into streaming, right back into what I love, right back into what I do. Like that is just me as a gamer. And I was actually, one thing I thought was crazy was how Rachel had like 201 DR sessions in the first half of the season, I think. And I had 200 in the whole season. I was like, damn, if I get invited back, I'm going to use the DR a lot more. I had some people be like, girl, you need to talk to the feeds. Like Ashley gave us the feeds, like, or gave us the strat on the feeds. Like, you need to give us all the tea. I was just so locked in, and I just was like, okay, cool. Like, I'm going to do this. Like, so I'm like learning now to, like, if I do come back, to be more vocal in the DR sessions, to talk to the cams and get people an idea of what my brain is thinking like. Because I know, like you said, there was a lot of times where you guys didn't know if I was going to use the veto on myself, or you're like, what is Morgan thinking? Like, I wasn't really giving any, juice, but I was just
Oh, we love it when you
dating.
talk to the cameras.
Yeah.
Because listen, at the
I
end
know
of the
that
day,
now.
you can say as much as you want in the DR. You're still very much beholden to what they decide to air.
Yeah,
Um,
no, true.
and quite frankly, speaking of season 17, even Steve Moses talked to the cameras a lot, and they didn't always show it. But
Oh, okay.
you can do your best. You can do your
Right.
best, and they usually show the camera talks. I think they just didn't like Steve very much.
They probably just like Dr. Will's camera talks specifically. Those are iconic
Yeah,
camera talks.
exactly.
Shout out to Dr. Will.
I still do personally think we missed out on a you versus Ashley final 2 where you both drop,
Yeah.
where she drops she's a lawyer and you drop you're a gamer. I think
I
that would
would
have
have
been
just
so
loved
fun.
that. Yeah, I would have
think it
loved
would have
that.
been so fun.
I know. I would have loved it. That would have been the first time too in the history that 2 Black women were on the final 2 chairs. Like, that would have been really cool.
Mhm.
But either way, I think what's crazy is like finding out about like the record I have now, which is like, what? Like, the fact that I secured 7 weeks of safety, the only way I could have been taken out was in the finals. Like, that's
Mhm.
crazy. Did not know that until I got after the show. So it's kind of cool. Like, and I think you say it perfectly. Like, even though I left in third, like, I am genuinely like so proud of the game that I played. I wouldn't have changed a thing if I did it all over again. And I don't know. I'm hoping I get a call again, but
You have to.
we'll
I
see.
mean, they're idiots if they don't bring you on some show. You're everything that the casting should want in a player, in my opinion. Like
Thank you.
for any show too. It can be physical, it can be mental.
Yeah.
Like I think, yeah, it's that's a no-brainer, in my opinion.
Yeah. But yeah, what a game. What a time. That was kind of crazy.
It was. It all, yeah,
Pretty
listen,
nuts.
it was a lot. Like I said, it was a lot. I'm like very happy it's over, but I'm also very happy that it happened.
Right, right. Who do you
People
think would have
loved it.
been like if you would have created your perfect alliance? Like, who do you think would have been a really good alliance?
For me to be in or for me to watch?
Both. Let's say if you were in the house, like, who would you have picked? And then if you were watching, who would you have liked to see work together that maybe didn't or like did?
Let's see. I mean, I think honestly, I think that I would have gotten along really well with Keanu because first of all, I'm a bro. Second, we both like Linkin Park.
Oh my God. Can I just say that like Rachel's Britney Spears album and then Keanu's Linkin Park, I literally fell asleep listening to the album. I was obsessed. He picked Linkin Park. I was like, dude, I can't stand this guy. I want him out of the house. Like, stand him on a game level. Let me make sure
Yeah.
everything that I've ever said has always been game level. I don't have any hatred towards anyone on a personal level. But I was like, oh my God, Linkin Park. I was like, of course I'm going against this guy, but like, dude, he seems so freaking cool. He's listening to Linkin Park. What? I love it.
It's also tough though, because like obviously I would have worked with Rachel. Like Rachel would have been my number one. Like I knew her ahead of time. But
final 2 immediately before the show, you're like, hey, we're gonna have a final 2.
Exactly. And we would have pretended we didn't know each other. It would
I
have
was
been
gonna say
great.
you're gonna pretend. Yeah, exactly. That's the strat. That's the real strat.
And listen, on this season, I don't think anybody knew who I was, so it would have been fun. Other than Rachel,
I would have thought that you were just a guy with some
I would have been
curly hair.
undercover. Season 24, Frenchie was, or season 23. I mean, Frenchie was coming from my neck.
Oh.
But yeah. So I mean, listen, I think honestly, there are a lot of people on this season that I think I would have gotten along with. But and the problem is that many of them are from different sides. I think, I mean, I don't want to be presumptuous, Morgan, but I think I would have gotten along very well with you, being a gamer myself.
I was hoping. I was like, if you don't mention my name, I'm going to feel somewhat offended right now. I feel like I'm going to be like, well, this is over, and I'm kidding. Deep dive is done.
Yes. It's like, I don't want to, I feel like I'm presuming that the other person would get along with me. And so I need the validation from you that you would agree.
Right.
I think we're
Yeah.
getting along pretty well. In the deep
Yeah, no,
dive.
I feel like what, 6, almost 7 hours? I think we're getting along just fine.
I think
We
we
would
have
have had the same
similar like
similar.
brains for like not caring how long we're talking about strategy.
No. I mean, we can keep going if you want. We can really get into. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. And then I mean honestly in terms of the alliances, I thought that I mean the Judges was a perfect alliance for this season. I mean
loved us.
you and Rachel and Ashley and Will, because listen, people love Captain Will,
We
and where did I put
love
that
Captain
soundbite?
Will.
Um,
Oh, I can't
no,
wait for this
where
one.
is it? Oh, here it is.
Folks love Captain Will.
Yeah.
I love that. No, that's
And then
so
Vinny,
real.
I mean, Vinny was just, I had a lot of fun at his expense, but he really brought a lot of entertainment to
No,
the season.
he was great to work with. I feel like if I were to redo everything all over again, like I would have like I said, I wouldn't have changed a thing. Like he was so fun to work with. I think what I loved the most was like we were just strategists. We were gaming all day, night long. Like every scenario. Like I remember someone was like laughing because I guess I had fell asleep with the M&Ms on like the bed. He like picked him up and then I woke up and was like frantically looking for them because I thought about something. Like I just am laughing. I can't wait to actually like eventually like watch some clips back or something because just thinking of how like anal I was with the game is very me coded.
Well, let me give you a series of my favorite sound bites from this season. This was I'm going to be doing a soundbite tournament on Twitch for all the best sound bites of the season. This is a top contender. This one.
I'm pooping my pants.
Oh my god, I used to tease about that. I was like, did you poop your pants or what?
And then this came later.
Oh, I know Vince is just pooping himself right now.
I'm pooping my pants.
And then
no, that's so real. Wait, that's so funny. Oh,
we have
man.
a conclusion to the trilogy, a little more subtle.
Do I take advantage of this chance to flush my number one's number two?
I'm pooping my pants.
I'm dying! Oh my god. That's
I
hilarious.
couldn't tell if that was intentional on your part, but it really fit the theme.
It wasn't, but that is incredible. That is hilarious. I love that. Jesus. Not the flush. That is hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. I love that. Oh wow.
There was actually another one. This was a diary room you had
oh no.
somewhat toward the end of the season.
I am not about to let anybody come in between me and Vince making it to that final two. Except for myself.
Did you know how close this was to a Rachel Riley quote?
Really?
Yes, famously, Rachel Riley in season 12, every one of her goodbye messages said, "No one gets between me and my man."
My man. Yeah, that's right. She told me that on the show. Wait, that's so funny. Oh my God.
I was like, man, she really has inherited the spirit of Rachel.
Oh man, I love that girl. That is so funny. Yikes. I was going to cut him too. My bad.
I know.
God.
Man.
God.
Anyway, anything else you wanted to talk about or bring up?
I don't know. I just I don't know. I'm grateful that you can like see my game for what it is because I know like I've seen a bunch of like, because that was one thing. I didn't want to watch any deep dive. I wanted to come in here and have like literally a full slate. I haven't talked game with much of anyone really. I mean, I've talked a little bit, but nothing as like deep and like concise as this. Haven't watched any other deep dives because I wanted just to make sure that like, when I came on here, it was like I was just being fully into like what I know. I mean, like there's a lot of things I found out. I'm like, even like I knew about the final three because Keanu told me about his final three with Riley and Vince, but like I didn't know that the girls actually had an alliance flower power. I didn't know about other alliances. That's so cool. I mean, it's really fun to kind of hear how people were also gaming because I feel like even with Will, he kind of always tried to play this whole like, oh, I'm just, here. And I'm just here, like, yeah, but he was gaming too. Like, I mean, I remember there was a conversation we had in the outside where he was like, yeah, we don't have a big alliance yet. Like, what are people waiting for? Little do I know, he's in a huge alliance, which, is so funny. But yeah, I don't know. I think that game was just so nuts. And I'm really proud of the way I navigated through it. And like, just grateful that because like before going into the show, I was always somebody who kind of let people kind of make decisions for me in a sense of like, or at least when I was younger, not like immediately right
Mm.
before, but like when I was younger, I used to struggle with like standing firm in my decisions and things. So I knew I was like, oh, if I go on this show, I'm going to prove to myself the growth that I've had since I was in my 20s. And I feel like for me, that was like where I really felt a big win, even though I didn't win the show, was like I was able to prove to myself, like, not only am I gaming in real life, but like I am making these decisions. I'm not letting anyone change my mind on anything at any time. There was not a single time where I flipped a decision.
It's a defining
On what I
feature
was
of your
thinking.
game is how steadfast you were in like going for what you wanted and not letting other people like distract you from your goal. I
Right.
like,
So
and I would never know. Like, if you hadn't said that, I would have never known you that was an issue for you in the past. You know what I mean?
yeah. So
Having
it's
watched
like,
you on the season.
right. So it's just kind of cool to see. I mean, I talked to one of my best friends after the show, and she's like, Morgan, like, I'm so proud of you. There's people in this house that like when you were younger would have basically been the demise of your game because they were a little bit like too domineering, or they were too like wishy-washy or whatever. Like, you just stood to yourself. You didn't let certain things bother you. You didn't let people's pitches or whatever deter you if that wasn't already on your agenda, you know? I just wanted to make sure that I was playing my game and I did my best to make sure people were playing the game I wanted them to play for me. But it was fun. I think the best part about that game is knowing that other people are on there playing their game and their best game. I always said, even in the DRs, no unsportsmanlike conduct over here. I wanted everyone to play their best game, because if everyone is playing their best game, then I'm going to be playing my best game, if not better, because I'm playing amongst people who are really, really trying. So that's why I always just wanted just to game constantly. I didn't want to be in the DR very much. I just wanted to play the game. And so I'm proud of myself for that. And I think I'm also proud of the fact that like I was going to make big moves. I wasn't afraid to upset people. Like, I wasn't afraid to be honest to their face and be like, yeah, you know, I did want you on the block, or sorry, I'm not voting for you. Like, just really happy that I was basically my entire self that game. Like, I can't look back and think of a time where I was like, you know what? Like, that wasn't really, you know, a game move I wanted to do. Everything that I did in the house was exactly what I wanted to do. And being the only person on the right side of the boat was insane. I was like, oh, look at me.
Yeah.
Getting what I
And
need done.
don't beat yourself up about the DRs. Like, Rachel Riley is always, as a returning player, was always going to get the most amount of DRs. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And like I said, at the end of the day, like, it's, you know, it's down to the producers. They're going to
For sure.
choose which story they're telling. And I think they were telling Rachel's story up until she left, and then but then it was your story for the most part, you know.
Yeah.
So good stuff. I think that's it then, Morgan. I think we've done it.
Did we do it?
I think we did it.
Is this your longest deep dive?
6. Chat, remind me how long Taylor's was. It's got to be close to it. I mean, it's tough too because this is live, and some of the deep dives we cut stuff out.
True.
It's got to be close. If it's got to be close.
Love it.
But
Cool.
yes, it is. It's almost as it's just over half the length of the audiobook for Behind the Mirror.
Yes, promote that. Love it. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was in San Francisco. I literally just got back yesterday, and we were able to get some early copies out at the event. It was very fun. But I wrote this book about Big Brother, and I'm very proud of it. It's going to be published in just under 3 weeks now. You can still pre-order it at taranarmstrong.com. There's also an audiobook, as I mentioned. And yeah, it's very exciting stuff. And Morgan, and I also am on Twitch as well. Usually for like watch parties and things. I used to do more gaming on Twitch.
Nice.
But you know, I don't think I'm a good enough gamer.
Hey, you never know. Sometimes it's not about being a good enough gamer. It's about being entertaining. You know,
I was very good
really
at Fall Guys, I will tell you.
I love Fall Guys. It makes me rage.
Oh, we should totally play Fall Guys.
I'm so down.
I would say we should play Apex, but I haven't played that in like 7 years.
I was trying to teach Keanu the other day, and my God, he's gonna need a lot of work. That's
I
okay.
genuinely played Apex a ton when I played it for like a year nonstop, and
Okay.
then I haven't touched it since.
Right.
And so there's like I never even played more than the one map. But it's a very fun game. I think it's very fun to watch. If you have any inclination to like video game watching, I think Apex is very fun. As
Yes.
Morgan, as you mentioned, like
Come watch
it's like a battle
me.
royale type thing. So like,
Yeah.
it's what, like 30 or so teams.
30 teams, 60 people total. You're in either
Yeah,
trios or you're in a duo, and you're basically trying to make it to the end, and you have different abilities and all that stuff.
and
It's
it's one
so
life, you're
fun.
out. Like, well, you
Yes,
can get
unless you get
down, but like,
rest. Unless you
yeah,
get rest. So it's kind of like a
um,
veto.
yeah, there you go. So make sure you check out Morgan on Twitch. I can't. It's not my game to invite you on, Morgan, but we also play other games on Twitch, like Blood on the Clock Tower, which is very, very fun. I don't know if you've ever
Okay.
heard of it.
I haven't. I'm always open to
But
new games though.
yeah, listen, I'm sure we can do lots of fun stuff. So
Hell yeah.
come to Twitch, check it out. It's a fun
Come to
time.
Twitch.
Yeah. Anything else, Morgan, to plug?
No, just my socials. You can find me, Model Morgue, same thing on Cameo, all the things. Just look for me. And yeah. Oh, I'm also going to like this Orlando event, Over the Edge, and I'm raising money for Precious Dreams, which is a foundation that helps kids and adults who are in foster care or are homeless in LA. So I have that on I can put it on my story after this deep dive here if you guys are interested in donating. Obviously the goal is 800, but I would love to raise so much more. So that's kind of what I'm actively doing right now before I head to Orlando on the 4th through 7th. You guys can get tickets there too. And yeah, aside from that, if you guys love Big Brother and want to play Big Brother, apply to be on Big Brother. I mean, I think that's a really good thing to do, especially because why the hell not?
Apply and play hard. Take inspiration from Morgan.
Yes. Don't forget the M&Ms. How much, before we end this, how crazy did I drive you with the M&Ms?
The M&M, okay, a little bit actually.
Yeah, okay.
I was gonna say I don't think it was too
Let's be
bad.
honest.
No, the issue actually isn't with you with the M&Ms. It's that the camera work was not very good with them all the time. So the problem with the M&Ms for us is that when you brought them out and start talking with the M&Ms, if we don't have a good shot of it, we don't know what you're talking about. So it was like,
so
this is annoying.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I had color-coded ones. Like I had people who were green, yellow, red. Like I had everyone in a color coding thing and like did it like that. I loved the M&M strategy. I don't even know what I'm a big color coding organized person. So I was like, this is the way to do it. It was
my favorite thing to come from the M&Ms was the fact that you started flushing them down the toilet to
Oh
hide the
my God.
evidence.
I was like, oh my God, people cannot know that I'm strategizing. I remember people were like, why didn't you eat it? I'm like, so you want me to eat M&Ms that were on the day beds or beds where people put their ass? No. Absolutely not. Like we literally got these bags weekly. Vince told me one time that I guess Riley kept commenting like, dang, we keep getting M&Ms. And I'm just like, oh, that's
there
so
are a few
funny.
people that mentioned that like, man, we're running through M&Ms really like a lot. Like, geez.
It also was so crazy to see how Rachel used cough drops in the boxing gloves. And the fact that I would go up there and wail on that thing when I was pissed off. I am like dying at the fact that I clearly picked boxing gloves that didn't have the cough drops in it. I wonder what it would have been like
that
if
how nobody ever felt those or anything.
I mean, I don't think people really ever use that.
No,
I know
not really.
I did, but I guess the gloves that I put on weren't the cough drops gloves. So,
or maybe they were and you just didn't, maybe they were like, you just get so in it. I don't know. Maybe they're,
the ones I felt were empty. So
yeah,
either way, that was hilarious when I saw that. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I thought Rachel really went up there to work out, but then she'd be up there for a while. And I was like, what is she doing up there? I was like, oh, whatever.
I mean, she did crush the workouts during the season.
Oh my God. I loved her spin classes that I did with her. It was so great.
Yeah.
It was so great.
All right. Well, that's what we have for you then. Thank you all so much for joining us. 7 hours of, we also only took one break.
We did. We killed it. Honestly, we killed it. It's like we were just in the Big Brother house trying to get shit done. Didn't even take any breaks. Didn't let anyone interrupt. We had the HOH door locked.
I don't know if you have this too, but like when I'm talking, it's like nothing else exists. Like I'm not even hungry right now.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
either.
but I should be because I haven't eaten in over 7 hours.
No, true. I've just been snacking. Like I have beef jerky and M&Ms, and I'm like, okay, I should probably eat something with more substance instead of eating this stuff for sure.
Mm. All right. Well, we'll get to some food. Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it, and we will see all of you next time.
This is RHAP. We know reality TV.